This will be a slightly shorter stream today, but I'm very excited because I got to have a little adventure today. I'm on the PTR, and I will be testing VDH, mostly on the PTR. I might do some on live. We will see. We will see. We will see. We will see. Sorry, I'm like a few hours late today. I was out this morning. What's up, Soap? What's up, Soap? So we're going to set up my PTR character, in which case we go straight to the capital city and we set up my bars, among other things, so that we can game VDH today on PTR. Me second. Nice. Yup, we need my... Well, we mostly just need... Yeah, the avoidance thing is hilarious. Mostly, the reason I like PTR is because I actually get to play with a fully geared character. So if I want to learn VDH, I might as well play VDH with the fully... like the full set, you know what I mean? I have to literally set up my action bars because apparently they did not stay. So I have to get action bars a week or real fast. It'll take me a second as we get set up for today. BSDR deleted your monk. Wait, did it really? Dude, I made patch notes today. It's going to be live in like a few hours. It'll be live like at the end of stream. I did like a little news update for the patch notes. And hilariously, I was just like, bro, Windwalker doesn't exist. I realized, I was like, their notes have come out, and you know what's funny? Windwalker doesn't exist. They've actually mentioned, do you know how many times they've mentioned Brewmaster and Mistweaver a bunch, but they have never mentioned Windwalker. Like, Windwalker got one set of changes, pretty much, and that was it. Like, that's actually all that Windwalker got, you know that, yeah? It's pretty funny to me. Like, Windwalker was not like, kind of forgotten. Like, straight up, it was actually kind of just forgotten, wasn't it? Is interesting. Yeah. Like, rest in peace, Windwalker. That's actually what happened, though. That's literally what happened. Professional VDH now? We'll see. Well, because I'm live, it takes me so long to gear a character. I don't actually get to play the character that I want to play. So on PTR, I can just log over, get all my new items, yeah? And just get basically every new item that I want. And then I'll be able to actually play VDH, which would be super interesting. So we'll see if I'm a professional VDH at the end of today. Basically, we're going to find out. Can I actually play VDH? I don't know. What I do know is that it is sad that my YouTube is demonetized. There is literally nothing I can do about it. It's kind of sad, man. Apparently, there's no fix to it. They're just like, rip. And I'm like, damn. Yeah, so I have to basically, luckily I don't have to create an entirely new channel, but they're literally like, you have to start over. And I was just like, wait, what about all the money I've made? And they're like, too bad. You know what I mean? Your screen is reflected behind you. Is it that big of a deal, though? Like, who cares if my screen is reflected behind me? Is that a problem? Can you see it? I mean, it's just my YouTube on this screen. Can you actually, like, read it? Like, I think it's okay. Let me see. Oh, you just see me. It's like my main monitor. There's nothing, I got nothing to hide. I don't look at illicit content on my computer. I look at illicit content, Zan, on my phone. Because nobody actually, you shouldn't, if you're still using your computer, I'm telling you, you're missing out. You got to be able to lay down, get comfy. You want to use your phone for that 100%. 100%. You're like, I think you're doing yourself a massive disservice, you know? Case before showing stream, thought I'd let you know anyways. Thank you. I appreciate it. Honestly, I got nothing to hide. I don't really want people to know where I live because some people are like weird about that stuff. But aside from that, I don't really care. Not a big deal for me. Okay, so I got to set up this character and then basically we're just going to go for it. So we get like one of these and something like one of these. Get two different warglaives, doesn't matter. Yeah, I'll play both warglaives and we need like a neck and some rings. So we get like a neck piece here, like bam, crit verse, haste verse. I think that you're supposed to be wearing haste crit stuff as a demon hunter, so maybe the stats are not going to be quite right, but I'm sure it'll be fine at the end of the day. Okay. So maybe like one of these cloaks. So they have a haste crit. Again, there's no haste verse stuff for keys. So we'll just kind of put some of this on anyways. We'll see what the item level looks like at the end. And then make sure I didn't miss anything. Yep. Okay, so we missed the gloves. Gloves are now equipped. We missed the headpiece here. They did not get equipped. For some reason, none of this got equipped. I didn't actually put it on yet. Here we go. Bam. Bam. And look at that. A fully geared demon hunter now. Look at that. Big geared demon hunter. That's what I'm talking about right there. Boom. What do you have? Let me see. Chocolate custard pie McFlurry. I'm in heaven right now, bro. Wait, what the hell's a chocolate custard pie McFlurry? Since when do they have chocolate custard pie McFlurries? That's insane. Wait. That's not that thing. You're saying chocolate pie? Wait, what? Bro, I literally, that's insane, actually. The only pies that I'm familiar with are ones that I can't mention on stream because I have celiac, so I can't eat them in real life. Plus, I don't think I would want to eat the ones I mentioned either. All right, edit mode. Action bar goes up here. We need to show the other action bars. My unit frame. Hello? The unit frame, not the action bar. Action bar is here. Unit frame is all the way over here. Here we go. Is there a good single target healing trinket on PTR? Like the one from Dark Flame Clef that puts absorb on your targets. Can you clarify, Ostap, what you're looking for? Like a healing weak aura? Like just on my cell profile? Like the one I have on cell, for example, which is just, it just shows the like a healing thing like this, though. Yeah, it's okay. It's just PTR stuff. It's like, it's not a big deal for me. Action bar 2, 3, something like this, maybe 4 over here. I think like 2 and 3 will be fine, to be honest. So edit mode. This should go down below, give or take, and this one should go right above, give or take, something like this. It's okay. It's not going to look super pretty. I just want to test the VDH with full gear. I think it'll be interesting to do so. Great, so we get rid of the codex on my bars. We don't need this. We don't need this. A lot of these buttons are not really required. I will say that my Demon Hunter had this moose mount from way back when, and I kind of like it. I realize how much I actually like the moose mount now, and I'm like, I sort of want to keep the moose mount. Main thing is I need a weak aura, so I will set up a quick weak aura thing. They're so easy to set up weak auras, and I'll make sure I get all my enchants as well. So we'll buy like these, and then we'll buy some. I don't think I would need to actually craft a ring, huh? If I wanted to keep it, kind of lame. But we can just make this like, so my stats are going to be way off. Like my haste is not looking good. My verse is so high. Does that really matter for VDH, you think? I can give the haste weapon enchant for what it's worth. Like I could play the, what's the haste one? This one, right? Storm Riders with like one of these. I think you can use different ones here. It doesn't really matter. I don't need this to be like completely min-max, but at the same time, I do want to experience VDH. If I'm going to try it, I want to try it relatively correctly because this will be a potential tank that I play. I mean, there's solo target at the moment, VDH or Prot Warrior number 1. Hard to say. I need to test a little bit more. The Prot Warrior nerf was fine. They haven't touched VDH, so different comps basically. Like, I think that both of them are very valid, but it kind of depends now on, so that's going to be a tuning question based on whether or not you want the caster comp or whether you want a physical comp. DPS Warrior still looks bad. So the main thing about DPS Warrior looking bad is that all of a sudden you get in the situation where, like, do you know what I mean? So, like, now all of a sudden, if DPS Warrior looks bad, then you get into a situation where you want the Prot Warrior buff, because Warrior buff's pretty big for keys, so you play Prot. And if you can play Mistweaver or Windwalker, if those get buffed, then all of a sudden Brewmaster stocks go down, the Prot Warrior stocks go up. So it changes a lot depending on the tuning of other things. Let's say Mage gets buffed again, Shadow Priest gets buffed again, Boomy gets nerfed, but all of a sudden you want a Warlock because Warlock gets buffed, VDH starts looking much better. So that's one of the problems with like PTR tuning and tanks in keys right now is you bring tanks to fill the comp. And that's kind of like a weird thing that happens. Since you bring tanks to fill the comp, you end up with a situation where which tank is meta kind of depends on the comp that's meta, if that makes sense. So it's a little awkward to say, simply because we don't know what the tuning will be. All I can tell you is this. I hope that they do more tuning, man. They've got to do more tuning, right? Yeah, exactly. Like first of all, VDH wasn't even touched. They messed with it by like 0%. Like it basically wasn't even affected by any of the stuff that happened. I'm like, you know what I mean? The health of VDH right now is about 25 mil pudge, but so you got to understand that base health doesn't actually affect the actual tankiness of a tank, you know? When is season 2 ending? They mentioned August 5th. August 5th, the Mythic Zero week comes out, so most likely all titles, CE, AOTC, the title of keys is done in about 2 weeks. End of July, right? So that last week, it's always a little bit weird if they ended the previous week or the week of. But they're basically the last chance to get all those things will be soon. Some very weird fetish for its health in every game. You know what? Fair enough, Pudge. You don't have to explain it. I'm pretty sure Guardian Druid still has the highest total. I could log over and see what mine is at right now. At the moment, VDH, if I hit meta, VDH does have quite a bit of health. So I'm at 34k if I hit meta. But yeah, Guardian Druid will still have the most health out of any tank, technically speaking. Okay, no meta. So outside of meta, I just have basically baseline health is going to be 25 mil. Basically 25 mil. I'm 714. We scale to 710 into key, so actually slightly less, like 24 mil. 24 mil is the number. Okay. So, the question is whether I want Fellblade here or Sigil of Spite. I feel like I want the Sigil of Spite there, and then my utility can be here. So, mouse click is there. I want maybe Imprison here. Darkness, I need to remember to use. Vengeful Retreat. I don't know if I really ever... I gotta get better at using these types of things. Shadow Meld stays here. The belt we don't need on my bars. This is give or take the bars of VDH. I'm okay with Soulmonger for a little bit of baseline healing, and I think we're good to go. Cool. Let's go find a key. Let's see if anybody's doing anything, first of all. Oh my god, you see that? This group has one or more players that have been flagged as a Keystone deserter. Oh no. This group has a Keystone deserter. Unfortunate. You see that little exclamation mark there? You see that? That's interesting. That's interesting, isn't it? Oh, Keystone deserter, huh? Sigmund, what's up? How are hunters looking post-nerf? I have to test it today. I just made patch notes. If I make the patch... Do you think I should air the patch notes now, or do you think I should air them in, like... I was going to post them at the end of stream today. Right before I logged on, I just quickly made, an update. For all the questions about tuning, I made an update for it. Patch notes you'd like to see? No, like the actual patch notes that came out yesterday. I just wanted to make... A lot of times people don't know how to read patch notes correctly, so I want to make so it's like a 12-minute video. The first 60 seconds covers everything you need to know. Like if you want to stay up to date on what's looking good, how are things nerfed, how are things buffed, what's season 3 going to look like, it's basically a read through. I don't read them word for word because it takes too long, but it's basically just like, all right, guys, look, DK good, this bad, this bad, this good, this really good, that real good. Holy shit, big smush energy on this one. Like, whatever it is, I just give, quick updates, and then I'll actually talk about my opinions past that point. Like, I think that's a really good format, because a lot of people, they want to know what's happening with keys, but they don't actually want to know. Hey, is PTR up right now? I just realized there's only Halls of Atonement listed. Is PTR... Did they delay it again? Wait, why is it still Gambit, Streets, and Halls? Oh, no. Is PTR not up today? I didn't even check if they delayed it again. Oh, no. So, is it just the same keys as last? It's supposed to change. It was supposed to change. I just realized. I just control F and type warrior for patch notes. You never find anything, Zan. Actually, you know what's funny? The last 2 patch notes have featured a nerf to Fury Warrior. I don't know why. What do you think the meta comp will be? I think there are 2 or 3 meta comps right now, which is very interesting. Like, genuinely, there could be 2 or 3. Is PTR down? Can you still... Soap, you said you did PTR. Are you... So, basically... Oh, my God, there are 2 Keystone deserters here. After the race to world first with big tuning. So, meta for keys, yeah, you gotta wait a little bit. But we can make predictions right now, and there are 2 clear outliers. There is a caster comp and a physical comp. The physical comp is interesting, though. You're not doing keys on PTR. You're just slapping dummies. Okay. So, I only see 2 groups. Can you do it? Like, what if I go over to Gambit right now? So, if I go over to Gambit, can I still do it? Let me see. Because I wanted to test stuff today, but if I can't, that would be okay, I suppose. So, here are the keys here. The deserters are grouping up. Yeah, that's actually interesting. The Keystone deserter system, I don't know, man. I was doing a 10 on live yesterday, and we had people leave. So I'm interested to see how that works, if that actually dissuades the people who would have left my 10, if they would leave again. Let me see. We can just check right now. So we go, like, Tazavesh and see if it will load. Love how they triple dirt on the nerfs, tier set, flat, and buff from pets. Yes, exactly. So, the Beastmaster nerf is significant. Like, they nuke that spec. I still have hope that it'll at least be B tier, but they might have nuked it out of existence. Very possibly, they actually took Beastmaster and were just like, nah. Yo! First of all, did I not change the dungeon difficulty? Okay, so that's one thing. They just vote you out, but it has to be 4-0, so they flame your item level first. Dude, I don't know about the Keystone system. I just don't know if it'll help. Like, I understand there's a problem, but will it help? Like, is it actually going to solve the problem? Also, the new dungeons are not out on PTR, so I could just do some live stuff, I guess, today. That would be a little bit sad. I was really looking forward to testing a fully geared Demon Hunter. Oh, well, I mean, I guess we could still do Gambit, yeah? So, my question for you, Zan, are you going to play new season? Zan, do you have any interest in playing the new season, potentially? Let me ask you a question, Zan. How do you feel about potentially playing the new season? What do you think? Thoughts? This is a crit haste ring. Can I use this? Yeah, maybe I can. Okay, let's just check if I can even start a key. So, Keystone 12, Gambit, and go here. That's a hard decision. Why is that? Because I don't mind taking you, like, I want people to play with on the first week. I don't want to be pugging. Pugging the first week of a season is wildly difficult. Pugging the first week of the season fucking sucks. You know what I mean? Okay. So, keys work, apparently, but my UI is all sorts of fucked up. My UI is all sorts of messed up. This bar needs to be up here. This is weird. Yeah, that's what's happening here. So, this bar needs to be split, like here. So, this one needs to be there. This one needs to be, give or take, actually above. This one goes down. This one goes here. What's up, Quiver? On a little late today. You guys want to see something awesome? You know why I'm late today, by the way? Yeah, no, every pull will be fun on Frost, to be honest. Do you know what I did today? You know why I'm late? I went to a gun range. Yeah, I went to a gun range. It was awesome. It was so cool, dude. It was super fun. It was like giga fun, to be honest. I haven't been for so long. Oh, I gotta do the vengeful retreat tech. That's why I died there. Okay, good. So keys do work at the very least, though. Yeah, no, I mean, I did, but it was hard. Okay, so keys work. At least you can do Gambit and stuff like that, though. Might as well play a class I know. I guess I need to find new main. I started Hunter last season. It's tough. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to be Hunter right now. Yes, so say you were going after stream referring to the gun range. Yep. Most people... No, I mean, I've shot guns before, but it was funny. The person I took definitely got some knockback from the gun. Because there was a shotgun, an assault rifle, and 2 other things. It was super fun. It's in Discord. You guys want to see? I was, like, keeping it together, man. You guys want to see? Am I allowed to show this on stream? I think it's fine, yeah? Here, look. I'll show you. I thought I did a pretty good job, actually. Yes, Dan. I know. It's so funny because you see in the movies, right? But the movies lie. The movies lie. Let me tell you right now. Movies lie to you. Look at this. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Bam. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1 here. There you go. Watch this. Ready? Boom. Bam. Wah. Bam. Wah. Bam. Wah. Bam. I was actually, yeah, basically I wanted to share my culture with the Thai girl. That's right. I wanted to share my culture with the Thai girl. The American culture. I know. Well, I mean, it's a 12-gauge shotgun. Yeah, he has a hand there, but also I'm strong enough to handle recoil, okay? I'm strong enough to handle it. At the same time, however, you know, hell yeah, exactly. I felt very hell yeah, you know? This is what I felt like, indeed. Okay, so we can do Gambit, among other things. I just have to actually learn... the thing is, I have to learn how to play VDH. Mainly, I need a UI to track things. I need to learn how to play VDH. If I actually want to play it in a season, I need a little bit of practice. So that is the main thing I'm after. And here we go. Strong man trying to hold the elephant. Yeah, exactly, though. Like a little Terminator. You might as well start calling him Arnold. Arnold. Dude, I can't do that accent. I'm so sorry. I have disgraced everyone. My bad. All right, so I'll list the Gambit key. I'll see if we can find anybody. Here we go. VDH, a Wu-Tang 6. I'm actually playing VDH. Let's go. Gambit, you want to come, Soap? Plus 12. Boom. Have I been marked as a Keystone deserter? Bro, because I left my own key? Bro, no way. I left my own key. Is it... How does this happen? It was my key. I was the only one in the key. Wait a second, I've been marked as a Keystone deserter? Dude, they're all Keystone deserters. We're all Keystone deserters. Wait a second, every one of us is a Keystone deserter. Dude, I can't take these. Look at them. They're flagged in the system. They're flagged in the system. What's up, NPC? Hello, Woo Gang. Hi. Hi, NPC. Wait a second. We're all Keystone deserters. All right, there's a healer there. Wow. El Ichigo. All right, Soap, do you want to come? Don't worry. It's a 12 gambit. It's not exactly that hard. You want to come? Dude, we are apparently all deserters. It seemed like Call of Duty Shadowban lobby. So that's kind of what's happening now, yeah. I wonder if that'll actually be the thing, though. Swaggy, is this you? Wait, is that you, Soap? Did you name your character Swaggy? Wait a second, Soap. You name your character Swaggy? You just chose Swaggy? That's very hip of you, Soap. Wait a second, Soap. That's very hip of you. That's interesting. I wouldn't have expected that from you. Yo, NPC, question for you. Have you ever actually been to a gun range before? Has that ever happened? Arcane Mage. Great. Has that ever happened to you? You ever been? It's a very interesting experience if you've never been. Because the movies, they lie to you, dude. They lie. They straight up lie. This is going to be a rough performance for Swaggy. No, I'm in the UK. So you just like walk down the street or like what? What's your... have you ever actually been able to handle a real weapon? What's up, Fatality? Just blame lag. It's okay. Yeah, same. When I also die, I'll also blame lag. Don't worry. Needs to go to Quasi UI here. We fear knives. Yeah, that makes sense as far as I know. I've only been to the UK like once in my life, but it was a long time ago. Do they not have gun ranges in the UK? Do they not? Everywhere has... they're just expensive. Like, they're basically... it's just an expensive thing to do. That's what I think. It was... but it was cool. I've been wanting to go for a very long time. It's just that I love... so I used to sword fight. It's funny. I used to, like, sword fight and collect blades and stuff. Farms are allowed shotguns. That's all I know. Yeah, pretty much. So I used to really enjoy sword fighting, and I collected blades. And it doesn't work like they do in the movies. You know what I mean? That's my main issue, is that it really doesn't work like it does in the movies. Like, it really doesn't. Like, when you watch movies and people are like, they block things like this. Like, if you have a blade and you bring your arm up like this, there's no weight behind this. The thing is that swords are heavy. And this is the thing that people don't understand. Dude, swords are heavy, man. You know what I mean? I'm going to show me your health. I'm like 50%. I don't know if I can get that much mastery because I haven't leveled crafting on PTR. But I can try to show you, yes. For what it's worth, Pudge, I will do my best. I will do my very best. But yeah, like swords don't work the way that people think they work, which is the thing. Yeah. But guns don't either. People sell to people. Guardian Druid still cooked a little bit. I think it'll be fine. I just hope that they buff it 5%. Give us 5%, and at least we're slightly closer. Yeah? But I don't know, man. They nerfed Prop Pally to the ground. Prop Pally actually, the funniest thing is the thing that got nerfed the most wasn't even Hunter in those last patch notes. It was actually Prop Pally. Prop Pally got blip. Super nerfed. I think I pushed with Guardian. I'm going to play it regardless. Depends what you mean by push, by the way. First thing is he's a super sussy pet thing from Kitty. Oh, yeah, she does like her little chode. She does, yeah. It basically, it could give all the people... Zan, you and everybody else in Australia, y'all can have hope because she does like her little chode. Indeed. Unfortunately, that means, she doesn't like me as much. By far, my favorite tank. You can play Guardian. It will be okay, but it kind of depends on what you mean by pushing. How far do you want to push? Like, what does it mean to you? Like, plus 15s, plus 12s, or plus 20s? Because the bear falls off at the plus 20 range. It's fine for the plus 15 range. But if you want to pug to the title keys, then bear can have a hard time with it. It's just like, bam, looking at me. That's true. Yeah, that's what the stuff's in there. If you want to see, I posted a few photos. I didn't post any photos of Kitty. I just posted photos of me. It was just me because I didn't want to do that, though. You want to dethrone Now? Dude, I got to play with Now the other day. It was awesome. Bear lacking utility, if 15%. The utility is all right. The utility is okay for Bear. The issue is not the utility so much as it is just straight up the number tuning. You can get away with Bear's utility. It still has utility. A balanced druid. Should we just take him and see what he does? He has 0 keys done. But should we just take him? Because I want to see after the nerfs if they can even do competitive damage. I am very curious about this. How would Bear feel for just 3k rating and your partner's a Holy Pally duo? I think Bear and Holy Pally are a good combination because Bear is very tanky. So, with a Holy Pally has to more actively choose to heal tanks, so very possibly. This is a pretty solid, this could be a caster comp right here. This could be the comp that you play very realistically. Because you have, right now, what you have going on here is a Demon Hunter tank. You have a Mage, Boomy, and a Frost DK. This kind of fills with a Disc Priest. If you play Resto Shaman, you can actually replace the Frost DK, but I think Frost is broken right now. It's busted. Alrighty. Dude, I'm so ass at this game. Well, to be fair, asses are nice. So Blackbeard, it could be worse. But yes, what's your experience? The Spanky, the bleed talents for a bear, there's a very real world where people actually do play. Their people might actually play Druid of the Claw. It's possible because the Elun's Chosen tier set is so bad with the nerf to it. I don't understand. The thing is, I have a feeling they can't. It's the best pug tank. Ah, Jay. You see how I worked your name in there with my sigh? I thought that was very clever, to be honest. I struggle to say that. I love Bear. You know I love Bear, right? I love Bear, but the problem is, the issue is I don't think so. I can't in good conscience tell you that it is the best tank for pugs. There are better tanks for pugs, technically. It has the advantage that it's still very tanky, and you don't really need a lot of healing. But I love Bear, and I just don't think, because like there are tanks that can solo control pulls, and you can't as a Bear. You have some things you can learn to use. I made a guide on Bear, and I kind of go over some of the stuff you can do, but it's not bad. It's not a bad tank. It's just, if I'm making a list, you know, actually Prot Pally probably goes worse than it now. I think Bear's still better than Prot Pally. Also, remember that Bear is kind of dependent on other specs. So, like, if Druid, if like this Boomy does, if Boomy is nerfed, Resto Druid gets nerfed, and then Feral also is not doing so well. Interesting. Do you know that Ferals, if they're doing good damage on PTR, are a bug? What were you thinking of playing first on new season, by the way? Good question. Tanks. My answer for you is basically, I know I want to play tanks. I just don't know what tank. But basically, defocus. The answer is very clear. You can totally, for your level of key, what you're talking about, absolutely everything you're talking about is totally fine. Everything you're talking about would be fine. Like, for that, for 3K, Bear is a great tank. Your healer will like you as long as you... I made a guide on it if you want. For that level key, you're going to be just fine on that, yeah? Oh, don't worry about it, so... This will be the true pug experience. Oh my god, my game froze. Oh, this gather is going to suck. This gather is going to not feel very good right now. Hold up. Sigil of Spite for aggro. Boom. Sorry about that. I didn't actually get the pack that I wanted to get because my game froze for a second. Yo, aren't you just new at Frost DK? Aren't you, like, brand new at Frost DK, Soap? The hell is this? You lied to me. You lied to me. You said that Frost DK... Also, I'm brand new at VDH, and my health is not moving. So, what is both of us, huh? Wait, Sigil of Silence. Good. Sigil of Chains now. Easy. I thought you lied to me. You lied to me. What is this? Oh, we have to kill the fish stick, technically. We might be able to just control it long enough without it, though. Dude, first of all, I'm brand new at VDH. Granted, I could be testing on a higher key level, but aside from gathering nonsense, like, I don't know, VDH feels real good right now. Did I lose aggro on those mobs here? Wait, I went this way. Boom. So my Boomy is still doing fair damage here. Dude, Soap is new, literally. I'm just padding now. I kind of want to pad. I think that I need to learn how to min-max my damage more in this tank, but I'm pretty immortal. Like, I'm pretty just... I'm, like, literally just here right now, yeah? No, so fish sticks don't get AoE'd. They do not follow the updated totem logic of World of Warcraft, very unfortunately. Very unfortunately, they do not. So, unfortunate, but yes. Okay, let's go this way, actually. This way has a slightly less fish sticks. Yeah. You have 0 seconds of experience on DK. I told you should play it. Okay, here's the thing, man. When people play good specs, yeah? Here's the thing. There are people who are like gamers, yeah? But they play off meta. And then sometimes you gotta wonder why. What's the benefit to playing off meta? Like, seriously, I'm dead serious about this. What do you gain? Nothing. You may just make the season harder for yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I just solo CC this guy for, like, a bunch of time. I actually just stopped this entire fish stick cast, except for right there. But like, what's the point? Because you're struggling on a Windwalker. You could just log over to your DK and go brrr and press a few buttons that you've literally never played before, and you would be chilling. Like, why are you working so hard? That's how I feel sometimes on Prez. I genuinely, like, I play my Prez Evoker, and I'm just like, wait a second. Why am I working so hard when all I need to do is just log over to a Resto Shaman, get invites to keys, because I don't know about Disc Priest. I need to learn Disc Priest a little bit. But why would I do that to myself? So this pack here, if you go this way, I think this is fine to pull. Except for the casters here, which should be fine, because there's only one fish stick. Feldev for aggro. Sigil of Chains, hopefully for aggro. I need to worry about aggro a lot on VDH. Not something I love to do. So Reaver's Glaive, Fracture first, then Soul Cleave, then Immo Aura, and give or take. I think you could pull that other pack that I didn't pull there. So you go Vengeful Retreat out of a mechanic. Oh, the fish stick did go off. You need to actually swap to them in a higher key level. Like, higher key level, you need to do direct damage to them, unfortunately, though. You shouldn't be forced to play the classes. Yeah, you shouldn't be forced to play them. However, you are. Like, I know you shouldn't be, but you are. But, like, that's not... But you are forced to play them. Like, if you want to do keys, you are kind of forced to play them. Okay, you shouldn't pull all this. This was a bad pull. The fish sticks are actually, like, kind of demonic in this dungeon. You want to skip as many of these packs now as possible, because you just won't CC them in a pug. And it's good pad damage anyways. Like, I don't know about that, though. I just think that, honestly, my health is immortal, especially with the Disc Priest healer. I don't know if I still love the way that VDH plays, but I do like the fact that if I'm really focused and I learn it properly, that I can do so well on it. Okay, hold up. We're going to have to arrange some of these here, though. I play meta classes, not your favorite classes. I get bored and AFK for a couple weeks. It depends if you have friends to play. There's a whole conversation to have, okay? The conversation to have is this. Here's the conversation. Do you pug? Do you have friends? Are you alone? Do you cry yourself to sleep at night? When you shower, is the liquid in the shower just the water or also your tears? Which one? Which is you? Because if you are the latter of that, then you need to play meta. It's your tears, then you should play meta, because if you're so alone, you need friends. Because you can't play off meta and pug your way to, like, very high. You could pug your way to a reasonable key level. Like, honestly, you'd be fine pugging until X amount. Like, you can totally do it. But, like, there's a world where you could also just play the thing that you should play. You know? Okay, so watch this. I'm going to misery this, because I'll stop this fish stick. And then he's dead anyways. Nice, beautiful. And I had 2 more stops just in case. So Reaver's Glaive here, Fracture, then here. If we just get Reaver's Glaive procs back to back, we do a lot of damage, and it's super funnel damage too. Is Soap enjoying some PI? I'm not sure. All I know is that he's never played Frost DK before in his life. Yeah, he's never played Frost DK ever. Am I supposed to pull this pack? Can you skip this? Can you skip this basically and just go like here? I'm going to try something. Can you just walk past it? Yeah, we can. Because you don't want this. You can take this here, and I think you can take this other pack. But the way I just gathered that as a VDH is wrong, by the way. So I Sigil of Chains everything together, and then I go Fracture, and then here, and then I stop this fish stick, and then I don't have a lot more stops. We go Fracture. I need to be better at consuming those souls, and then we go Sigil of Spite for aggro. The fish stick does go off. And we go like, bam. Keep in mind, I'm learning the current iteration of VDH. I haven't played it in a very long time, yeah? So we hold the Sigil of Flame to min-max my uptime. And then my health is immortal. And then we go boom, and we consume a bunch of souls to get my Reaver's Glaive back, etc., etc. We go Reaver's Glaive. It's Fracture, then Soul Cleave, I believe. You can't even see your own character. No, you cannot, but it's fine. And then we're going to get hit by this, which is fine. I just heal the damage back up with the thingies, and then I go like this for the other thingies, and then I go like this. Here, I'll zoom out like a little bit. You're right, I am pretty zoomed in. It's not intentional. Reaver's Glaive, Fracture, then this, maintain spikes. I don't know, Demon Hunter is really chill. Like, I think that I would have to do this at a higher key level to really see how it plays, but I'm getting the gist of it here. So we Vengeful Retreat out, Fellblade back in. I like the mobility, I like the control, I like the fact that this is actually fine. I will say that, again, my Frost DK here, let me put an overall meter done. We'll see how he does single target. He asked me, he was like, yo, what DPS do you think was most likely to be meta right now? Yeah? And I was like, DK. You mentioned Boomy got nerfed. Yes, Boomy did get giga nerfed, actually. Boomy got big nerf. Big nerf. He's actually playing the other Boomy spec right now. He's not even playing the prio damage one. What is sigil? Ah, good question. Okay, so World of Warcraft has this thing where Blizzard... You ever see Harry Potter, Pudge? You ever see Harry Potter? This is a great way to explain it. You ever see Harry Potter? Okay, so Blizzard has this thing. Now? Oh, you never seen it? Okay. Hard for me to use that analogy. Basically, Harry Potter, as you know, he's like the main character. You've heard of him before, though, right? Psh, surely the person wouldn't be full sending their cooldowns right away, like onto a mob that I was going to pull into boss, yeah? Okay, good. Okay, so you heard the story. The movie actually starts out, he has a very depressing childhood. He basically lived under a staircase and was neglected by a foster family. That is... No, because I'm answering the question, T3. Don't worry. So basically, there are some specs in World of Warcraft that are Harry Potter in the first 10 minutes of the first movie. They're the neglected children. Like, literally, nobody loves them. Blizzard doesn't give a shit. They're just in the dumpster all the time. It's sad, but it is what it is. You have to accept the fact that some specs in the game, this is just how they are. Yeah? Demon Hunter is basically the fat kid in the early Harry Potter movie. So they gave Demon Hunter these things called sigils. Sigils are a way to solo control and guarantee that Demon Hunter will most likely be the meta tank all the time, always, permanently. So basically, when you ask me what sigils are, I can grip this, and then I can stop their cast after, and then I can stop their cast again, because I have these things called sigils. I place something on the ground, and it perma-CCs the pack. So the best way for me to explain it to you, yeah? The best way for me to explain it is like this, okay? Is this. There are certain specs that Blizzard loves. Demon Hunter is one of them. VDH has been favored by Blizzard for a very long time, yeah? So I'm assuming you can just sort of figure this out. Basically, like, you put the color in the thing that corresponds to the thing. I thought Bear becomes a better... Yes, technically speaking, if Boomy gets nerfed enough, then Bear does become meta. Correct. Very interesting little interaction there, potentially. Any patch into the last 2-3... Yes, actually, Veyron, yes. You know what? I'll just make the video. I made a video right before going over the notes if anybody wants to stay updated on what's happening with PTR. I was going to post it at the end of stream because you guys got to go watch it, though. If I post it now, can you do me a favor? You guys got to click on it and let it run because I don't like posting things in the middle of the day at off times. Hey, this boss, as a DPS player, do not hit the ads instantly because right now I cannot get that ad into the boss. So I can chain him in. But I can't do this, by the way. Resto Druid. Resto Druid has a very interesting problem. So, he died because he was full sending things into a thing that just spawned. Yeah, so basically, Druid buff, because of the way that this works, Druid buff has been favored by Blizzard. Once again, not the forgotten stepchild. Okay, so I silence this. Please, in the future, if you don't hit the ads, the tank can actually collect the ads. If you do hit the ads, then I'm in trouble. Is there an add-on? You don't need it anymore because they did this. Watch, the tank goes over here, or the healer, whoever, and the symbols appear. Everyone can see them now, yeah? Everyone can see the symbols, so no problem. Very nice that they just changed this. So your team just looks and you just watch the signals here and you're fine. Exactly, yeah. Everybody can see these now. They're used to have to do that, though. I remember when you had to actually have a weak aura that, like, announced it because they didn't show for whatever reason. Okay, so when these ads spawn, I just need the team to, like, give me 2 seconds. You want them to come into boss. They always walk here anyways, though. Yeah, Gambit. Yeah, this boss used to be a lot more dumb, to be honest. I feel like it's a lot better now. So did I answer your question? I was a little sarcastic with it because I'm still salty about the fact that this tank might actually be good next season. Like, I'm real salty about it. So you want to CC the ads, and then you want to silence them. So maybe somebody will kick one. Good. Those bolts do a lot of damage. Yeah, like that's... Okay, I'm not going to proc my cheat here. We just want to kick this one. Ideally, we could use like a DK grip or something to get them in. So, single target damage looks pretty good. The Boomy's padding. Single target is low there. Look at the boss damage. Is Dis still far away? Triple and immune. Oh, really? Oh, it does happen at some point. Yeah. Demon Hunter seems pretty solid. Brand of Cecil Slayer going hard, though. All right, ready? Good. So I'm going to Hunts in. I taunt this, and I immediately leap because I can't take extra melees before I'm set. So this is the thing with Demon Hunter, is that I am very tanky, but that gather on high ping will probably end my life. I got a pain sub, which is fair, because this pull actually does a lot of tank damage, but I'm going to use this pull as an example to see exactly how tanky I really feel. Because we're going to basically hit this now, and then I would reverse glaive, and then heal myself back up 1. If I drop spikes for a second, I'm dead. If I let a bunch of these casts go off, I'm dead. No, it seems fine. I think that my haste I would feel a little better if I had more haste. I keep my Sigil of Flame on, so I keep my parry chance up. I don't know. Seems pretty chill, man. Seems pretty chill. I need to understand the interactions with Reaver's Glaive just a little bit more. But otherwise, seems pretty chill there. Dude, I don't know. VDH just seems so good. Why would I play anything else? I don't know. Aside from just the Gatherers being scary, you know what I mean? Firebrand makes you really tanky. Yeah. But, like, actually, well, I don't know about that distro. Like, those packs in particular. Let's double this, and I'll limit test a bit more. So, we want to gather this. My Reaver's Glaive has a few seconds left. So, we're going to gather that there. There's no fucking shot you just watch my mage do that. Did you see that? I'm going to let him die. No. Fuck that. You saw that? I wasn't even near the pack yet. I was clearly still setting up. You just watch the mage full send his Pyroblast. We don't have any, like, specific thing. I just sigil this, so I don't have to worry about the cast here. And then I hunt. And then I Reaver's Glaive. I'm supposed to be soul cleaving first, and then I go here, and then here, and I just soul... There's 3 bolts on me. They're all synced, so I just have to be careful. I believe I proc cheat from that for sure. I control this one. I watch my meta, potentially. And then maybe I hit meta here, maybe not. I think I just go here, and then probably like a fiery brand or something. How to Train Your Dragon, live action, really good. By the way, is it? I never saw it, and I kind of do need to watch it at some point. Did you see that, though? Yeah, he was like, he full sent that. I was going as fast as possible, because I'm playing the new Eye of Kazan tank trinket, too. So I am motivated, trust me. I'm motivated to also be pulling as fast as possible now, because I'm playing the Eye of Kazan tank trinket. I'm still a little bit confused about the priority of this Fracture and then Soul Cleave. So we bolt this, basically, and then I fell dev. I still feel pretty tanky. I know I'm not as tanky as I could be because I need a lot more practice here, but I could see... I don't know if I'm going to love VDH. I know I'm going to like it, but I don't know. This boss sucks. This boss is no fun. This boss will kill all your pugs. This boss is going to kill literally every one of your pugs, by the way. Howl boss, just try to stack. You're melee anyway, so you don't have to worry about it. Range, you need to stack on this point. Because I need to hit all these adds with the frontal. And if I don't, then if you get hit by an ad, you're dead. I just need to know where this is. So if we're all stacked, see how one person was a little bit too far up? That guy doesn't get hit. Somebody is going to dot that ad, I imagine, so I don't think he's staying CC'd. Yeah, perfect. So I'm just going to, get out of the frontal. There you go. Basically, you don't kill ads. Maybe at the ski level you can, but their melees will just pretty much end you. You don't care about Fury. Just make sure you always have Fracture recharging. The thing I'm mostly confused about as the Demon Hunter is, do I care about capping on my souls? Because I'm like, sometimes I Fracture when I'm already at 5 souls, and I don't know if that is a good habit or not. What's up, noob? So I Reaver's Glaive, and then I Fracture, and then the other one, yeah? So Fracture, there we go. Good movement by my team, actually. If we're staying stacked, this won't kill you so much. But yeah, if your tank doesn't know how to do this fight in particular, you will just die. You need to kill this before it kills you. So see how we're all stacked here? And then I can position this breath, like right there. Boom. My healer did not dispel. I just watched somebody with like a bunch of stacks. I don't have a B-res. Unfortunate. I don't think I have B-res on this character. If I did have a B-res, we'd be fine. That was a healing problem, or my healer did not know. I could probably solo this. My mage went offline, so he rage quit. I mean, I could probably just live even the fire hits while I'm in meta and stuff like that. I think that I'll eventually die here. And my mage also went offline. This guy has a lot of health. So what we do is we shadow meld. Boom. Easy. All good. You gotta dispel one insta and the other after 8 seconds. Or mess. Actually, so Demon Hunter testing feels pretty alright. I think I could do better, though. You ever done the Mage Tower and the challenge how horrific? No. I don't really like open world content that much, Naya, to be honest. How much harder would you say VDH is to bear? Quite a bit. VDH is significantly harder than bear, yeah? PTRUI? No problem. Soap. How do you like Frosty K? I would say Fire Mage sucks. I'm actively messing up so much, yet the spec feels like a cheat code. That's why you should just play meta. Also, Fire Mage sucks. I don't know. Every Fire Mage... I've never seen a Fire Mage on PTR compete with other DPS. I don't think so. I don't see the logic of Fire Mage. I don't think so. That's why you should just play meta. Like, honestly, just hear me out, right? Just play meta. Just do it. Trust me. Like, I would just do it. All right, let me try this on a slightly harder key level. What's the raid tank tier list on damage survive on fights? Every tank can tank raid, like, literally no problem. The only reason you play tank, etc., is specifically to fill the group buffs in a raid. Like, that's it. The only reason you do this is to fill group buffs. So, if you need a Demon Hunter, you play VDH. If you need a Grip, you play Blood DK. If you need a Spell Ward from a Prot Pally, you play Prot Pally. If you don't have Warrior, you play Prot Warrior. Raid tanking, every single tank is totally fine. Yeah? Every tank is fine. It only matters, literally. Yeah, it only matters. I think the left side was fine. Can refill without mage. Boom. Boom. I'm so bad. I was doing Resto Druid to try and test, but I suck. If you want to play Resto Druid well, just literally don't stop casting. You don't really go that much. Just basically don't stop casting. You don't have to min-max it that much. You should do a Worgen Fire Mage named Awooler Crowley with this custom build I got. You can copy it by making it a group. Is that a... You mean Crowley? Is that like a... Are you trying to make a supernatural reference to Crowley? Xmas Bieber. Remember in the backstack? Here. Oh, fish sticks went off. Something on Plater is too small to see. A little bit, yeah. Look at everything I've been doing. You gotta just find the thing that clicks with you. WoW is all about finding the spec that really works for you. If you find the thing that clicks with you, you'll have a much better time in World of Warcraft. Oh, I thought it was a supernatural reference. I see. Yo, did you like, by the way, did you guys see the thing in Discord? I thought those photos were cool. I thought those gun things were cool. I went to a shooting range today. It was fun. Do live stuff. You want to gear up that Demon Hunter more? Oh, yeah, sure. We could do live stuff as well. An enhancement shaman, great. You look real happy holding those. I was happy holding them. It was fun. Just select the one you like visually. Yeah, well, WoW is like a game of repetition. The more you play it, the better you'll feel. The supernatural reference is from an actual person, at least... Wait, really? He was? I didn't know that. I just remember, I'm like, supernatural is all like, Sam, Dean, Sam, Castiel. And then he bent him over the table. He unfastened his belt. Like, that's just supernatural. Like, pretty much all of supernatural is just fanfic of those three characters. I have no people to run with. Yeah, it's tough. Oh, well, do you think it's worth swapping VDH to Brew for high keys? I think VDH will be fine, to be honest. Like, VDH is still VDH, but up to you. If you like Brew, I think that Brew will be in a very good spot. I don't think they're going to nerf it enough. She loves that so much. People really love Supernatural. Do not underestimate people's passion for Supernatural. I want to try this at 14. Try 14. I want to try 14 and actually take some tank damage. Just in case, what Raider Arrow are we talking about? Fair. Honestly, VDH will be fine. You have to agree. Correct. She met the actors and everything. The best person in Supernatural is Charlie. Charlie is the best super... That's the one, though. Yeah? You kind of... Wait. Does this mean... Wait a second. Not finished, but... Wait. You're pregnant? Isn't that what that means? Wait a second. You're pregnant? Wait. No. No. Wait, well, you just said that. You literally just said that. You were like, I got a baby in the shed. What could that possibly mean if not for the fact that you're pregnant? Okay, everybody wait. Everybody fucking wait. Every single person just wait for me to get aggro. I'm not a very good VDH. Just wait, please. Just give me like 2 seconds, okay, to hunt this, stop this first fish stick, let me set up my globals. VDH kind of has this problem where it takes me a second to set up my globals, okay? The fish stick already went off. I'm trying, Soap. I'm trying. Okay, good. Reaver's Glaive, Fracture, Soul Cleave. Soul Cleave the prio target. Don't turn like that on VDH. Here we go. I had no idea what that meant. That's what he means. That's how people say it. They're like, I got a baby in the oven. It's like, first of all, that's bad and a crime. But also, apparently, it's a good thing. They're like, you know, when somebody says you have a baby in the oven, you're supposed to go like, congratulations. But actually, it's like, that's a crime. You're not supposed to eat babies. Like, it doesn't matter how you cook them. Don't do it. And you can't get mad at me for saying this because I'm saying the right stuff. I'm saying the right thing. So those fish sticks are what we want to try to avoid in the future, for what it's worth. Those are the things that we want to try to make better at, though. And also, my enhancement shaman is lame. All right, reset. Okay, reset. Sure. Care fish stick. If they go off, gotta swap. What's the name of that mage you used to hang with that streamed? The mage that I used to hang with that streamed. Oh, clarify which one now? Are they kickable? No, they're technically, unfortunately, they're not kickable, but they are stoppable. He was a fire mage. There's a few fire mages. Like, want to buy leg sweep. You have death grip. You can technically just death grip them. I felt pretty good there, though. I felt pretty tanky. I don't think the healer is watching me that much, technically. Yeah, he wasn't even healing me. I felt pretty good. Okay. I like how this is a soulmonger, and there are people in my country like that, though. He recommended you. Fire mage. I know who you're talking about, but for some reason, I forgot his name. What are we talking about? They're fire mage. Like, single target. You have to. They're not totems. You actually have to do this, though. It's unfortunate, though. The mini moo. What's up, dude? Dude, I saw horses today when I was on the way to the shooting range. It was awesome. You actually have to swap to them. It's sad. I know who you're talking about. For some reason, it wasn't Mr. Skibbity whoever. It wasn't Mr. Cuddles. That's a frost mage. It wasn't Skeezy. Skeezy's a frost mage. It was the other fire mage that was not Skeezy. The problem is that his DPS just goes zug-zug. Yeah, on a big pole like that, it's true. Okay, so wait aggro, and then let me do this. Let me see if we can do it again. I gotta test on at least 14, because on 14, if I make significant mistakes, then I'll die. But on lower key levels, I will not. Ready? Go. They just heal them. They heal everything. So when the fish stick goes off, you can't kill the pack, because it'll actually just perma-heal everything. That's why that pull takes for everything. That's why that pull takes a while. It's the... I mean, I don't have to pull technically all of this, but it's more fun to do this if I actually just get to go here. Boom. I have to leap here. Meta right now, so I don't die. And then basically fell dev, sigil of chains everything as I taunt this big dude. Sigil of spite everything, set up globals, then I hunts. I can chaos nova the first fish sticks, give or take. Make sure I have aggro and everything. Oh, so it already went off. It's behind us. That first fish stick is the problem, because I'm, like, grouping everything. Otherwise, I can technically help. Cool. Aggro. Aggro, just wait. Wait, like, 2 seconds. If we just wait. Boom. Basically, this is just testing. I did list this as a 12, so maybe people are not quite ready for, like, on the higher key levels and stuff. Basically, though, like, the fish sticks, yeah. So we're supposed to CC them. When you walk into this pack, especially as a demon hunter, I got too many setup globals. Normally, I can do, like, the first one, but since I'm kind of learning, I'm not playing perfectly right now. Range of fish sticks. Yeah, so you can't really outrange it on a pack like this, because this pack has casters. As you can see, however, as long as I set up correctly, I'm pretty immortal on VDH. That's mostly what matters to me, is that I'm immortal on VDH. Because I just want to see my own tank damage and whatnot, though. And my enhancement shaman, unfortunately, he says his PTR is cooked. So, that's okay. We'll replace him. I was curious about the enhancement shaman, but he said he's cooked, officially. Officially cooked. We technically made it through this poll. All good. Can replace. Okay, so I'm going to die here. All good. Which mob summoned the fish sticks? The, this one. No, not this one. The scale binder. Scale binder does. Going fracture into cleave and AoE. I'm trying to remember fracture into cleave, but I definitely don't think I'm doing it quite right here. Sorry for time wasting. No problem. He was very polite, though. Was there an update? All good. we will abandon. Vote to abandon. Make sure you do this, otherwise you're going to get marked with a lever. You'd have way more DP. Yeah, I got to remember into fracture into this, though. You know, I watch this stream. I'm totally clueless about this game. I just hang out, dude. Like, I think that my stream, I always wanted to be a place to just, like, hang out and stuff. I'm not even proud of the caster and cast it all together. It's way easier. So, they changed it, though, right? Proud damage here is so nice. I think I was doing all right proud damage. There are people who pad for sure, though. All right, so we're going to list this, and then we walk back out. Let's do 14. I still want to do 14 if possible. Plus 14. This guy is Void Weaver as well, so he does big dam, but the problem with Void Weaver is that they can struggle to heal a bit. I don't have to pull that big. I can technically pull smaller if we think we're going to die. If I pull that big, we have to kill it relatively fast. Hello, playing VDH now? Ah, Molyneux. If you can't beat him, join him. If you can't beat him, join him. Remember, if you're ever walking down a dark alleyway and you see a bunch of people and you're like, dude, I can't beat this many people, then just join them, right? You have other options. I don't think you should never limit yourself just to 2 limbs. I'm trying VDH. It's the one tank that I know I don't really like, but I will try it and see if I can. If I don't mind playing it, I could see myself playing it. It's got really good mobility. Is it fun? Overall, yes. I would say that it is pretty fun. It's interesting to play. It's interesting at the very least. If nothing else, it's interesting. You have a lot of options. The setup is something I'm still kind of learning a bit. I'm still kind of figuring out exactly how to play it. I need more time and I need more practice. But with time and practice, I really do feel like I could do pretty good on this spec. It'd be interesting. When we go over to live today, I might gear it a bit more. The other thing I want to test is Oracle. Mostly, I don't think that VDH is completely broken. I think it's good, but I don't think it's completely broken like it is this season. I think that it'll be more competitive next season with Warrior and Brew. However, right? Is it right now the strongest tank after the changes yesterday? Well, notably the Ghostbur, notably VDH was missing from those changes. So they nerf Warrior, they buff Brew, VDH is the same. I don't know if it's the... I think it's very comp dependent. I think that right now you're going to have 2 comps. You're going to have a melee comp that isn't physical with Prot Warrior. You're going to have a less melee comp that is physical damage. That could be like Hunter, etc. A Shadow Priest. Should we play with a Shadow Priest? But he's a key lever. He's a Keystone deserter. He's a Keystone deserter, I say. Sure, why not? We could play Shadow Priest. Paladin damage is super nerfed. Correct. Paladin damage is very nerfed. Hey, Hyle. I was not expecting to stream today. Good to have you back. I was out this morning. You want to see what I did? Here, you got to go to Discord, though. Discord, Thailand stuff. Look, it's pretty awesome. I went to a shooting range today. It was cool. I was like, pew, 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 and my shoulder's a little bruised because, ow. It was fun. I have been wanting to go for quite some time. So I was just a little late in starting today. I also made a video about the class tuning because I think there's a lot of people who want to stay updated on what's happening with season. They want to know. They're like, hey, look, this recent tuning, what happens? What about this? What about that? You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Like, I have been to a shooting range. I vaguely remember. It's been a long time, though. Yep. It's okay. I'm pretty tough. But you will see, actually. I don't know if you can see that there's, like, marks here. Like, basically, like, here is just going to be a little bruise from just holding. Like, here. I do think that. And every time I go outside, I get a farmer's tan. Because apparently that happens is a thing now. We just pin this for now. Cool. Bam. Bada bing, bada bing. Shall we? Pudge, I am honored about the fact that you may not understand what's happening with World of Warcraft, but you still want to hang out in stream. I appreciate that, and I respect it. Honestly, there's actually a few people I know that sometimes hang out, and they don't play WoW, which is a little weird, because honestly, I talk mostly about WoW stuff, but hopefully, I want my stream to be like a fun place that people can just, oh, woo, streaming, let's just go hang out. Like, that's pretty much the goal. Like, that's my objective with stream. I'm not so good with the numbers. I want to tell me if it's a net gain or nerf. Basically, yes. And I think that here, you know what? I made this video. Do me a favor. If I post it now, this is the dead time. It's 3 p.m. for me, but a lot of people in America, everyone's asleep. So I feel like I was going to make it live. I'll make it live now so that people can follow along. I did a TLDR. In 60 seconds, you can understand what happened with the tuning. The main thing is the biggest changes are Boomy, BM, and Prot Pally. Those are the ones that got nerfed. I'll make it live now, but just know that you gotta watch it, because like I literally can post the video right now and it will get like 20 views. The UK timing is fine, but the American timing is like, it's like 5 a.m. there, like 4 a.m. So nobody's up. Even the degenerates are asleep at this point, except Soap. He's still awake for some reason. I don't know why. Why are you awake, Soap? You ever thought about that? What happened? I'm up. I'm awake. Bro, go to sleep. No, excuse me. I laughed and burped. You'll notice, should I rename the video? Season 3 class tuning. S tier specs nerfed. Windwalker absent. They did what to... Should I do that? Should I just do they did what to Windwalker? Should I say that? Should that be the title of the video? Windwalker Monk? Windwalker Monk forgotten. They changed what about Windwalker? Nothing. That spec is completely forgotten right now. S tier spec. It's just basically Season 3 class tuning. S tier specs nerfed. That's basically what it is. Okay, so I was gonna schedule it for later. I will schedule it for like right now. A few minutes from now. Here. Schedule is gonna be, what time is it? 3:42 p.m. So 3:45 p.m. It'll be out in 3 minutes. Ooh, have you tried Brewmaster Monk? Yes, I feel like paper with it. If you're okay, so yeah, it's very, very different than that. Yeah, very different though. A few minutes, sec. It's very different than that, I will say. What's the Metaplus tank tier list then? There won't be more. There will be more tuning. At least one more, by the way. I got the bank change. This will be a mess. Well, at least one or more, by the way. At least one more tuning pass, if not two. We're gonna get one more. About a week or two from now, and then potentially one more after M0 week. Or I'm hoping there's two, because there are still some big outliers. They haven't really balanced shit at all. This PTR in particular has been a mess. I think that this one is probably the worst PTR cycle I have seen. It's not looking good. There's so much wrong in the game right now, and they haven't fixed or addressed most of it. I think there are fundamental issues with this. Here, we'll just go. In about 2 minutes, we'll probably wipe on the first pull. I think I'll do the first pull slightly less. We won't pull one of the packs. And we can either make up percentage later or whatever. Ready? 3, 2, 1, bam. All I know is that I need to gather very fast. As I learn how to play the VDH, I must gather ill swiftly. You got on focus map. This count will get death grip. Nice. Question about Barry. What do you explain the rotation? No problem. Exactly. What buff do I track it? Okay, wait. So we're going to pull 1, 2. Why don't we just do this? Honestly, how about just this? Yeah? I'm getting hit in the back a bunch. That's why I almost died there. Good. Fracture into Soul Cleave. Fracture into Soul Cleave. Boom. Sigil of Chains now. That fish stick. No. That one in the back. Damn it. Okay, so that one went off because I didn't quite get him in my chains. Yeah. Boomy needs to understand that this pack, if he was good. That was a good job by the Boomy. Now this pack behind me is going to aggro because the Boomy is right here. Good, perfect. I think we can outrange that fish stick. These fish sticks though are going to be a menace. I don't know if they made the right decision by this. So we Sigil of Silence. The problem with me learning VDH is I can't really use its utility to the fullest because I'm still learning and I get kind of scared and I'm just like, yo, I panic and I send this button when I'm not supposed to, etc. But all these casters, I could have miseried that and I would have saved it because I saw all the casters casting and I didn't quite hit the stop as well. I could have stopped that fish stick too if I imprisoned, but these are things that'll just take me time to learn. It'll take me a bit to actually learn this though. Warrior changes too, were there outliers? Well, watch the video. Because I think that whenever I get to the DPS warrior changes in any of these class tuning videos, I literally just laugh. It's honestly, I basically, anytime I'm like, and Fury Warrior, haha, I just laugh. Because somehow they get nerfed. You realize that? The last 3 patch notes, Fury Warrior has gotten nerfed. Every time. It's really funny. It's very strange. I don't know why. If he was Oracle, we live, by the way. If he was Oracle, we live. So, wait. You gotta wait for me. Cool. Again, aggro here. Fell Dev is good for aggro. And then I could probably even just go like here. Reaver's Glaive once again. Fracture into Soul Cleave. There's the fish stick. Boom. And then I can, after this, we let that one go off. Oh, I Sigil of Chains. I'm going to stop this with Imprison. Boom. There we go. It's still going to go off here probably, because we don't have any more stops here, I think. Yeah, we almost got it, though. I can see that making the change for Fish Stick to be kickable. Okay, so if Fish Stick was kickable, it wouldn't be a mechanic, because you would just kick it. I guess there are other casters in here, so you might have to compete with it, like, a little bit. In lower keys, you're just going to end up kicking it. In lower keys, you just end up kicking the Fish Stick. Or, sorry, you'll end up just killing it, not kicking it. You just kill it. Okay, I think the tier... Not the tier list. I'm going to update the tier list after testing in a few days. So see how the problem is that there's another fish stick that spawns? If you don't kill this pack fast enough, it just goes forever. Yo, look at my damage. Hold up. I did big damage this pull. Nice. I didn't even send everything. I wonder if there's still a fiery brand interaction where I'm supposed to be pressing it more. No, it's big damage. That was the right thing, so I did the right damage there. That was the actual rotation of VDH. Okay, so I'm doing better now. This pull has 2 fish sticks, which is why some people are going left. Yeah? So I just meta right away. And then try to consume stuff. Boom. And then I'm going to Sigil of Chains the first one. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Like this. There you go. And then I'm going to Misery. And then basically I'm going to stun this. Boom. And then I'm going to imprison the fish stick and see if we can just CC forever, which is going to be tough. So Fracture into Soul Cleave. Boom. I've used all my CC now, so I'm basically out. We almost have it, man. Last fish stick does go off. But actually, it was pretty close to CCing it perma there. So many fish sticks. You know what I like? I like fish fingers and custard. Fish fingers and custard are a goated combination. And if you don't understand that reference, you should go get cultured. Honestly. Posture. Oh, honestly, that's a great call, actually. I should posture check myself. Thank you. Okay, so I do like just darting around on a VDH. Feels great. Honestly, feels excellent. So, prio target right here. Boom. Sigil here like this. Yeah. Timey-wimey. Exactly. I'm so glad that somebody got that. That isn't my hunts. Fish stick. I kind of thought somebody would get the first one, so I did not send my CC. I think that I would just recommend that pugs don't overpull this area. Most likely, this is just going to be a pugs do not try to overpull this. I'm pretty sure that's what you would want to do here. Like, the best thing you can do is just pugs don't overpull. That's probably, like, your best bet. I don't know how you can see anything. What do you mean? This is the same zoom in I play with everything else. It's just that now that I'm on a meta spec, people are going to be like, what? Here, hold up. By the way, if you guys want to understand what's happening, this is the video. You guys want to understand what's happening on PTR? This is all you need to know. I will make this every single time. It's a 12-minute video. Just watch the first 60 seconds and you will stay updated. I'm kind of trying to alt-tab out of my game right here. So see how they're not dying? That's because that fish stick is up in the back. Reaver's Glaive. Boom and boom. Here we go. You can also combo... So, okay. There you go. Oh, another fish stick. God damn it. And I got hit by that. Don't proc my cheat. I shouldn't be procking cheat at all in this dungeon. Oh, it's just all tabbed out. Boom. Those are all the patch notes you need to know about. That video right there. Okay? If you watch that video, you will stay updated on everything that is happening. This is it. That video is now live. You want to know what's happening? There we go. Okay. Mind Soothe. Perfect. We'll need extra percentage at the end if we skip this. And then obviously I'm going to go through. And then so nobody would take aggro from me, surely, because I very fast I went through and advertised that I'm going through like this. So surely the last thing that anybody would do is like steal threat when they shouldn't, yeah? So I'm just confused a little bit about the interaction with, if I'm at 5 stacks of souls, do I not fracture? Like here, I want to fracture and then soul cleave. But the problem is, I'm not so sure about that. Yeah, so I still have cheat here. So Vengeful Retreat, and then Fellblade. And then basically, we could pull the boss here in a second. We go like this. So I'm supposed to fracture, then soul cleave, and that's the answer. That is the answer right there. So we pull with Fiery Brand, and then you will probably do this in a high enough key. I think you just pull these in. Melee, you're just going to have to watch out. It's not that hard. You basically just dodge a circle. They don't technically do much. You just don't be standing in the bad stuff, and then you're fine. Yeah. Whoops. Almost proc cheat, but I'm fine. Okay, so this is the main thing here. So I Sigil of Chains these. Nice. And then I will silence them. And then I silence them, so none of them cast. Beautiful. That's it right there. Pretty tempted to go Ret this season. I think you can go wrong with Ret right now, unfortunately. I do actually think that Ret is in a relatively rough spot, but at least they fixed the bug with the Empyrean Hammer, so very potentially, Ret is in a slightly better spot. I'd have to play with it more on PTR. Yeah, potentially Ret is in a better spot right now. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Cool. Hunts. Bam. Okay, so Fracture. Bam. Soul Cleave. I think that on single target, is it still Fracture, Soul Cleave? Any Demon Hunters in chat? If it's a pure single target situation like this, is it still Fracture into Soul Cleave, or is it the opposite? With the Eldrachi tree. Basically, this is all Eldrachi knowledge. Taunt this one, Reaver's Glaive the other one. So that was the opposite. I don't know if that's the correct move, though. So I Sigil of Chains them together. The Boomy silences them, and that is the thing. Pure single target, Soul Cleave, then Fracture. Ah, I knew there was something with that. Now that, my friend, is fire. You don't want to stand in the fire. You also have to pre-move for fire on this boss. This is one of those things where if you play PTR, you'll learn it real fast. But if you don't, cleave into Fracture on single target. Thank you. I knew there was something with it. I just didn't know what it was. Those bolts, deadly. Don't let them cast. I Sigil of Silence because Demon Hunters have Sigil. Which is still so broken, by the way. Super broken thing that they have to be careful of. I don't know. I don't know if they could. They can't take away sigils, but at the same time, I feel like they kind of should. Shouldn't they? Would it really be that bad if they took away sigils? I think so. They can't take it away, but I don't know what they can do to really nerf VDH. Playing it right now, like trying it after having resisted trying it for the entire season. Now I'm like kind of seeing the issues with it. Of just like maybe if they made it, if they nerfed base parry chance by 3%. It at least is like a fair survivability nerf. And then maybe if they made it slightly less tanky. Fellblade on cooldown for... Oh, really? Okay. I was not using it, yeah. I thought you only used... So I basically watch this. Because I'm going to grip them. And then I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to kick one. There you go. Because my kick is a range. And then boom. And as long as you have... I think in particular... So there I should have soul cleaved instead of fractured. Right. But goddamn, you know what? You know what's crazy? If you have a Boomy in your comp, you want VDH so much. Their synergy is insane. Like, in particular, the synergy of Boomy and VDH is not to be underestimated. Shit's so good. So I make sure that kick doesn't go off. These ads give him a DR, so you have to kind of stun them. Oh no, one more phase. Soul Cleave into Fracture. Alright. I'll do this. Fellblade into... Okay, thank you. If you have any Demon Hunter tips and you can see what I'm doing wrong, by all means, by the way, please give me them. I resisted playing it this entire time. I'm basically just now learning it. I can see the pros. I can see the cons. It's actually the one tank, funny enough, I didn't want to play. Every other tank I'd be fine with. But Demon Hunter is not really my cup of tea. At least it didn't used to be. I feel slightly better now about it. Maybe I've just grown as a tank player. The last time I basically was the end of Shadowlands when it was really OP. I still didn't really want to play it then, but I kind of did. I don't know. Maybe I've just grown as a tank player and I'm more okay with it. But I will say, I don't know. And also, let me know what you think about the class tuning video. I release it now, which I don't mind doing, but it is weird that I release it at this time. I don't know if it's... It at least has some interaction with Eldrachi. Yeah, the Eldrachi change makes me feel slightly better about it. Okay, so I hunts... Taunt this guy, leap here, meta immediately, because this pack will own me. A fair pain sub here. Oh, so I should have fractured into a soul cleave. Eldrachi keeps things interesting, at the very least. So as I'm setting up here and building frailty, I will Sigil of Silence, keep my meta up, 1 sigil, 2 sigil. Here we go. Yeah, my problem is, imagine I refuse to play it this whole time. Keep my spikes up. If I'm in spikes and meta with Soul Cleave, I shouldn't die here. But actually, I will rotate Fiery Brand as well. Because I can still die to this pack. They do a lot of damage. You should use a macro to cancel Feldev early for better responsive. Wait, I thought... Oh, I guess I'm not playing the Dark Glare Boon, yeah? So I don't actually need to fully channel it. Like, it's not... I don't actually need to fully channel it because I'm mostly using it for Demon Form. Yeah, because I'm not playing this one. Yeah, okay. Good point. Good point. I wish I could try this back in the dungeon. I know, like, Priory. Well, aren't we supposed to have Priory this week? Like, honestly? Wait. Aren't we supposed to have this? These are not the dungeons. These are last week's dungeons, but for some reason they didn't change. Okay, so watch this. I go in with spikes. I fell dev right away. And then I'm going to need to take a few of these bolts. I don't want to proc cheat right away, because I will, actually. And then I'm hoping that somebody will kick that guy in the back. Because I'm going to grip them all. Hopefully that guy gets in the grip. Beautiful. And then I can other sigil, Reaver's Glaive, fracture into Soul Cleave, keep my spikes up. I'm dying through spikes here. Oh, I turned my back. I proc cheat death for sure. This is where I need to learn how to game VDH better, because actually this pull does do a lot of tank damage. So I've got my layered defensives. I have spikes up. I got calcified spikes running. I'm going to into this. First to Feldev, because I might die to these bolts. And then I need to keep everything up. So basically I have calcified spikes. I've got my Feldev running. And then from here I would rotate to Fiery Brands. And I still have spikes. So the whole time I have spikes, I have like 5-6 stacks of frailty. But yeah, like, that was an interesting interaction. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of a... Yeah, no, it is a defensive. I'm rotating it outside of my meta. So basically, you need to have Fiery Brand or meta up, or, like, very high stacks frailty for stuff like that. That makes sense. Exactly. So we're going to walk in, and then here, I might need to actually just pop meta, because I didn't technically plan that correctly. So this is going to be another meta on top of a meta, so I have, like, 20 seconds of meta, and then I would just go... like, boom, and I would go Reaver's Glaive into a fracture, then a Soul Cleave, and then I'm fine here. My DPS shouldn't die as the healer walks back. Yeah, and then we're basically just going to be like, bam, spam Soul Cleave, good, spam Soul Cleave, easy enough, and then we just go like bam, and then I don't even need to worry about these bolts very much because we just have spikes, and okay. Yeah, okay, so once... I vaguely understand this, though. Pulling on VDH comes with some practice. Right, exactly. And I know for a fact that I'm pulling a little bit off. The thing is, Embraer, for me personally, I have this belief system where, you know what I mean? I have this belief system inherently where if I can play one tank, I can play the other tank. I totally overlapped a Reaver's Glaive there, didn't I? I should have used the proc and then hunted. So everybody needs to stack, give or take, for this boss. And if I know where everybody is positioning-wise, then I can do this boss, and we can get all 5. See? Perfect. I got all of them. This is going to kill your pugs. I just want you to know, if your pugs didn't play PTR, I overlapped and the wrong order. All right, listen. It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress, okay? There's no way that my healer died right away. And then Fellblade. Boom. Okay, so Reaver's Glaive, Soul Cleave into Fracture, pure single target. Oh, my healer died again. This is unfortunate. We will not get through this boss. Unfortunate. I don't think we have another res, yeah? If we do have another res, we could still do it, but otherwise, now we're... See how we're not stacked? There were 2 people there. Oh, it's the Shadow Priest. You get 0 healing because this guy is an Oracle. I'm going to leap away, and I should hit those 2. Oh, we're dead. Bye-bye. Basically, this whole dungeon is actually easy. There's almost 0 healing required for this dungeon, to be honest. I think I have aggro on them, so technically we could save this. Nope, my healer's dead. All right, so here's the interesting thing about what's going to happen with Gambit. As I told you, yeah? Here's what's going to happen, okay? You're going to get to this boss, and then you're going to die. So everybody's dead. We'll Shadow Meld. This boss, actual HPS check, rest of dungeon, chill. So here's the problem. Your healer actually needs to heal this boss. If they're not prepared for it, you're dead. He did not do enough HPS. Straight up, it was a healing problem. Because he's Void Weaver. And Void Weaver does cool damage, but is not Oracle. If he was Oracle, those deaths in this dungeon doesn't happen. So basically, the healer is not ready for this, though. Yeah. Yeah. Should just play Oracle from start. My theory about Void Weaver is that you simply cannot keep up with heal checks as Void Weaver. I think that basically you're going to have a really big problem as Void Weaver. Yeah, basically. You should just play Oracle. He is strong. I've noticed this whole dungeon. Like, look, he's not healing, basically. His HPS is almost nothing. Just me passively through Atonement. Yeah. Yeah. So we could try it one more time. Try one more time. But basically, yes. When you look at overall damage, I'm not actually 100% sure about this Shadow Priest diff. I actually think after testing it a bunch more, I think they got stealth nerfed a little bit. But yeah, basically he's not quite ready for a 14. Now that being said, I feel more confident in VDH at this point. You have the pull from range on mobs run toward you. So the thing is, if you can play one tank, you can play many tanks. The biggest thing is if you can play one tank, you can play every tank. That is so important to understand. Tanking knowledge is tanking knowledge. Like if I go over right now, I could just play whatever. And even if I've never played a VDH before, I would technically be able to. My Boomy's still doing okay overall. My problem is that he is swapped to Elune, so this is all pad. None of this is prio, and the reason you play Boomy is for prio damage right now. The Keeper of the Grove tier set getting nuked. I don't know about that. I tank swap every season. Here, by the way, let me link this because I guess if you want to see the gun range stuff, it's super cool, but you don't have to. That's in Discord. The Discord is linked, but you don't have to watch that. I just think it's cool. I wanted to share from today. I've never been. I haven't been to I've been like 12 years. So I thought it was super fun today to just go and try that. That's in Thailand stuff in the Discord. Yes, I noticed that. Ethical DPS. Basically current new class tuning with this video. Bam, we pinned that. That's also why I was late to stream today. Voila. Perfect. That's my new YouTube video. I'm gonna get a report for playing Fury because of the nerfs. It legit does less damage than Aggro. Fury is in a rough spot, dude. Fury is in a tough spot right now. Do I get the first two? What's the last boss like? Last boss is not that hard. It's a dodging boss. Your tank positions properly, and you literally just dodge. Like, actually, the Gambit's going to be the easiest key of the season if people can do second boss, right? Second boss, the only actual check. Because there's like a little healing thing, but it's not that bad. There's a slight positioning thing. It's not that bad. You just dodge. If you get hit by the bright, glowy things that look like spears and they go through you, then you're in trouble. But otherwise, you're fine. Okay. Give or take, I understand VDH. Give or take, I understand VDH. I don't even feel like I really need to be playing it that more. I have a pretty good understanding right now of how VDH feels. Mog check. Oh, don't look at my Mog here. This is just whatever is on the PTR. I haven't actually done Mog stuff yet. Okay. Honestly, fair enough. I feel like I give or take understand it. If I wanted to really practice it, I would practice it on live while I gear. VDH is there. The question is, I'm going to swap over. Now, here's the real question. Do I try Oracle on PTR right now? Or do we want to just do some live stuff? So, do you have any interest in live keys at the moment? Of like going over and maybe gearing some live stuff? Some live stuff maybe? Any interest? Can I persuade you? Do you want to do anything on live? Because I'll just go farm 10s for like a little bit. Today's a shorter stream. I'm around for a few hours. You know how monk runs? If you want, though, I vote Holy Priest. Holy Priest, the thing about Holy Priest is I vaguely know how to play it. Oracle is something I would have to learn from scratch. I wouldn't be teaching anybody. Y'all are teaching me. Same with VDH. VDH is not from scratch. Like, although I'm doing I'm doing this wrong, but give or take, VDH is okay. Like, I've played VDH before. I just have never messed with Eldrazi because I've never played with the hero talents. Right? Let's log over to live because I wanted to test new dungeons. It kind of feels weird to do the same PTR dungeons, yeah? So, like, let's log over to live real quick then. Yo, what's up, Chewy? We are live today, indeed. Okay, let's go over to live then real fast. Sounds good to me. Cool. Jeez. Gonna go do live stuff. Thanks for trying. Thanks for group. Go. Boom. Okay, let's do that then. My VDH on live is the saddest thing you've ever seen, basically. I'm not gonna lie. My VDH on live is sad. When I say sad, I mean depressingly sad. The type of sad that makes you crave for cheesecake. Pretty much the type of sad that makes you crave for sugar and any source of dopamine that you could possibly find. That is how sad it is. When you look at this Demon Hunter on live, you will understand true despair. Okay? I have so many characters, man. I have so many characters. Some of them were forgotten this season. VDH in particular, I was on strike. And the Mog is something that Max would do. The Mog looks like something Max would do. That is not a good sign, by the way. Right? You know what I mean? Not a good sign. Honestly, he has some fantastic fashion choices, except for the fact that they're all terrible. Bareback bow? Okay. My DK is like 570. Wait a second, Soap. Oh yeah, you need religion, my friend. 570. You can just get 584 from Siren Isles. Grab your belt, grab your ring, check your woo gear, and maybe get like 610. Don't forget, I actually tanked 10s yesterday with like no item level. You can get a lot of boxes, do it. I'm 627 now. Not bad. I'm 627. That's pretty good. And I'll have a vault to check right now. 636 from Nightfall to I don't think I care enough about that. All right, let's open as VDH. Maybe we'll get something good. Maybe not. 3, 2, 1. And I got a mythic tier head. Fantastic. That is a nice upgrade. I'll take a mythic tier head. That's why you do vaults, because this will be a mythic tier piece for next season that I can probably keep for a bit. Crit haste too. Nice. Can't see? The game is not showing right now? Not showing vault on stream. What do you mean nice stream? Why isn't it showing? Oh, because my PTR is still open. There you go. Sorry. Well, you missed it. Basically, I got a mythic yeah, there you go. There you go. Sorry, here you go. As this is live. This is what my Demon Hunter looks like on live right now, just so you know. The Mog is not good. This is the Demon Hunter on live. Here we go. So this is my Demon Hunter. He's 629. I didn't deny you loot, but I will not deny you this. The Mog is not there right now. I don't know what the hell this is, but this is not looking good. It is mismatched in the most not glorious of ways. Okay. So anyways, that looks like my own video. Yeah, basically he is so forgotten right now. It's insane. He is literally so forgotten. No, look at him. Look at him. But I at least got my belt to max. I got my ring, my Cersei circlet. I didn't actually max this though. Yeah, well, you want to see my blood DK? I did keys. I just want to point out that I did actually do this though. I was like, I should prep some characters. Thank you for telling me you can't see. Ready? He got a mythic head. My blood DK doesn't look much better, to be honest. I tanked a 10 at 612 item level on my blood DK last week. Yesterday. It wasn't last week. It was literally yesterday. Right before reset, I was like, I'm just going to get my blood DK at Vault. 0 keys done this season, by the way. I just logged over to him, and I was like, let me do this. And guess what? We did it. It was awesome. It was glorious. Because my blood DK actually tanked a 10. And he is 612 item level. This is my blood DK. He tanked a 10 at 612 item level. And I have a mythic vault now. He's got a 584 weapon. And here we go. Ghost Hype. Ghost Hype? Hello. I don't think I know you. You want to make a new friend? You want to see my most rat of alts? This is the rat of the rat alts. He is really bad right now. It is pretty amazing how bad he is. What's up, Ghost Hype? How's it going? We're basically in that moment now where I'm just mythic tier with avoidance. Psh, thank you, Ghost Type. You've given me luck on my ult that I will probably never play. This 612 rat. Yeah, this is mythic tier with avoidance. That's a pretty nice item. How much of an upgrade is it? It's from 603. Pretty solid. I think I catalyze it either way, because mythic tier is the only thing you want going into next season. What do you play in the World of Warcraft, Ghost Hype? And also, are you a furry? These are 2 important questions to ask anybody who comes to stream. Number 1, what do you like to play in WoW? Number 2, are you a furry? These are the 2 most important things. Nice. Mythic tier on both characters right now. Good. How are you? I'm in the kingdom. I'm trying to get around to meet everybody. Ah, Ken's community. I honestly, yeah, that's cool. I remember when I first started streaming, like, Ken, I like randomly met him, and he was like, you want to join? I was like, sure. You have 2 myth slots, I'm screwed. Okay, everything gets replaced. The only thing you actually need going into next season is your belt. You should max your belt on any character that you want to do. That's the most important thing. Ooh, that is like the most important. Can't see? Wait a second. Next, are you a weeb? Yeah, what's your favorite anime? That's another good question. Okay, so they got a rat thing. They got an alt. This one is the other really rat. This one's tough. But Dells, I can't. You tank, you play VDH, Prop, Pally, and Guardian Druid. No, not a furry. Unfortunate. Look, listen, Ghost Hype. I also am not a furry. I also am not. That's me too, right? There you go. I was doing some subtle winking. If you weren't watching the stream, if you weren't like paying attention to the camera, I was doing some really subtle winking. I've gotten much better at it because my wink used to be too obvious. So now it's a lot more subtle, and I feel like I've kind of got that balance of like, you know what I mean? What's up, Big Smush? How's everyone doing? Dude, I had an adventure this morning. That's why I was late to stream today. I went to a gun range. I haven't been in like 12 years. I went to one today. Yep. I went to a gun range. It's in the Discord. If you want to see, I can't post them like too much because it is a gun range. But if you want to see, it's in the Discord under Thailand stuff. No, typical American. Yeah, I was sharing my culture with the Thai people. I wanted to share my culture, right? Oh no! Bad joke. I was about to share the joke that I told you on Discord. My problem is that would be very bad. So I didn't share the joke that I told you on Discord. My holy priest at 612 item level once again did heal an 11 workshop, kind of, yet last week. So I do have a vault that is mythic. I don't know how much more we're doing, but technically speaking, here we go. Are you from Thailand? No. I'm from America. I moved here a while ago. Quite some time ago, actually. I moved here almost over 7 years ago. So I have lived in Thailand for quite some time. A flesh-infused circle. Oh, well. It's technically better than nothing. Boom, 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 boom. Not quite what we wanted to see. But that is okay. First Mythic Vault, at least it gives me 5 item levels. Alright, so I need to learn how to play Priest a little bit better. But at the very least, these are my rat alts that got some vaults. What brought you to Thailand? A good question. Random coincidence, Ghost Hype. The truth is, random coincidence. I opened some vaults. You want to do some live keys? Soap? I'm going to play my Demon Hunter, I think. Completely random coincidence. The thing that brought me to Thailand. How's VDH doing? VDH is in a good spot right now. They haven't nerfed it at all, basically. It's in the same spot it is in the season. It's still very good. Now I'm a monk? I bet. That's cool. I wasn't planning to move here at all. I was just traveling, and when I got to Thailand, I had this random feeling, like I had this intuition feeling of just, yo, maybe I should live here. So I canceled my return flight. I thought about it, and I made a plan. I figured out, can I live here? And I answered that question, and then I'm here now. I just basically canceled my return flight. I didn't know anyone. My metric was this. It was December. It was early December when I was here. I was supposed to be here for a few weeks and then go back to America. And I had nothing going on in America at that point in my life. So I was just like, what if I lived here? Like, what if I just didn't go back? And I used the metric of, in January, this was December, I said, in January, if I have people in this country that want to celebrate my birthday with me, I'm going to stay. And so I extended my flight for like a month, and then I had people, like on my birthday, there was like 10 people who wanted to celebrate my birthday with me, and I was just like, cool, this is the place for me. I was actually able to make friends here, among other things, and I was like, this is where I want to be. So voila, I stayed here ever since. Pre-made groups, dungeons, bam. We're gonna go start my own key. Dark Flame Cleft apparently is what I have, which is a nice 10 to do. Yes. Have you ever lived in a foreign country, Ghost Type? Also, we will be tanking at 629 item level, but at least we got a mythic headpiece. Really ballsy to make that leap. It was one of the more spontaneous decisions I have ever made in my life, and I'm very glad that I did. It was one of the better decisions I've made. Sometimes you just have to take the leap. Do I regret moving? Never. No, I've actually, people ask me sometimes, they're like, do you miss America? I'm like, no. Why would I? Like, where are you from, Ghost Type? Where are you from? Because this will help me answer this question so much. It's so easy to answer this sometimes. It's like, what? Like, you know what I mean? The worst part is when a movie stream's supposed to be asleep. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm late today because I was at the gun range. You're from South Carolina? Nobody's from South Carolina. There's like 5 people from there. One country I would like to permanently move to is Malaysia. Why Malaysia, Smush? What is up with Malaysia? Malaysia's interesting. South Carolina, I was not expecting that. If you had given me a choice of the 50 states, I probably would not have chosen South Carolina. I will say that I was definitely not expecting that answer. Anybody come to 10 Dark Flame Cleft by chance? I guess I need a hunter or a rogue probably for aggro. I don't know. I found it very peaceful compared to England. Fair enough. There's a lot of Southeast Asian countries though. How are you making living at the beginning on Thailand? Good question. If you speak English and you are, with respect, white, you can just find a teaching job. They always want teachers. You will make enough money to live. It won't be a lot, but you can just find teaching positions. And you need a hunter? I do, actually, if you want to come. It'll be fine. I pull a little bit smaller. My demon hunter is not exactly the most geared. Where are you from in the U.S.? I grew up all over because I was sick. So I grew up in L.A., and then I was sent to Ohio. I was sent to Colorado first for 3 years. So I lived in Colorado for 3 years, Ohio for 2 years, Connecticut for a year, and kind of like helped around the U.S. a bit. Never Carolina, though. Never went to Carolina. Your lag might be bad. This is NA ping because my Demon Hunter was never swapped to OCE. So this will be NA ping, actually, not OCE ping. It's kind of cold. It's kind of cold. Thank you, by the way, for hanging out. If you gotta go, if you're tired, I always get so tired. I get so tired after a stream. How long have you been streaming, Ghost? How long have you been streaming? Live servers. This is live servers now because I went over and I realized that the PTR doesn't have the dungeons that it's supposed to have this week. So, a little unfortunate, though. A little unfortunate. Yo, hold up a second. Ghost. Wait a second. Am I just casually talking about America, but then I went over to your stream, and all of a sudden... Wait a second. Why does your flag look... Wait, are you, like, very American? Your profile photo on Twitch is actually red, white, and blue. Bro, have I just been kind of dissing America this whole time, but you're actually like super... Well, I'm not dissing America, but I will tell you that if you've never been to a foreign country and you've never lived in a foreign country, your American understanding of other countries is hilariously bad. Your hunter's name is Floor DPS. I will totally find... Here, I'll list it here like this. Are you EU or... You're NA, right, Fins? NA or EU? Hold up. I see Flaz there. I see Flaz. Guild member. I don't actually... I need to get a different guild on my Demon Hunter if I play him. NA? Okay, you should find it then. Yeah, should find it. But yeah, it's really weird. It's very strange, by the way. The difference in people. Tay wants to come? Fucking Tay. I see you, Tay. I see you. I might have somebody from stream. Hold up. Hunt from stream coming. But thank you. I don't think I would actually play VDH like sincerely for a whole season, but yeah. I got a different hunter coming. I know, I see that hunter. Oh, there's a monk. We could take another monk. 2 monks? Damn, I'm getting spoiled here. Okay. Boom. Is VDH fun to play? Is Bear good? You say you moved because you were sick? I've taken a lot of breaks for school and life stuff. I do love America, but all Southerns do. Fair enough. You want to get a sailboat and sail? Ooh, really? That would be cool, though. It's super rare. I don't see your listing at all. Sometimes this happens. I tell you what. Maybe I can invite you specifically. What is your character name? Let's see if that works. So when I first moved to Thailand, and then very quickly I got into modeling. And actually, modeling is what I did for work the first year I was in Thailand. I taught at schools for like a few months, and then I went to modeling, and modeling made me enough money to live. Floor DPS, what is your server? What's your server? I will try to find you. Sailing a boat would be awesome, except for the fact that I don't know how to sail, and I'm terrified of the ocean. So I could see myself having some small issues with the sailing the world thing. Room for your dev? We are waiting for a hunter. Thinking of learning Arcane, but I play with 180 ping since you're Australian. Love to play with Americans. Yeah, it can be hard, though. A Woo was an underwear model. I was. Literally. That's not an exaggeration. I was an underwear model, Big Smush. I did an underwear modeling shoot a few months ago. Slash Whisper. Okay. Floor DPS. Moon Guard. Hi. Did I find you? Oh, it says no character listed. Here we go. Well, playing with the 180 ping. Okay. A little bit, Janinja. But I think there might be some... Oh, there you are. Nice, got you. There might be some things that are better than others. I grew up sailing with your uncle and loved it ever since. So I was getting your scuba license before you got sick. What are you, if you don't mind me asking, Ghost, like what are you sick with? What's the thing that affects you? I was diagnosed with a bunch of stuff when I was 23, and that's kind of when I figured out my whole life. I knew that I was sick my whole life, but we didn't actually understand the diagnosis until 23, and then I found out that I have a connective tissue disorder, which is annoying, but I can learn to live with it. I need to see some pics. I will not send you, with respect, Big Smush, my underwear modeling pictures. I'm a very open person, and if you find me when I'm sleep deprived enough, I probably will send you those photos. At the very least, I can tell you that I have posted some on Twitter, I think, that are safe for work, technically. Ulcerative colitis. Fuck, stomach stuff sucks. Dude, stomach stuff is like the worst. Not the worst, but it's pretty tough because there's nothing you can do about it. Like, you're like, well, dude, what am I supposed to do? I gotta eat, you know? We talking about a woo booty? Well, we're not talking about a woo booty. Just so you know, I made a Twitter. I'm not going to do anything with the Twitter. I literally posted like 10 things to it and never looked at it again. But technically speaking, if you want to see some of the photos from old modeling stuff, some of it is on Twitter for what it's worth. For what it's worth, some of it is on Twitter. Hey, Sam Cakes. Thank you for the prime. Are you trying to buy my underwear modeling photos? Sorry, I'm being weird. So, Aoi, dude, I found your Instagram randomly. It came up. I didn't know you had an Instagram. And I have a paid public. Yeah. Aoi, let me ask you a question. 2 things. Number 1, I found your Instagram, which was cool. Number 2, do you think I can tank this key? I did it before, but do you think I can tank at 629 item level? And number 3, you ever had digestive distress? Is there anybody here who's never had a single digestive problem? And they're just like, bro, they just eat everything? And they're like, why would I have a problem digesting food? It's like, what do you mean, why would you have a problem? Like, you can't just... People just eat. That's the crazy thing to me. A lot of people, they just actually are like, yeah, I can just eat whatever. I'm like, damn. You have an iron stomach? I was like that before. I was never like that my whole life. Got lactose issues, but you love your milkshakes and ice cream. You just do it at the same... For efficiency's sake, you just bring your ice cream to the toilet, and you just... There's no problem. I did that once. No surprise there. Yeah. Did I remember to buy flasks or anything? Okay. So just basically care aggro. Care aggro. We're just going to do this nice and... Thank you, Soap. Thank you so much. Soap knew. He was prepared, man. Soap knew that I wasn't going to have anything prepared for this key. That was very nice of him. Thank you, Soap. You have lactose and you saw it as a challenge, pretty much. My brother had to annoy issues. Actually, shit in his 20s and above 40s, he paid for it. You used to eat anything and everything, even eat raw bacon. Dude, some people do that, though. Just drink more waters. I'm allergic to bananas. Other than that, no food problems. Lucky. I have this thing called gastroparesis. And I basically can't eat fruit, vegetables, seeds, legumes, grains, or anything with fiber. So I have not eaten, like, a fibrous thing in, like, over 2 years. So I'm not allowed to eat, like, vegetables and whatnot. And fruit. No fruits and veggies for me. Ready? Pull 10. Let's see if we can do this. I guess I'm pretty undergeared, but let's assume that it'll all just be fine. Cool. I'm going to DM you based on your lack of fibers later. Okay. I thought you lived off of cheesecake. Cheesecake is technically no fiber. Although, my problem is that the week that I had cheesecake... Here's the problem with the cheesecake week. The week I had cheesecake was a significant issue for me. Because... Hold up. I think I'll be fine. I'm just going to send my sigils early because I'm worried about them. I think I didn't actually hit that last silent sigil properly. So aggro is going to suck here. But I have my Sigil of Spite, which I will do here, though. Hold up. I don't want to proc cheat. I don't want to proc cheat early. Hopefully this just dies fast enough where it won't matter. I've messed up. I've made mistakes. I've made mistakes. I've made mistakes. This is different than my UI on PTR. I have made mistakes. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Whew. Whew. That was scary. I need to learn how to get better at the VDH gather. It's definitely a skill. Yo, Big Smush. Gifted subs to the ghost hype. Thank you. Thank you, Big Smush. Big Smush. When was the last thing that you big smushed into your mouth? That is my question for you. Yes. That is my question. What was the last thing that you big smushed into your mouth? Boom, 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 boom. I should not have done that. So I got to be careful. I should let them come to me. I just got like ballsy and I was just like, it'll be fine. I should not have done what I just did though, for sure. You gotta let them come to you as a VDH. You can't just charge in like that. That's how you die. A vanilla ice cream sundae, that is a solid choice. I had an ice cream sundae recently, although I will say that in my life, I have decided, relatively speaking, to diet just a little bit. I have been eating enough recently, which is awesome. But also, I've gotten a little bit fluffy for my liking, which I don't mind, because once again, furries are great. However, definitely a little bit fluffy. Just a tiny bit too fluffy. A nut allergy? There are crazy amount of foods with nuts in them. That's true. I do like cheesecake. My problem with cheesecake is, did you know that the cream cheese you buy at the market has fiber in it? Did you know the cream cheese you buy at the market actually does have fiber in it? I've learned I can eat a little bit of fiber. But I'm super jealous of people who can just casually eat whatever they want. It's very interesting. I've never lived like that, so I'm not like super jealous because I don't know what that's like. Like, I don't actually know what that's like to do that. I'm very curious, but I don't know. What is it like to actually live like that? Banana, yeah. Late Night Key hit 3K with the Boomy. Congratulations, Tuco. Nice, nice. Forgetting milkshakes before raid. Milkshakes are better. Here's my thing. If you don't know me that well, you probably won't know this about me. Fun fact, I don't think that I remembered to save my thing. So we'll just go past it. Nice. Go, 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 go. I'm just going to pull these pack moles in because I can live it. Ready? Go. Fiber used to mess me up big time. Now I can handle it. So ulcerative colitis is not the same thing of what I have, right? I have a random... My thing is pretty interesting. In my opinion, I've never actually... There's like one person from stream who was actually like, oh yeah, I have gastroparesis too. But the reason I have it, like the only people who get gastroparesis in general are the ones who... You have to be like super old to get gastroparesis. Like basically no one actually gets gastroparesis. So it's a very strange thing to deal with because it's like nobody actually gets it. However, the reason I have it is because I have a random genetic connective tissue disorder, which greatly affects my ability to process food. And I'm like I'm never hungry. Recently, however, I have solved a lot of it because I genuinely believe that in life, I have cheat death still, it's okay. In life, I don't believe that any of us are capped on health stuff. I think that we can always improve our health. I used to believe that my conditions were degenerative fully. And when I say degenerative, you know what I mean by that, yeah? So degenerative means that it just gets worse over time. The longer I'm alive, the weaker I'll be. The rougher shape I'll be in. But I actually don't believe that anymore. Like, I inherently just don't believe that. I actually think that I have a whole life ahead of me, and I can be giga healthy, and I can be okay. My God, Daddy, know that tell me to take fiber. Yes, it is a bad idea. Our understanding of digestion, especially in the Western medical system, is so strangely bad. Whoops. Yeah, it's so strangely bad. I don't understand, like, how this happened. Go, boss. Uh-oh, the hunter died. Oh, still go, boss. Still commit. Hard commit. Hard commit here. Hard commit. Oh, no. Hard commit. Go, 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 go. Ooh, scary. A lot of this stuff is... Yeah, it is. It's true. But fiber is a weird thing, you know what I mean? Fiber is a weird thing. We think we need it. But I haven't had fiber in like over 2 years, and my health markers are so much better. It's unbelievable. I get like blood work and stuff too. Most friendly evil laugh ever. Haha. Fiber isn't, fiber is, well, technically every fruit or vegetable technically is made of fiber. You know? Alright, I'm gonna go relatively big. Meta right away. Don't proc cheat. Dude, Demon Hunter Gatherers are a whole extra thing, man. Demon Hunter Gatherers are kind of insanely, weirdly hard. It probably is a lot of my item level and stuff. But it's definitely, like, what separates a good Demon Hunter from a bad Demon Hunter is how they gather pulls. I'm gonna have to learn some of the stuff. For sure. Like, there, I messed up my order of abilities with the Reaver's Glaive. It's mostly the Eldrashi interactions that I have to get used to. Would you suggest Shadow Priest, Boomy, or Mage for a noob who want to get into raids and M+? For a noob, Mage is very hard to play. Actually, you'll see a lot of mages who just do poor damage. I really think that Mage is very hard to play. I think Boomy is your best bet. Shadow Priest is also hard to play, though. That makes sense. I keep forgetting to use the Spite because I keep looking for my Kyrian Sigil, which should tell you the last time I actually played this was way back when we still had the Elzian Decree. That was like the last time. Frost Mage, but the thing is that Frost Mage doesn't seem to be the thing that people are going to play next season. So effectively, if you're playing Mage next season, you're probably playing Arcane. The nerf to Arcane in the last tier set. I think I just made the video, right? Yeah, I aired it. I made, like, the tier set update. If you want to stay updated on what's happening with Season 3, I'm, like, trying to cover the news of World of Warcraft. Sell profile for PTR? Mine works. Mine should work for PTR. Yeah, I think in my Discord, I'll stop. Mine should be available, I think. If I play Mage, I have to go Frost. I love it. I prefer Frost, but I'm also pressured because I don't really play... Mage is one of the few things that I know I don't like. I gather with Feldev. This is going to be a tough gather for me, but I can Sigil once they're all together, and then just go boom. I don't have Fury for the stop that I was going to use there. I have failed. This is the one pull where actually my sigils are like so good, and I failed it. That's okay. We killed it so fast. VDH not great. Lots of ADHD people get so bored because so that's the thing. But Boomy is friendly to new players, Sam Cakes, because it is so straightforward. Like it's actually Boomy has just enough complexity where it's not like a Beastmaster Hunter, yeah. Then do abilities so everything hits. But that's how I do it, I'm pretty sure. Is Arcane Mage really that hard? Arcane Mage is literally so... It's not... Yes. It is, actually. And I'll tell you why, okay? Holy shit. Meta, actually. I'm going to get one tap by that in proc sheet. It's just niche. I would say that it's not technically hard, but you just got to get weak auras. There is a weak aura because there are 12 conditionals for your main damaging spell. For example, did you know that there are literally 12 different conditions for Arcane Barrage, which is the vast majority of your damage, as in you hit it in this circumstance, but you don't hit it in that one? So you actually need to get the weak aura to do it right. Destro Warlock, would I be invited as frequent as Boomy? That's the thing, Doka, and you're correct, and that's the perfect way to think about it. You're already on the right track. The only reason that meta matters is because you don't want to be sitting in Dornagal. That's it. That's the entirety of why you want to play meta. It is, by far, the most important thing for meta. And the only reason it matters is because you don't want to be AFK in Dornagal. That's it, though, right? It's true. Like, most specs you can learn in, like, a few hours of messing around, but Arcane takes a little bit more thought. I don't know if I think, Steven, I think it really depends, because there are some people who need a lot more time to learn. I'm a slow processor. I think I'm pretty good at the game, but I think that Arcane would take me, for me to be comfortable to say I'm good at Arcane, I'm pretty sure it would take me, like, weeks. Like, I think weeks, you know what I mean? Like, genuinely. Yeah, if you have friends to play with, that's the greatest hack of all. If you have friends to play with, just play with them. Then you can play whatever spec. But if you don't have friends, you know what I mean? Then yes, you have to be worried about it. Of getting declined for 20 out of... Yeah. Well, the problem with Ret Pally is that it's the most represented spec. So there's always going to be Ret Pallies queuing for keys. Yeah, basically. Like, there are some specs in the game. Specifically, guess what? Guess the 2 specs I don't play. Because I know I'm not going to put the time in to actually learn them. There are 2 specs I won't play. Number 1, is mage. Number 2 is rogue. Rogue and mage are the 2 things I can't play. There's that Dev Evoker and PTR. I just made a video specifically where I mentioned the state of Dev Evoker. Highly, if you want to watch, if you just want to stay updated and you want to know like what's happening, I would say that hopefully I can make those videos and they'll clear things up a lot. But if you want, I think those videos will be pretty helpful. Because I'm going to go over, because I basically only play PTR nowadays. I guess I'll gear some things on live, but like mostly I just play PTR. The video is here. Boda. Right there. Dev Evoker has a fun... We're pulling this. It's a 10. Guys, we're pulling this. It is a 10. There's no way I'm not pulling this right now. Fracture first, then here. On the prio target. Boom, 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 boom. I need to remember this stop here. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, Outlaw Rogue is hard. Assassination Rogue is hard, etc. though. It's better for most players unless you play... That does not surprise me in the slightest, because in my history of playing WoW, I have had it both ways. At one point, okay, I have been in a, like, Hall of Fame level guild, yeah? At one point, I was in a CE guild, but also at twice, when I first came back to WoW, I was in a very just mom and pop casual guild that struggled to clear normal. And so I've been, like, not always in a competitive environment. And let me tell you something. Most people are more like the mom and pop guild who just struggle to clear normal. Like, their whole raid tier is just progressing normal bosses. And on one hand, if you're a WoW player, you might be like, how would you struggle? Like, how long do you think it takes you to clear normal raid? Then Season 3 comes out. How long will it take you to clear normal raid? What do you think your answer is to that? If you're watching stream right now, what do you think? How long does it take you to clear normal raid? The answer should be 1 to 2 weeks. Basically, either first week, depending on the type of... Yeah, but basically like 1 to 2 weeks. So what you don't understand is that there are people who it will take them 2 months to clear normal. Yeah, so that's right. But there are some people, it will take them 2 months. And you're like, how is it going to take them 2 months? Let me explain. You got to understand, there's a lot of different ways to play this game. In that guild, I remember the first time we killed Sired and Nathrius. It was like a 9.5 minute fight. I remember this, okay? It was a 9.5 minute fight. Do you want to know why it was a 9.5 minute fight? We actually only had like 1 or 2 deaths. We almost hit Enrage. This was normal, and we were all pretty geared. Let me explain why. I remember I looked at the logs after, because I was trying to figure it out. I was like tanking, if I remember correctly. And I was like, this really shouldn't be that hard. Like, I wonder what's happening. So I looked at the logs, and there was a dude who was he survived for 9.5 minutes. He didn't die, so he was doing mechanics. He casted a grand total of 18 globals on a 9.5 minute fight. Think about that for a second. 18 total ability presses, which means that he genuinely spent the vast majority of the fight running around. Like, he actually was just, like, not pressing buttons. Because how long does it take you to press 18 globals? Like, you know what I mean? And they were not the right globals. So he did... How much damage do you think he did? Can I see your talent? Yeah. I don't know how... By the way, don't ask me about VDH stuff. I'm literally learning it live, and I'm making a lot of mistakes. I haven't played with Eldrachi, and it's been so long since... I'm like, look at my gear, just to clarify. Like, I'm not... You shouldn't ask me about VDH stuff. I'm doing my best, and I don't actually think I'm doing that bad, but, like, just to clarify... As I'm playing this, yeah, beware. Like, I'm not a good person to ask about VDH things. Yeah, exactly. Just to clarify, this is just Season 3 prep stuff. Where I'm like, I ignored playing it here, you know? I ignored playing it, and now I'm trying to play it. I can share mine. I think that my talents are about right. I don't think there's a lot of variance on talents, except for the fact that I'm playing Soulmonger just because of extra stuff, though. Yeah, I think I got pretty much 100% uptime on spikes. That I know and stuff like that. I dropped it there for like 1 melee or whatever. These are my talents right now. I know I'm just playing this instead of this, and a lot of people play this right now. Does that look about right to you guys? Morning, Para. How's it going? Aggro reasons, we're gonna just kill this real fast. I'm tanking on this Demon Hunter right now. Para, I'm doing it. We're starting the alt journey. I have a lot to learn about Demon Hunter, though. as I continue to learn. Eventually I'll get it, but it'll take me like a day or two. So anyways, what doesn't surprise me about the one button rotation is very simply, right? Is details bait? Look, I need all the help I can get, man. I need all the help I can get. I know you say it's details bait, but I kind of need all the help I can get, though. It's back to being meta for the most part. I think that I'm just going to play the safest possible talent build because I am not into min-maxing when I am not even Season 1 geared doing Season 2 dungeons. So I will be playing as safely as possible, and I will know how to layer my DR. So I will have calcified spikes up. I will have demon spikes at 100%. I will keep my 8% magic DR on this guy. I'm going to keep my 8% magic DR because I will have my rage fire thingy, which is the same icon as it used to be. I shouldn't have reverse glaive there. I should have held it. This is knowledge from previous VDH, though. It's not knowledge for how you play it now. Most of the things I'm confused about is how it interacts with Eldrachi. That's the part that still confuses me, technically. Otherwise, we just spikes, and then we double spikes for calcified. Yeah? With one button will make pugging easier. So my point about the one button thing, and you got to understand that most guilds are like the guild I just mentioned. So the most important thing to understand is a one button helps those people way more. It's not meant for us. The fact, I will say, in my time playing World of Warcraft, may I tell you an observation? May I tell you, I'm just going to be honest with you guys. All right? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you an observation. Do you know how many people in this game would be happier if they didn't try to punch above their weight? If people in this game just accepted the fact that they're not as good as they think they are, and they just enjoyed the game, not trying to be anything other than just how they play, this game would be a functionally better place, by far. By far, by the way. And I mean that. Here's what I mean by this. There's a lot of heroic guilds out there that they're decent players, but they're not quite coordinated or min-maxy enough for Mythic. But then they're like, but we have to raid Mythic. If we don't raid Mythic, then why are we even raiding? Like, we're competitive. Like, we're going to go for CE this tier. It's just a bad idea. Like, that's not always a good idea. There are some groups that works with, but in the vast majority of things, though, right, what happens is that there's strife, because then there's finger-pointing, drama, the bosses don't die that should die. You're going to need, like, a 50% buff compared to the guilds who are a lot more experienced than you, and everybody contributes. Then all of a sudden you're going to say, well, at least watch the video before the fight. And it's like, people won't watch the video before the fight, and you're like, well, here's a raid plan. The raid leader starts working really hard, makes a raid plan for the fight, and then you're like, well, okay, this and that. It's all tough to be in both of these scenarios, where effectively, if they just stopped at AOTC, they'd be happier. Because Mythic requires a level of coordination. And then always, and these guilds have such turnover, by the way, okay? And these guilds have, every season they lose half their raid roster and have to replace. Because there's just strife, because you have 10 people out of 20 who should be there and 10 people out of 20 who shouldn't, but then the roster boss comes in, so you need those people, and you can't kick them even if they should be there, because if you kick them, there's drama, because if you kick them, their one friend leaves with them, and then you're like, well, I'm going to kick this one person, he doesn't have any friends, and you kick him, but then people still get upset, and then there's weird, like, tension in the raid, and people stop joking around, and there's a lot of things that can happen in an environment like this, and I think that if people understood this, okay, they could just omit this problem. Let's just actually fight these guys here. I have a feeling I might die if I pull this into boss. So let's not worry about that. So, if instead, and this is my cook, what if those groups just didn't go into Mythic, okay? But what if they just, and hear me out, what if they just didn't go into Mythic? What would happen? Like, what would be so bad about that? Like, what if the tier was just going to AOTC and then raiding AOTC for fun and then having some key nights and just hanging out with your guild? Wouldn't that be better for this group? This is what I'm trying to say, right? If you don't have the skill for Mythic raiding, stay in her. That's what. But then I don't understand why people are so against this. My main issue is that people are vehemently against what I'm saying. Because they'll clear, so if let's say you're about the caliber I'm talking about, you clear Heroic in about a month, give or take. Let's say you get AOTC about a month in. I suppose the problem is the guild feels like, how often are you going to clear AOTC? But I still think it's better if you just let people take a break. Like, I still think it's better if you just basically let people just take a break for a season. Like, or just have key nights and stuff like that. Or you basically just have optional heroic nights or something like that, right? I played Prez on PTR. Yeah, I played a bunch of Prez on PTR. Feels, just like really, it's significantly, I think, best spot Prez has ever been in for Mythic Plus, like, since it was released and then nerfed early on. You have a talent build. There's the talent build is super locked. You got one choice if you want to drop call for double. I just think call is big value, but if you want the double TD, you would need to do that though. Full heroic gear is also, yeah, you don't, so like the mythic gear is not even that seductive. Or at the very least, what about this? Here's another example. Instead of not rating mythic, what if people just were satisfied? What if people just went to do the first 2 on mythic? Would that be so bad? Would it be so bad if you did the first 2 on mythic? Okay, so I know that Rye and some people are like super big on E-Loop. I was not playing E-Loop on PTR. I decided not to. I know that some people are like, they will not play without it. But I swear, it's totally fine. You don't need it. It's not required. It's just a nice quality of life thing. You can also just micro-sip between pulls. Get good at what's called micro-sipping between pulls. You'll be fine. There probably aren't any bosses like Candle King. Candle King 18 Dark Flame Cleft was the only time this entire season I went without E-Loop. So I think E-Loop is... I understand that a lot of Prez players, like, they will not play without it. But I swear it's fine to drop. Like, if you just don't have it, like, it's fine. Like, you don't need it. Like, it's totally fine, actually, just to drop it. It's okay. Does that make sense? So I was not playing with E-Loop, no. Basically, it's the same build, except you have 2 new talents, and they're really nice, though. So I just dropped it, and I was totally fine. Yes, exactly. I will say that actually managing your 4 stacks of temporal compression with fire breath, it does so much damage. It's awesome. You get way more healing from everything. Ooh, an item for me, 584. Dude, my Demon Hunter actually works. GG's. Thank you for healing my 629 Demon Hunter. Open your talents again. This is my talents that I'm currently playing. I don't know if it's right. I kind of just did this, though. But it worked out. Yeah. I was 612 last week. That's why the healer was like, why are you taking so much damage? I was like, bro, I'm 629. I got the back from there. Yeah. He didn't know. Can I get do you need a trinket, by the way? It's better than what I have. I saw for Fiery Brand. You think so? You think so? How do you feel about Blizzard getting rid of Weak Aura and DBM? That won't be now, though. Be the first one with the next 2. That's exactly. I think it's gamer nature. Dream Tanks. That's what I'm saying, though. Why don't people just do the first 2 or first 4 on Mythic? And why don't they just wait? Nice, thank you. So, also, why can't they just wait? If you just wait for nerfs on Mythic, you have such a better time. I'll gear funnel. Unfortunately, we can't gear funnel that much, but you know what I mean? Way bottom right of the tree. Yeah, you think I should play... Really? I feel like the parry from this is better. And just like the uptime on it is good. That's what I'm used to playing, at least. I just think people would be happier if they accepted that there are many different ways to play WoW, and they're all okay. It's the same people who are like, it's okay to get 3k IO without getting 3.2. Or it's okay to get 3.5 without getting 3.7. Or it's okay to get 3.7 without getting title. Like, it's okay. I feel like you definitely want to play Illuminated Sigils. I haven't seen a lot of people playing Down in Flames, as far as I know. I mean, I'm very undergeared, so everything would be good. Anything would be good at this point. Okay, my key turned into a 12 rookery. Let's do 10 rookery. 10 rookery. Not 12. Loss of weak auras will kill WoW for me. They won't remove it, they'll just replace it. The key for that is they won't remove it, they're going to replace it, right? Oh, I'm probably ready for title yet. Title is so competitive nowadays. I'm telling you, don't try to pug it. If you want title, you have to make friends. Open your B tag. When you log in, you go like this. You go, oh, look, soap's on. You want to key, and you leave that last part out, right? You basically just open your friends list, and the very first thing you do is you whisper people when you log on, right? No. Not at all. Most. Can I come one button DPS with your rep, Pally? I mean, if you want to, sure. Probably. I'll tell you stories from before later. What number is title? Title right now is basically going to be something like 3,800. It's going to be 3,800, give or take. We need a healer and a DPS if anybody wants to come to a 10 rookery. I will drop the key. Blizzard always does a bad job when they release stuff. They are notoriously bad at it. That is true. It is very, very bad. I think it's okay. I've actually heard throwing that you play Down in Flames in some dungeons and not in others. I don't know, actually. I do not know. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Bam, 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 boom. Oof. Big smush. I hope you have a good day. I forgot to say that earlier. Popovich. Shadow Song will be me. I bet. Is tanking the best way to get title? Dude, unless you're playing, you got to play meta tank. It's so competitive. I don't think people understand how competitive it is. It's way more competitive than it used to be. Title is not like it. Title is actually hard now. It used to be easy, but it's not. Title is actually hard. Ghost, what are some of the adaptations that you've had to make for ulcerative colitis? Because one of the things that I've had to learn about myself is that I need salt every hour. So see how it's on the hour? I will take my salt pills and I will have some. I need to make sure I have enough salt all the time. This is like the biggest thing for me. Popovich. So I take these salt pills, I put them in the mouth, and I drink them with salty electrolyte water. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Like, dealing with health problems is as a legitimate issue. It's hard to get around sometimes, but I really hope that there's one thing I've learned. It's definitely never accept the fact that you can get better. That causes flares like onions and garlic. Did you know there's an entire religion based on that, though? Has WoW player increased or decreased? Well, we've gotten better. Has the WoW player base increased or decreased in Shadowlands? It's got to be increased, right? Is it? Are there more people playing World? I think Shadowlands, we lost a lot of players from WoW. Right? I think Dragonflight was a big, because Shadowlands was rough. The end of Shadowlands was like a tough time to be playing the game. They didn't do a great job with Shadowlands. Obviously, there was all the stuff that happened. Shadowlands, the game just went like it was tough. Shadowlands was a rough time to play. The seasons were fine. The dungeons were fine. It wasn't the problem with the seasons. It was just, remember all the drama that happened? Shepherd wants to come. You want to come heal? Shepherd wants to come heal. I bet. Can you heal? Can you... He applied as a DPS. I just want to make sure. He got 3,500 on the Holy Priest. Nice. Lots of boring content. Yeah. One button heal. Yes. Okay. Demon Bubble wants to come. Here, we'll take Shepherd. We'll take Shepherd if he wants to play. The dungeons are the best they've ever made. You think I think Shadowlands dungeons were good. Although I'm not gonna lie. I think that nostalgia pill does happen here because Halls of Atonement came back, and I don't know if anybody's played PTR, but that dungeon is a borderline abomination. I'm gonna make a list soon after more PTR testing, and I swear Halls of Atonement is like probably the hardest dungeon in the new thing. It's rough on PTR right now, but it kind of was. I think it was worse. You have videos? I used to like that dungeon. Also, look at this. I got a moose. Wow, I feel so Canadian. I'm just getting good at Demon Hunter. I just have to be like fast-paced, ADHD, and also listen to Paramore. All Demon Hunters listen to Paramore. Yeah, dude, honestly, Ghost, get some rest. Dude, it's so late on... Yeah, it's like you're like American timing. I just realized. It is literally 6 a.m., though. With 2 hours proper, yeah. I'm good for 14 Gambit on... Oh, yeah. Ooh, is a second tank to your Druid? What do you think is a good tank to play as your second? Depends if you want something different or similar. Would you be looking for a similar tank, Saint Hearth, or a different tank? That's a good question there. You got any plans for next season? Yes, I do. I do have plans for next season. I, give or take, kind of know what I want to do next season. Not just what specs I want to play, but how I want to play. I think Protection Warrior is the most similar. I think that if you want something very different, a Brewmaster or Blood DK could be fun. Depends. I think Warrior is the most, though. It's gross I'm up this late, indeed. Nice to meet you as well. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. I will catch you another time. I'm going to bed after this one too. Yeah, please get some sleep. I wish I could sleep better. I don't know about you guys, but I'm fucking terrible at sleeping. Was the bear pulls. Do you remember the Venthyr bear on 3-minute cooldown? Do you remember like DOS or like the first pull Halls of Atonement with Venthyr bear? Amazing. Absolutely amazing time to be bear. Yep. The bat bear. Dude, it was a good time to be bear back then. That was a fun time. Gambit too? Yes. Gambit's back, and you know what's funny? You know what's actually funny, though? This doesn't work. Like, as funny as this sounds, Gambit, like, we don't even have bear pulls in Gambit anymore because Warrior Tank does literally the same thing, except better. Like, actually, though... Wait, what? Mike, hold up. There we go. Reaver's Glaive, Fracture, into Soul Cleave, into a Sigil of Binding, into a Feldev, and then aggro should be set. And then into a Spite, and then into a Spam, and then into a Sigil of Silence, and then into this, and then as meta expires, we Chaos Brand, Reaver's Glaive, boom, a fair external comes out from my healer, something like this, give or take. A Plague Fall, everybody's going to remember Plague Fall poorly, but literally Plague Fall had like it did have a few fundamental issues. Top Inspire, I think top, back in Shadowlands, top was hard, but now it's considered one of the easier dungeons, which is funny. Mist was fine, Gambit. Mist was, well, remember when they brought Mist back and they made it worse? Do you remember that? They brought Mist of Tyrannus Life back, and then all of a sudden they made it like way worse, though. Old Bear was pretty fun. You remember Ursoc's Fury Remembered? When it was just 75%? And it was just like chilling. I don't think I played. Dude, like, it was a fun time to be playing. Can I do these pulls? I don't have meta. Hold up, Feldev. I really should be probably playing this a lot safer. Nice. That grip was so nice. That is a large area, actually, for grips, to be honest. Okay, this sigil, that sigil, boom. Eventually, I'm going to need a macro, probably, that puts the sigils where I actually want them to be. Don't drop spikes. Keep calcified spikes up. Do this, do this, do this. Everything seems pretty fine here. Do you think Monk Tank is hard to learn? Yes. Yes, Saint Hearth. Monk Tank is hard to learn, but if you enjoy it, do it. We have an entire... You know how long WoW seasons are? WoW seasons are quite long, dude. It's a good time. Like, it's a good to... If you want to not be bored, play a season. Try something new. It's okay to be bad at something. You don't have to be perfect. You know that mentality that some people have? They're like, look, I only want to do what I'm good at because WoW is my entire identity. I also think, by the way, as we were talking about takes earlier, I think that WoW would be a better game if more people didn't attach their sense of personal identity to it and were just okay at being bad. Like, I'm not good at what I'm doing right now, but I can get good at it, and I love progression. Progression is, like, my favorite thing. I love it more than anything. That's why I play RPGs and stuff like that. All I want to do is progress my characters. What's up with Cell and PTR? Latest update in PTR folder? Unsure, to be honest. I don't know, because my cell was working fine earlier. Wrong button. Hold up. I'm going to taunt this without pulling boss. I meta here. Okay, so I Sigil of Chains them all together. Boom. Chaos Nova the stun until I can get on the caster. Perfect. I gotta stay on the big target, the one that's gonna hurt me the most. These Rook Guard. This Rook Guard is my prio target, and that's the one I want to dump my frailty stacks into, though. Okay. A little bit messed up there, but not too bad. Being bad, I love the feeling of... That's the thing, though. I like the progression. I like getting better at things. That's one of my favorite things, too. But that's why you asked me, like, what's my plan next season, yeah? Chewy, you asked me what my plan next season is. My plan is to play some stuff that I'm not used to playing. I probably continue on my bear, because you know I love my bear. But most likely, my actual plan next season is going to be play things I'm not good at. I think that would be my plan next season. More than anything, I think I just want to straight up play things that I'm not good at. That sounds like really fun to me right now. This idea that maybe I'll just play some things that I'm not very good at. Yeah, this is fair. That's, I think, that's the whole reason I switched to tanking PvE. Totally different than healing PvP. I don't know how to PvP at all. I don't think I would enjoy WoW PvP. I tend to like PvE things. I don't like PvP in general. In any game that I play, actually. Okay, so Calcified Spikes is up. Put this up as well. Perfect. Main reason they felt better, though, is I think because tanks will play were stronger. I just want to play... If you're going to play a PvP game, I could see that allure. I will say, though, it is toxic to play a game like League. It just kills my soul. I can't be a happy person and play League of Legends at the same time. They don't exist. I can't do it. Like, I've thought about it before, and I literally just can't be a happy person. Because I played, like, the Thai version, right? I played the Thai version of League of Legends, and I played it fairly competitively because I was actually working for the company. And because I was working for the company, I was really curious. I was like, huh, maybe I should get good at this game. So I went for, what is it called? Grandmaster? What's the highest rank? There's like Grandmaster, and then there's like Elite Grandmaster in League. Is this correct? What's the rank? That's like, there's like 50 stars, and then there's the thing to get there. Like, there's like pro player, and then there's like the thing right below that. Give or take. Challenger is master, grandmaster, challenger. Okay. So, give or take, I was either grandmaster or challenger. That's the one then. So I was basically challenger. So I played that game competitively, and I was not a happy person. And you know what? I was not a happy person, man. And you know me, I like being a happy person, not at that point in my life. At that point, I was just, I would play, and then I would find myself after remembering Halo 2. And you'd be like, how does Halo 2 factor into this? And it's like, easy. The things that were said to me as a young child in the Halo 2 lobbies are things that I said to other people and got my peer score lowered because after a game, I could not help but let people know the circumstances of their birth were unfortunate. But I'm not really that sort of person. I don't really like being like that, and those games do not bring out the best in me. They bring out the worst. I literally get chat banned sometimes playing those types of games. So you know what? I just don't play those games. That's it though, right? It's simple. Just don't play. Like, it's really, really an easy decision. If I just don't play those games, then I'm actually chilling. Okay, so Sigil of Chains, and then Sigil of Silence, and then... I love the spec, actually. Yeah, no, I will, because, like, I won't do it in WoW, and I love World of Warcraft, but I can't help. It's so rough, man. Those games are tough for me. I actually tell myself, too, I'll go into it, and I'll be like, nah, don't be toxic, man. Don't be toxic. This is a fun game. I'm like, I actually walk into it. I'll, like, play on my phone. It's a phone version. So I'll play on my phone. I'll be like, remember, you're here to have fun. And then, like, I play one game, and then we lose because somebody's stupid. And I'm like, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Right? We're here to have fun. It's okay. It's okay. And then I play the next game, and we also lose. And then I'm just like, yeah, you know what? Actually. And then I just let it rip. And then I have to let it rip from there. If you want to solo rank a game, go play chess or something. I used to really like chess, actually. I used to like chess, like, a long time ago. But yes, started playing WoW and Shadowlands, got good memories. I don't know why people hate Shadowlands. I started playing again in Shadowlands, so I have good, by the way, though. But it's tough for me, though. Do you live in Thailand? I thought you just lived in the U.S. and couldn't sleep. No, St. Hearth. I do live in Thailand. Yeah. You just thought I lived in the U.S. and couldn't sleep. Yes, I do live in Thailand. Correct. Sigil go burr. I have lived here for quite some time. Also, by the way, for streaming stuff, your schedule works out for an American living in Germany, though. Are you an American living in Germany, though? How have you been, frankly? I'm honestly proud of myself. I've been pretty good. I was late to stream this morning because I went to have an adventure out in the town, and I'm proud of myself for that. I did a good job. I went to, what's it called? I went to a gun range, which was fun. I've been wanting to go for a very long time, and I just haven't been for a long time. So I went to a gun range. It was cool. I had a pretty good time. The videos are in Discord if you have any interest in seeing a badass a woo. Like badass a woo. Like pew 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 pew. Otherwise, I've been stressed, but I've been taking care of myself, so I'm proud. The thing is, when life gets really stressful and when life gets really hard, the way I measure it is, hey, am I still fit? Am I sleeping? Am I eating? Did I take care of myself? And if the answer to that question is yes, I'm unbelievably proud of myself. Then I get proud because everybody would have been okay if I just failed. If I just failed, everybody would have been okay with that. But I didn't fail. I fucking made it. Like, I've done such a good job in my life recently with everything going on. I'm incredibly proud of myself. So honestly, I'm doing good. Does that make sense? Even though I am stressed and I'm not like fucking, it's like life is hard still and I got to worry about a whole bunch of stuff coming up, I would say overall, I'm very proud of the way I've chosen to handle things. So I'm feeling pretty good. Very decent right now. I have to go. So right now it is Thursday. Sorry, it's Wednesday for me, yeah? Okay, so it's Wednesday. Tomorrow is Thursday. Tomorrow I am long stream. Tomorrow will be a fun day of stream. I either test, hopefully the new PTR dungeons are out. So tomorrow's a long day of stream. And then Friday, for me, I've got a body paint photo shoot. It will be very interesting. It should be pretty damn cool. Should be awesome. So I've got a body paint photo shoot on Friday. This one is going to be... It'll be interesting, this one. I should be able to sustain without... Yeah, good. Who that? Dalgroth. Don't look, Dalgroth. I've turned to the dark side. You might have just seen the hunt. But did you know that they just gave bears the hunt? Did you know they gave guardian druids? Look at this, Reaver's Glaive. They just gave this to guardian druid. Isn't that cool? Isn't that so cool, Dalgroth? Don't look. Look, Dalgroth here. Listen. Let me tell you something. If you can't beat them, join them. Okay? Exactly. And if you can't beat them, just join them. Honestly, right? They gave bears the hunt. It was called the Wild Charge plus Mangle. I'm leveling a VDH. He is a little bit undergeared. Let's call it a little bit undergeared right now. It feels kind of nice to have these things called sigils. Blizzard favors some specs and fucking hates other specs. And VDH is just favored, man. Purple Druid's starting to look like when my mage turned purple in Shadowlands. Yeah. People have been asking, they're like, what spec should I play? And I'm like, the answer is simple. Play the specs that Blizzard actually favors, and then you'll be fine for this season. I'm not playing this very well, by the way. Leg sweep feels 10%. Dude, not everything feels better than in-cap roar. In-cap roar is a stop, and I'm happy about when I use it correctly. But literally, pretty much everything feels better than in-cap roar. Like, of all the tanks, actually, blinding light feels worse. Blinding light. Pally gets the short end of the stick there. It is a 10. We are not skipping anything. We are just going straight here. Blinding sleet and light feel worse. That's true. I will say. That's true. At least it's a 30-second cooldown. Okay, so we're going to go bam, meta, basically, so I don't die on hit because I'm going to be ahead of my healer. Actually get myself a second here. Reaver's Glaive. We set up Fracture into Soul Cleave, into the Hunt, into Sigil of Spite, into a Reaver's Glaive, into a Fracture, into a Soul Cleave while spikes are up, into a Reaver's Glaive, into a Fracture, into a Soul Cleave, and that is big damage from the very undergeared Demon Hunter. Cool. Something like that, I think. Turn my back because I'm lazy, and then just fly around. Whee! You can just spam Thrash as a bear. I know. I like bear, and I'm probably still going to play it next season, but you got to give me at least the credit that this is fun. It's fun to learn different things, man. It's fun to learn different things. The same spell, but it feels way worse. Yeah. I don't know. It's fun to learn. It's fun to learn different things. I enjoy the process of actually learning new things, and I enjoy the process of being bad at them when I'm learning. But that's how I like to do things, to be fair. It's just my preference. Zoom. Hold up. Aggro. I'm doing what I can do. How is Blood DK? Blood DK actually felt really smooth for me. When I was playing it, I actually was like, dude, this feels great to play. It's just the only thing, and if I make a tier list again, and I update the tier list, you gotta understand that right now, tanks are actually in a pretty damn good spot, in my opinion. They only get into a rough spot when you start getting into very high keys. In particular, I would say that, honestly, the key level where it starts to matter, I would say, is no lower than a 19, if not a 20. But 19, honestly. In terms of community perception, it's much lower than that. In terms of community perception, it'll go all the way down to 12s. Like, literally, people will see that you can only time keys with the Demon Hunter, and they will not take a bear to a plus 12. That should not happen, and that's an unfortunate reality of how gaming is right now. That is really troll, though, because it has no impact then. Like, then you just want the best tank. I will say, at a certain key level, it makes sense to me that meta matters. So if I make a tier list, I'm going to make sure I clarify that even more next time, right? Yeah, but Dal, I mean, you're kind of with me, I think, as much as you like bear. There are some things that bear feels better at, and I'm like, dude, I'm happy to be a bear. There are other things where I'm just like, hey, man, this would be easier. Like, I'm going to make it work as bear, but this would be easier if I was just playing VDH. There haven't been... Yeah, like, there's just... It's not about surviving, because the thing that I think that is important to tell new tanks, I thought about this, and I was like, look, listen, I am trying, to put out content on YouTube. I'm a content creator now. However, I really, if possible, I want to have fair takes, and I think that it's so important that the next time I talk about the state of tanking, I really mention to people that you can play anything. Like, all tanks can live. It's not about when you talk about the meta tanks, let's just call it that all tanks can live until the 19-20 range. But it's more about what you can do for your group. Because it does feel like a fucking hack for me to be on a VDH, walk into the rookery pool, and be like, cool, chains, misery, silence, nova, individual kick, individual stop. Like, that feels ridiculous to me after playing bear. And realizing that I have so much more options. First time bear feels good? Yes, and I still think that bear is probably the best and most friendly first tank to play. I still, nothing changes of my opinion on bear. It's still a very, very, very fun tank to play. I still like it, but there is a world where it just provides less to your team than it could. Okay, ready? Boop, 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 boop. So this one would be like a meta first, because my health is hilarious. I think I forgot to spikes there for a second. Okay, moving for a second. Fell dev should be enough. Yeah, I'll be fine. Demon Hunter will be good at here. Should not require a lot of healing, although I am very undergeared. It's a learn on as a first tank is a 2-second. But, like, I don't think most tanks even realize their technical melee swing timer. Like, I don't think anybody really puts that, though. 2-second melee cooldown you abuse. Can you explain that, Dal? Because actually, I'm not sure that I'm following you there. I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about. I'm kind of curious. Could you explain that to me? Maybe in, like, layman's terms? Damn, Woo toxic? Oh, yeah, sorry, Chewbacca. I forgot your YouTube comment. I'm actually not sure I fully understand that. I'm kind of curious what you mean. Soul Cleave, Soul Cleave, Soul Cleave, Soul Cleave, the hunts. Oh, wait, no. First this, then this, then this, then here. Then boom, Reaver's Glaive, then this, and in single target you go back to Fracture. Almost dead in one thing. Okay. I used to review Yoda's Stone Vault Gather on stream. He would ride into the middle of the first 3 mobs. Oops, hold on. X crazy low. Oh, no. Oh, no. Grip me. Oh, no. Oh, grip me. Oh, kill the boss. No, wait, they got it. No, easy double time. Kill the boss. You gotta kill the boss in the next 10 seconds. You only have 10 seconds. Kill the boss. Kill the boss. Kill the boss real fast. Wait. Touch of death. Touch of death. Touch of death. Touch of death. Wait. No. Oh. I was reading in Dal's comment. I wanted to know what he was talking about. No, I wanted to know what he was talking about. I didn't realize. Like, no, it's okay. I wanted to know because I couldn't, because I double jumped and I didn't realize I had double jump. Can you grip me again? By the way, I need to loot that chest. Wait. Because no. Wait, can you grip me again? Can you grip me again? Gathering mobs is truly an art. Correct. Honestly, it is. It very much is. Hold up. Can I leap up? Hold up. Can I get up there like this? I can. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait. Double jump backflip. Double jump backflip leap. Oh, I can't quite get it. I just have to actually. I have to. Are you gonna transcendence me? You can. You don't have double backflip? No, it's okay. I'll just walk back. I need gear. I need to loot that chest. Easy time. Easy time. Wasn't concerned at all. Honestly, if I was going to make a video on how to tank, like 80% of that video would just be how to gather. Gathering on a tank is the one thing that a lot of people don't realize. How to gather on a tank is the most important thing for almost any tank. I really believe that, actually. Genuinely. Like, how to gather. There's no Crazy Love. Crazy Love, I have a question for you. Have you ever seen The Notebook? And do you think that's Crazy Love? Or do you think Crazy Love is more like Harley Quinn and the Joker? What type of crazy love do you think is crazy love? Or are you like, you know who has crazy love? That woman and her dog. They seem like they're really close. I love watching other tank players go for a 3 thug pull and immediately explode. Yeah. Gather changes by tank to tank. It does, and it's almost like it's like learning a tank is very much learning how to gather. I would argue, Dal, that when you're in a pack, tanks don't tend to have the most complicated rotations. Like, I wouldn't describe learning a new tank. It's like not that difficult to get the rotation. It might take you a second. There's some nuances, but tanking rotations are generally pretty straightforward. It's just the gathering part of things that's hard. I got a 12 Dark Flame Cleft. We just did it on 10. It was fine. All right, Dark Flame Cleft next. Dark Flame Cleft. We go back there. Nobody's taking my 635 Demon Hunter into this next key, so we're just doing my own. Ba-ba-ba-ba. GG's? All right. Mm-hmm. It most certainly is. Dal, have you ever been to a shooting range before? Or Crazy? Have you ever been to a shooting range? I went this morning. That's why I was late to stream today. I went this morning to a shooting range. It was awesome. I haven't been in like 12 years. And I was like, I felt like I listened to some John Wick music on the way. And I was like, I'm gonna fight my way out of here, etc. Poison Ivy and Harley are crazy love. It was fun. It was fun. Although it was, this is a shooting range and archery ranges. Truly incredible storyline. Hard tank is all the shade your group throws at you for everything you do. Honestly, Talnor, you're not incorrect. You're not incorrect, I will say. The one-button rotation toggle on your mouse program works pretty well. Did you actually just one-button that whole thing? Yeah. No, I mean, you can technically one-button things. My composite goes way more than shotguns. Dude, people, the one thing about shotguns, if you ever get the chance to actually shoot a shotgun, do you know how funny it is, by the way? After you died, did you actually take the frontal soap? Nice job, because we needed you alive. It almost didn't work. When you shoot a shotgun, right? Today was shotgun, a 9mm, a 45, and a assault rifle. Yeah? So, when you shoot a shotgun, man, here, the video's in Discord. I don't know if I should show it on stream, because I think there's some weird stuff with stream there. Look in Discord. Under Thailand stuff, I put a video of me with the shotgun. I was like, can I fire this in succession? It's in the Thailand stuff in Discord. Because I was like, can I fire this in succession? And I managed to do it, although obviously there's a dude with his hand on my back. Because, I'm pretty strong. Exactly. Yeah, I really think I'm not supposed to, show a video of it. I could talk about it. I'm sure I could talk about it, but yeah, it's a little weird, I suppose. Okay, you guys want to stay for more? I guess I'll just keep playing Demon Hunter right now. The new dungeons on PTR are not up, and that is strange to me. What's the deal with them? They're not up right now. It's weird. I was kind of hoping that I could play the PTR today, but oh well. Okay, so Dark Flame Cleft we go. Should we go 11? We're going to go 11 Dark Flame Cleft. 11. I bet you I could almost do 12, but I think 11 is okay. Does the connective tissue thing you mentioned before make the... Yeah, so what I have to have is I just have to have very strong muscles. Oh, throwaway YouTube video? I don't think I'll make throwaway YouTube. I made a new YouTube video today, by the way. You want to come to this? Okay. I take you. Hello. A G6 bunch on a sequence of... Okay, really? Awesome. One button rotation for the win. Yeah, it's like I made this YouTube video, for example, today. Yeah, this is the one I just made. I made it right before I got on stream today. Now, I don't mind covering stuff like this, but I also think it's important. I don't think I should post random stuff to YouTube. Did you know that my YouTube got demonetized like a week ago? Which is really unfortunate because I can't fix it. I'm apparently not allowed to fix it. They will not let me fix it. It's a very annoying thing about being a US citizen but living in Thailand. So I have to make an entirely new thing and wait for it to get verified and all this stuff. You know? Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. But basically, like, so Twitch is fine, but YouTube got completely demonetized. I can still make videos and whatnot, though. You did less kicks than the Hunter. His kick is on a 23-second cooldown. Shame. Did I? Well, I wasn't, but I did, but I had my sigils and stuff. Does this count sigils? Oh, no, wait a second. No, I didn't. Hold up. I was kicking that dungeon. I was kicking. Who's this? Maroy. Does anybody want to come? Shepard, do you want to stay? If he wants to stay? I don't know. He's talking about the pally. He's talking about the pally. Oh, does one button even kick? Does one button rotation actually kick something if the thing you're targeting is casting? I almost kick more than you. It's not, it wouldn't be that hard to do, right? What is this? Just reading this text real fast. Will be, wait, what? What is the day today? That's interesting. I got a notification that my internet might be off tomorrow. That'd be annoying. Okay, onwards and upwards. We're gonna play this. One button won't kick. Gotcha, gotcha. I wouldn't be surprised if it does. I would be very surprised if the one button rotation kicks. Holy bush. I have no comment. I have no comment. If possible, maybe I will wait for a leather person because I would very much like to gear this guy if possible. I think one button won't do any utility or defensives. They should make super AI that play the game perfectly and have MDI teams compete against it. That would be interesting if they could do that. They're probably not that far off from it, right? Like, they could totally make AIs that are conditional for World of Warcraft. I don't know why they would do it, but they totally could do it, yeah? I feel like they could totally do it. Review. It's an easy way. I'm going to respond to some YouTube comments on that video. It's an easy way to keep updated on the state of PTR. I know some people don't want to watch a 10-minute video. Boom. Whenever I make WoW content, I thought about this, and I was like, if I'm going to cover news on PTR, I'm going to make it in 60 seconds. But then I'll go over it, though. Same. I'm gearing mine right now, just in case. I'm gearing mine right now, just in case. I wonder how much nerf is the Boomy nerf. Okay, so I played with the Boomy earlier on PTR because I was on PTR. He was playing Elun's Chosen. He wasn't even playing Keeper of the Grove. And I think that was telling. I think it was telling, to be honest. Critting for 100 mil still on PTR, but 100 mil is not 500 mil, to be fair. They nerfed it. Elixir, is this post or pre-nerf? Post or pre-nerf? Is that from today or from last week that you're talking about? Because that was pre-nerf, right? So now post-nerf, that is a large nerf. Like the actual, because on the PTR notes, they only said one thing, but if you actually look at the, you have to go into the actual data mined. The data mined actually did nerf it, though. I was kind of hoping to wait for like a leather person, but you know what? I could just take a DK and we run it. I don't need to be greedy. It was messed up going bear form or whatever. Yeah, the max health scaling, etc., etc. They not only, but they didn't just change the health to spell power scaling. They also changed, by the way, if you don't know this, they also changed, what's it called? The actual value of the set. It just wasn't included in the blue post that I went over in that video. So ultimately, it's a pretty massive nerf, and that is most of the time why you were bringing boomies on PTR. They have to hold for 3 minutes to do that big thing, though. Well, what if they do buff bear just a little bit? I think in the next tuning notes, you might get the last type of tank changes, and I feel like there's a chance. I feel like there's a chance that they could buff it. I think there's a chance that actually bear does get some love. Maybe, maybe not. Possibly. Okay, ready, set, go. Let's go over to Dark Flame Cleft and just keep going with the Demon Hunter. If I don't think about it, I'll just keep going. If I don't think about the Demon Hunter at all, I'm sure I'll just keep going. Actually, I'll have enough Gilded Crest to make a crafted weapon next. Need to read the MMOC raw patch notes. You could also just watch my video if you'd like. Honestly, I think on my video, my plan for the WoW videos are a lot of people don't know even how to... A lot of people don't even know how to read patch notes and stuff like that. So what if you could just watch a video and in 60 seconds, somebody tells you what's going on, pretty much. A struggle on is so much bleed damage. Indeed. How to handle that as Guardian? Kobe. The answer is a tale as old as time. May I tell you what the answer is? It's an old adage from way back when. It just says, run wildly. Basically, the answer is you go in, once you're at 4+ stacks, you run. So you Vortex Typhoon and run. And the goal for kiting, that dungeon is going to be super tank heavy, and I'm really going to like it because, let me just give you an example. The pack is here. You're fighting the pack, and then you're going to Vortex Typhoon and run. And then you're going to be moonfiring, moonfiring, moonfiring. When you kite, you want to kite in a circle like this. Your bleed stacks reset, you go in with a cooldown, do, and then you're going to leap away, and you're going to, again, just in-cap roar, war stomp, typhoon them away, and then back out. And you need to know when to be in the pack and when to be out of the pack. It's the only way you're going to be able to tank hulls. There is literally no other way you'll be able to do it as a bear right now. Now, granted, I did it on 14, and I just spent the first area. You just spend most of the dungeon out of the. You're just not tanking most of the dungeon. That is actually what you're gonna have to do. There is no alternative at this point. Season 1 tanking. I'll have a good time tanking. Halls of Atonement feels like Season 1 tanking. Everything else feels fine. Halls of Atonement is actually just so. Halls of Atonement is literally that bad right now. Now, granted, I don't think that's a bad thing. There's one problem with it though. Listen. There's one big problem with Halls of Atonement. Are you ready? Yes, my Dwarf Prop Pally did it on 15 the first try, no problem. My Bear had to fight for it a lot. Also, my Warrior had to fight for it too. I had to change the talent on Warrior. Here's the problem. If I can game it, that's awesome. I have been tanking for a very long time. Yeah? I've been tanking for an incredibly long time. How the hell is an average pug tank going to be gaming this exactly? Let me ask you a question. How the hell is an average pug tank going to be gaming this? That is my question to you. Because I can manage it, but I'm not the person that should be managing it. It's not supposed to be like, you know what I mean? So I'm worried that the problem with that Halls of Atonement is that you're going to just not be able to complete it. It's going to have effectively like an 80% abandonment rate on the first week and the second week. The curse is insane. I think the curse is okay. To be honest, what I don't think is okay is, yeah, I don't think, for example, the bleeds are okay. I think that anything that, like, basically, you remember Grim Batol? You remember Grim Batol? Oh, that was a bad idea. Not proc cheat, probably. I forgot I'm a Demon Hunter and I have no gear. I literally forgot I was playing Demon Hunter for a second. That was hilarious. I forgot about that. Oh, I got you. I got you. I'm taunting. I'm taunting. I'm taunting. I'm sorry. I'm coming around the bend. Goddamn, where are you? No, run. I'm trying to find you. At least it's the only one dungeon. So basically, Grim Batol was an example, or like even Stone Vault, where it was just like DPS hated it because your tank would die. Healers hated it because your tank would die, and it was a hard dungeon. Halls of Atonement is tough for your healer. It was the most HPS heavy dungeon of all of testing so far. It was tough for your tank because your tank would die. It was tough for everybody. So basically, it sucked. Does that make sense? Like, it just sucked. Like, nobody liked playing it. It wasn't good for anyone. And I don't want to be, like, an expert at this by any means, right? Because I'm an introvert who plays World of Warcraft, and I basically just spend my entire day doing that. But in general, it's supposed to be good for both parties involved, not just one. Season 1 was rough. Season 3, you could face tank, pretty much. But right now, it is looking more like Season 1. Can we go this way? Can you just go like this? Can't you just go like this? Wait, Cage. Can't you just go this way, actually, as a Demon Hunter? Ah, that's fine. As long as those guys don't pull. Oh, we pulled everything. Okay, LOL. That's fine. Oh, I don't have Sheet Death. Uh-oh. Fell dev? Mistakes were made. Okay, Sigil 1, Sigil 2, There needs to be a balance, and the game is very hard to balance. Basically, tanking should not be that hard, though. The main thing is that no one likes it when your tank dies. It's bad for literally everyone. Your DPS hate it, your tanks hate it, you get a tank shortage. It's not good. So they need to make it so that tanks, yeah, they're not too boring or anything like that. But honest question for anybody who's listening right now, genuine question. Do you think the game would be better or worse if right now, in like literally tomorrow, they were just like all tanks on live are buffed by 20%? Or on PTR at the very least. Maybe you don't want to like mess up like progress for keys, right? Maybe you don't want to like change title because like title is going to be locked in now. So maybe you don't do that. If they buffed every single tank, and I mean this literally, and they just go, cool, every single tank at this point now does extra damage, 20% health, 20% damage. Would that be a problem? Or would that benefit the game? See, I think that would only make the game better. It's just that DPS would be upset because sometimes your tank would beat them on AoE. Oh, that Sigil of Chains is so nice. That's so nice. Buff every tank and 20% for healers as well. Healing is a weird thing because if they buff healers by a lot, what happens is that they need to then, if they buff healers by a ton, that's actually a problem because then they need things to do more damage. So there's a problem with buffing healers. Yeah, you have to be very careful about buffing healers too much. If healing goes up by 20%, that means that damage intake also goes up by 20%. And so you have to be careful about that because then there are interactions with everything else. But tanks don't work like that. Like, tanks don't scale the same way. They don't actually have, like, if tanks are just more powerful, then it just gets easier at the higher end. The middle end, people don't die as much, and the lower end is easier as well. To be fair, people with fragile egos are kind of most WoW players. WoW players are not exactly renowned for their sense of social aptitude. They're mostly renowned for their sense of social ineptitude. So I would not describe WoW players as having the most sturdy of the egos. You know what I mean? I think that a lot of WoW players, you know what I mean? Okay. Yeah, I remember some healer players refuse to spend any globals on damage abilities. That's true. And you also got to remember that some tanks think that not doing damage is the best way to tank. But the problem with that, of course, is that I can live this, right? I can live this. Oh, not if my healer takes aggro right away. Sorry. I don't think they knew I was doing this. Sigil of Chains right away. Okay. So Sigil of Chains and then Misery because I need to collect threat. So a Sigil of Spite for threat here probably on range. And then maybe my Hunter MDs me. Okay. So I'm going to go in with the hunts and then I'm going to go like this and we're going to kite around the corner here because I cannot be taking extra damage. We Fiery Brand now, give or take. Okay. Whoosh, that was scary. That was scary for sure. We did it though. On boss fights, I remember that. I don't think that should happen again, though, to be honest. What's up, Napboy? Did you get a good vault? And Elixir, I 100% agree with you. I think that pretty much solves a lot of the tank disparity if they just gave every single tank Disrupting Shout. I think that actually helps so much. Imagine they gave every single tank Disrupting Shout, and it came with the AoE silence that Warrior has. Warrior gets a free talent in their tree, and they don't have to take it anymore. You just gave every single tank an AoE taunt with a 1.5 minute cooldown, and it also had an AoE silence for 4 seconds. I think that just automatically helps everything. You know? Part of it is a routing, not everyone else is just tagging along. You control so much more than just raw power, all the different skips and stuff. True, and you also control utility. Like, in general, the tank is responsible for most utility things. Like your stops and everything like that. Alrighty? Hold up. So we're going to go through here, and then... Do I have cheat up? I'm going to proc cheat right now. Hold up. Wait. Fell dev? I don't have cheat, actually. So we sigil. Boom. Sigil again. Bam. That's the sigil right there, because it puts the spell on cooldown. So now they won't recast. And I think, right? If I've hit them with the sigil, they shouldn't recast. Not yet, at least. Boom, and then here, and then boom, and then boom like that. I almost died. My healer saved me there for sure. I was a poor gather. I got to gather that even better in the future. tanking has a lot of responsibility, which is also why I think if it was just more accessible, it would be better. I think that if tanking was just easier, I don't think anybody would complain. I think it would only help the game. I really think that it would only help the game if tanking was easier. Also, speaking of tanking being alright, although I'm not playing very well, I feel pretty chill on a 635 Demon Hunter in a 11 right now. Like, I'm not doing this perfectly, but here we go. And get rid of sigil gore. You can even leave sigils at that point, and then you would just, maybe you get rid of like one sigil or something, but if every single tank just had that, you can leave exactly the class design, okay? Leave exactly, you don't have to change anything else, just give it. Just basically, maybe you even just leave sigils, and then you give, I think you just need Disrupting Shout. A single button that you hit, because then it solves aggro problems, it solves a lot of things. There's so many issues with pug keys. One of which is just aggro, right? Like your DPS goes zug-zug, right? That's like one of the big problems is that your DPS just kind of zug-zug too much. And then you're like, I wish I had a button when they ninja pull something. If I just had a single button that I could press to get threat back, that would be amazing. So I need to get more Fury regen. I'm probably sure I'm just low on haste, yeah? What's my haste at? It's actually not that bad. Haste is not that low right now. So we spikes. Boom. Reverse glaive. Single target, we go soul cleave, then fracture. AoE, we go other way. So soul cleave, then fracture on AoE. So many tanks don't understand how taunt threat works at low level. They seem to think their mere presence is enough. And honestly, would that be so bad if it was at a low level? Like, the tank threat exists for problems that occur at the high level where you will literally just kite the whole time. Like, you could do that. But actually, they've changed the dungeon to the point where they've specifically designed every dungeon. Every single pack is not limited by the tank anymore. But here's the thing. No, but here's the problem. They specifically have designed dungeons where you can't overpull. But you can't overpull. That's actually the thing, because they've made AoE mobs or casters or this. So it's actually, like, where would you, if aggro wasn't a problem, where would you pull more? I'm genuinely, if there was no such thing as tank aggro, what would you do differently? I mean this, by the way. Think about it. What would you pull that you just wouldn't pull in other ways? Like, what would change, out of curiosity? What route would you do? In Floodgate, you still have the Shredinators, the Surveyors, and other things. You still have the Architects that don't move. You still have, like, what would you pull extra? I mean, like, literally, aggro doesn't exist. You have the Divers. They have casts. Where would you pull extra? What about Priory? You can't pull extra Knights. You can pull a few extra Footmen, I guess. But you can't pull anything else. And you still have to tank everything, keep in mind. You could pull extra Footmen in Priory. I think we're just going to take this as a 10. Just take it as a 10. Boom, 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 boom. So I think that basically, like, yeah, right now, they've changed dungeon design quite a bit. Like, fundamentally, dungeon design is just not the same. So, yeah, right now, it really feels like that, Atos. And the problem with it feeling like that is I don't think that's good for the game. Like, I don't think they need to make that interaction harder. I actually wonder, like, I get the interaction, and it does separate a good DPS from a bad DPS, right? In my prescience is only needed, and there's a lot of range ones that I pull one pack at a time. But, like, but as a question, in this current dungeon pool, they're still limited. I think about streets, and I'm like, you would eventually get overwhelmed by casters. Maybe you'd pull a little bigger there. What about Gambit? Gambit, you have the fish sticks and the casters again, so you couldn't overpull that. What about Priory or Floodgate or Dawnbreaker? Or, like, it's like you still would do. You're already pulling as much as the group can live. I don't think you would pull any bigger if threat wasn't an issue. Not really. Maybe the high-end groups, because you still have to figure out a way to group it and live it and stuff like that. I guess it would favor tanks with higher mobility. That part would be bad, right? Because it would definitely favor tanks with higher mobility. Yeah. But I really think that lower... I wonder if that would be a good change or not, though. I don't know if that would or would not help the game. That one I'm not as confident about. There's a lot of things that would help the game for sure. That one I'm, like, less confident on. What just permissed on the fish sticks? Oh, right. That's right. They chopped my boy. Yeah. What did they do to my boy? What did they do to my boy? Also, you can't, like, perma-stopping the fish sticks is going to be an actual thing that maybe people try to do, but it'll be very annoying if that's the correct thing to do. Just a Brewmaster running circles and Priory while the DPS, but then you still have the casters, like, you would not be able to leg sweep or use a lot of your utility, and you would lose damage because the pack would get spread, because one of the things about tanking that a lot of people don't know is you want to keep the thing as stacked as possible. I see a lot of tanks make this mistake all the time. I actually notice this as a giant problem for pug tanks. They don't realize how important it is to actually keep things grouped up. Like, to, like, pixel stack the mobs. Pixel stacking mobs is a giant advantage for almost everything. And right now, there's so much damage optimization in keys. I don't think that you would not pixel stack mobs because you want to kite. You would still have to try to pixel stack them, and then kiting would become a skill. Because, like, if a Brewmaster chases mobs around Priory, you're going to have casters that plant, you're going to have the footmen that move, and then all of a sudden the pack's going to be all over the place, and you won't be able to do damage properly. So I don't actually think that that would happen. Like, I'm pretty sure if they remove tank threat, you would just gather faster, which would be nice for the tank and nice for the DPS. I wouldn't mind playing with the Boomy as much. If they imagine that tank threat wasn't an issue, I would be like, oh, Boomies are fine. But right now, I cannot stand them. I hope they get nerfed to the ground. I hope that Boomies are deleted from the game. I would be okay with that. I don't, like, no one likes playing with Boomies. Healers don't like playing with them. DPS don't like playing with them. Like, your tank doesn't like playing with them. Nobody likes playing with Boomy. It's a rough spec, though. The 120 route. I forgot. It's a 12. It's a low-key. All good. I love to have mobs all in a pack. I can AoE them. And sometimes in pugs, others aggro other packs, and I struggle to get them. That's true. But again, imagine if your mere presence was enough, Carolina. But imagine if your mere presence was enough and threat wasn't an issue. Let's say somebody butt pulls something, and you're just like, cool, let me just walk over to them and basically, like, use my AoE taunt button or something. Wouldn't that be better? Then you wouldn't have to worry about that situation, because that happens to me too. And especially, whoops, sorry, hold up. LOL. Almost died. I nerf it so I can wrestle druid or some other spec. I hope they nerf Boomy. I think that the nerf actually in the last set of notes was probably enough. But it's still Boomy is the problem. I think that it was probably enough. I actually think that nerf was okay. I think. I don't know. But basically, I would be fine if they basically deleted Boomy from Mythic Plus. They also never bear form, etc., though. You're allowed to dot, technically. You can dot, but you have to dot the target the tank has already hit. You can't dot everything. Exactly, and it's a DPS skill. If you get aggro, you're supposed to run through the tank, not away from the tank. You're supposed to run through the tank so that the mobs walk through your tank's abilities. Yeah, but a lot of people don't know that, Carolina. Also, Carolina, north or south? Because Ghost came in earlier, and apparently he's from South Carolina, and I didn't even know people lived in the Carolinas anymore. Yeah, I would say that most Boomies definitely don't know they have bear form. It's a strange thing, because it's actually, like, a really broken defensive. Like, it's an amazing defensive. Hold up. Run! Go through. Well, Carolina is your name? I've lived in the Netherlands. Wait, why did they name you Carolina? Do your parents... Is Carolina... Am I missing something? Does Carolina mean something other than the state in America? Wait a second. Does Carolina have, like, some weird route, like, root or something? Roots. The roots of Carolina. The etymology of that name. The etymology of Carolina. It's Spanish? For what? What does it mean in Spanish? Carolina. So is this Carolina? Carolina. Carolina. Like this? Caroline. I think it's closer to Carolina. Carolina. The more I say it, it was the Princess of Monaco or something. Oh, okay, there it is. I knew it was something. So wait, was the princess... Why do they have a North Carolina and a South Carolina then? Did the people who settle in Carolina just really like this princess? Caroline was a fairly common name. I know Coraline. That was a freaky movie. As someone who has played Druid since vanilla, it blows my mind how many Boomies don't shift forms to survive. Yes, I know. Carolina is one I've heard in Finland. Dead equals bigger DPS, which is why so many Boomies eat the floor this season. I swear that Boomies do like the taste of dirt. I will say, Soul Fruit, I genuinely think that some Boomies are just like, you know when you were a kid and they made that wonderful thing? Listen, Raylan, let me tell you. You know when you were a kid and your parents would make you dirt and it was actually delicious because the dirt was just basically crushed up Oreos with gummy worms? And they would be like, here's your dirt. And you were like, fuck yeah, I want my dirt. I basically think that boomies accidentally got real dirt. And it kind of messed with their development a little bit. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like a lot of boomies, unfortunately, ate real dirt. They didn't eat the crushed up Oreos, and their experience was very different than my experience. Because they enjoyed it. They enjoyed it the same amount. And at least it wasn't wood chips. It could have been wood chips, and that would have been worse. You know what I mean? You were loved as a kid. I was loved as a kid. And that basically is why I can't play Boomy. It's also why I don't play Havoc Demon Hunter. No one, basically Havoc Demon Hunter, Fury Warrior, there are a few specs in WoW that you can only really enjoy if you definitely had a rough childhood. Yeah? North Carolina, I named it for King Charles of England. The name of Carolina is derived from the Latin word Carolus, which means Charles. What? No fucking shot it's actually Charles. Are you telling me that we're sitting here talking about the princess and everything, and it's actually just some dude named Charles? That's what Carolina is? It's not some cool thing about this princess. It's actually just Charles. That's kind of lame. I actually like the princess story. The princess story was badass. Charles is just sort of, you know what I mean? I like Charles. I'm kind of done with Charles. There's so many Charles references already. The Princess of Monaco sounded way cooler. That was like a solid, that was a solid explanation in my opinion. Also, hi Elzian. I hope you had a nice stream. Elzian, do you just casually turn on your stream for like 12 hours at a time? Or like 15 hours? Like, I don't know how you do that. I would be very tired after like 12 hours of streaming. I did when I was super depressed. When I was very depressed, I just needed a way to distract myself in my day because I didn't want to be in my head. Then I would do that. Oh, are you super depressed? That might happen. Yeah, I would actually think that streaming is really good for being like that. I think that streaming is like so good because then you just get to basically pass your time, but technically be productive as you're passing your time because you get to play the game, talk to people, learn about the etymology of Charles. It's like it's like a sweet deal actually. Well, hold up. Carolina. I thought it was cool to be named after a princess. It's also very important occasionally. This is not super important, but just a heads up. If you say defisted instead of devastated, it might have a different meaning than you were originally intending. Because this is Twitch chat, and somebody's going to read that and be like, you know what I mean? Like, you just got to be careful about saying defisted instead of devastated. Just a fair warning that those are not the same thing. Well, actually, that's not true. They're very related to each other because if you were defisted, then you were also devastated. So I guess they're not completely unrelated, but they're relatively unrelated. And I don't think that's quite what you meant. I have difficulty with grammar. That's okay. I'm making a really bad joke. That's on me. It's not on you. You're very fine. Now, back on the Boomkin topic. Yeah, what's up? They might be. No, I don't think they were. It's the opposite, actually. They could benefit from more. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really like playing with boomies. GG's. All right. You get anything, by the way? What's up? Let's see. Pole axe of somber fates. Carved blade. Thank you. Thanks. Is that a two-handed weapon? Damn. Very graphic, mental. Big thanks for that. You're welcome, Sam Cakes. Happy to do, though. I'm Rye Guy from YouTube. What's up? Oh, sorry. Did I miss a YouTube comment, though? Hi. Hello there, Earl. The Earl Saurus. Movies always getting, yeah. Especially when they starfall and dot when I'm walking through a pool. Okay, what key did I get? We're just gearing the Demon Hunter now. Because apparently PTR is not actually up today. What's up, Rye Guy? What's up, Rye Guy? How are you, by the way, Raylan? Raylan, I'm looking for an OCE guild. I don't know if you're actually doing, like, real rating. Like, I don't kind of just want, like, an AOTC clear. I kind of found one that I'm thinking about joining, but I don't know. I'm going to play a lot of alts next season, and I'm going to want to have a group to raid with. I'm just saying. Gotta sleep? Thank you for coming, man. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it, though. I'm gonna do a few more, I think. I'm sticking with Feral into next season, I think. If you love Feral, play it. Feral's super fun. Some people love it, though. I'm not doing AOTC, I know. I know it's CE, but you guys take your guild, I think, a little bit more seriously than I want to take it. I'm not a raider. I don't really like raiding, you know? I'm not, like, a huge raiding fan. I kind of just like chilling. I'm much more of a chill person. I don't know. What? Gonna break. Thank you, Shepard. I don't mind doing a few more because we're here, and I'll just game. All good. Raylan, have you ever shot a gun before? Have you ever actually gone like pew pew in real life? Who this? I like to do delves and Mythic Plus dungeons. Mythic Plus dungeons are my favorite, but I'm not a huge raider. Did kind of make raid a requirement for M+ers. Yeah. Well, I still think you don't need to Mythic raid, to be honest. I think that AOTC is enough, but the early access to tier is the one reason why it's like you kind of have to do this, though. You can on your... Sure, if you'd like. If you'd like, Task, that'd be amazing. If you'd like, I'd appreciate that. That'd be cool. Raid is lame. 4 chances at tier better than 3. If you can do it, yeah. Cinderbrew Meadery. Let's do that on 10. Cinderbrew Meadery. 10. If you can do it, sure. But Raylan, what I don't like is I don't like the strife and the finger pointing and the drama of raid. I'm not a huge fan of the drama of raid. You know what I'm talking about? It's that thing which is just like, you know, like they point fingers. Is this PTR? No, PTR is down. The new dungeons aren't up, and I was kind of like, meh. So I'm just gearing a live Demon Hunter. He's very low right now, but he's managing. He's doing okay, actually. I think he's doing pretty well. Are you doing 10s? Because look at my item level. I was 613. I was tanking 10s at like 612. I'm just farming up crests and stuff. Actually, so I have 90 crests. I should probably just craft a weapon. I would assume that I craft a weapon and get 100 item levels. Do you think it's worth it to get 100 item levels on a weapon? Insane value. Insane value. Why don't I just go get 100 item levels on a weapon? Bro, that is ridiculous value. Unbelievable values. Weapons, one-handed, warglaves, Everforged warglaive. Good. Track recipe. Great. This is what we're going to buy this stuff? Yeah. I don't know if I have enough gold in here. I might need to go to Warbound Bank real fast. Yes. Weapon is pretty good. You pull, you wipe after a minute, you regroup, talk for... I mean, hey, look, Rag Guy. I agree. Some people love raiding, though. Some people genuinely love raiding. And that's fine. If you love it, then great for you. Like, there's a lot of people... I mean, clearly, I think that Blizzard thinks that people like raiding more than they like M+, because they balance around raid. Which is weird, by the way. Just broke 3,700 today before work. Nice. Hey, congratulations on taking Feral that far. Feral to 3,700 this season in particular would be tough. I genuinely respect it. I respect the grind. What am I doing? Oh, no, I was going to Warbound Bank. What am I doing? I need some gold. Yeah. And I also think that, well, I do think that the Mystic Touch thing is a big problem. Like, I don't think that it is going to do what they wanted it to do. Oh, wait a second. I don't think that that's going to do what they wanted it to do. Like, on one hand, Feral Druid should be happy and stuff like this, though. Does Scritch or Post still play Feral? I don't know if either of them particularly play Feral. Withdraw. 50,000 gold. I think my main problem with raid is that it's very hard for me to find a raid that I enjoy being a part of. That, to me, is the worst part of raid right now. I find that to be very difficult. Most of the time when I'm raiding, it's just people being angry at each other. There's yelling instead of jokes. For 3 hours, you're sitting... Tay, you want to come? All right, what's up, Tay? My problem, right? My problem is that when I raid, I tend to be in a group of 20 people, and they're just like... You know what I mean? And it's just not fun. It's just not fun because people are just actually there the whole time, and they're just like, you did this and whatever, though. They're raiding you're in. And it's true, by the way, but I also just don't like it. I don't want to raid 5 days a week. I could do it, Raylan. Like, I wouldn't be... Like, I have logs from when I did raid before. They're all... I mean, I could parse 95 plus. Not 100 with my ping, but I could parse well no matter what I play. I know I would be good at it. I just tend to zone out and get bored, and sometimes I get hit by mechanics. But it's not a skill thing. It's just straight up, like, I get bored, and I don't like it. Like, what's the... I don't want to be on Brew Twister for 20 hours. Like, that just sounds like absolute misery. And that's 20 hours of game time I could be spending on keys, leveling an alt, or something fun. So it's just not my vibe. Like, some people love that. I just don't like that prog. It's not my vibe. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this recipe. which is where? Wait a second. L. I was tracking something. What was I? How do I get my quest log back? Did I not track this? Watching SR, Salt Raiders nowadays. I wish my raid group was like that. I just want to have fun in raid. I don't mind playing. Like I guess I mind raiding more than a few days a week. 1 or 2 days. I think 1 day a week is perfect. I think 1 day a week is optimal, but honestly, twice is fine as well. Okay, weapon, one-handed, warglaive, boom, and here. What animal is different for a +10? It depends if you have friends or not. If you have friends, no item level is required. My weekend guild run and 2.5 hours a night, that sounds much better to me. That sounds like more my vibe. Track recipe. Hello? Track recipe? Okay, I guess I just have to remember this. Raid takes too long for me. I think 2.5 hours is better than 3 at least. Friendly for most lifestyles, and that's also true because raiding requires you have to get so many people together. And it's just hard to find 20 people who are like-minded. I have no friends that play. So WoW is technically a social game, and I know people don't always want to hear that, but it's true. WoW is a social game. But you really want to have friends when you play WoW. It's much better to play WoW as a social game. This guy is a shaman. He has an untimed 10. That is suspicious. Oh, wait a second, because I need to do this anyways. Okay, so I can't track this for whatever reason. We need Ironclaw Alloy and Sanctified Alloy. 10 Sanctify Alloy. 10 Sanctify Alloy. Here we go. Alloy, current expansion only. 10 Sanctify, 3 Ironclaw. Remember that. 10 Sanctify, not too pricey, luckily. You remember when these were so pricey, man? These were terrible. And then, oh wait, we bought Sanctified. And 3 Ironclaw. Okay. And we need the Fang. There's something like a Fang. Superb Beast Fang. Yeah, this one. Good. And then there's like a weapon grip or something. I don't remember. Different strokes for different folks. Yeah, but that's true in real life too, Raylan. Like, some people like furries and some people are wrong. It breaks my brain to spend an hour looking for grip for a key and then brick first pull and be happier than 3 hours of coordinated team gameplay prog. I don't like waiting 3 hours for keys either, which is why I tend to tank and heal, and also I don't mind fodder rerolling to meta. I was about to say, no one sits it. I don't do that. I wouldn't play the game if I did that, Raylan. I would not be satisfied. I wouldn't play the game. That's why I don't play. Like, sometimes I want to play DPS, but I won't do it. Help me with the +10 dungeon. I said I have no gear for this. No worries. We swiped through. Honestly, so do you play NA or EU? If you live in the Netherlands, Carolina, are you an NA or EU gamer? Survival Hunter. Wait, do people have main IO? I'll take them if they have main IO. I missed whatever else was on the recipe. I don't need to be picky for this necessarily. I was hoping to get maybe some leather people, but it is ultimately okay. I'll just take people with item level. Doesn't matter. How about this Devastation of Ogre? Cool. Okay, so hold up. Weapons, one-handed, Warglaive. I have a bad memory. Everforge. We need the Storm-Touched Weapon Wrap. That's the one we need. And my Reagents. Cool. At the moment, I am on US. Oh, okay. Well, if you want a 10, I could probably just help you get a 10. I need some alt keys. I'll be doing mostly alt prep stuff until Season 3 comes out. Oh, by the way, so I got to travel to Lao next week, and I will be off stream for like 5 days. Very unfortunate, but I kind of don't want to do in real life stream in Lao. There's not a lot to do in Lao. I don't know if you've ever been to Lao before, but it's not... I'm going to hopefully find, if possible, my goal is I'm going to find an internet cafe. And I'm going to try to find an internet cafe and just play WoW all day, but I won't have my streaming set up, so I can't stream, which will be sad, you know? There's the stuff you're working with, especially when raid gear is good. That's what I do, though, Raylan. And that's how I play all my alts. I do 1 + 10, pick a character I want to main, and then I do 1 + 10, basically. Missive, Algari, Missive, and we want... Firelash? Yeah, we want crit haste, I think. So, Firelash here. What's up? Lao is so much better than China. Built the railway crossing it. So many tourists now. There's not that many tourists in Lao, to be fair. There's a leather person. I was going to wait. Okay, fair. So, I think Algari Missive, and then we need Ascendance. We do want to, Ascend... Wait, how do you spell Ascendance? Dark Moon Sigil. Ascension, that's the one. Okay, so Ascension. And then we need the crest. And that's it. Yeah, okay, it's Ascension, correct? I think that's everything I need for my weapon. Dude, it's 100 item levels. Give me a second. Let's just go. It's 100 item levels. Insane value here. Absolutely insane value to get 100 item levels on this weapon. So I make a crest here. We craft it at max item level. Okay, so we buy one of these. And then I make the spark here. And then I buy one of the other crests as well. And that should be how I'm going to prep this guy. Eventually, I get enough crests to just craft the 2 things that I probably need. There we go. Okay, so that should be everything. Weapons. They're not too expensive. I don't mind spending some gold, but I'm going to have to do this on a few characters. Okay, boom. I've got everything set now. 100 item levels. Huge value. Looking for crafter. Let's see if I can find anybody. This is big. Actually less stat budget than risk, so offhand is super insignificant. Gotcha. What cities are you planning to visit in Laos? Oh, Bathazu. I live in Thailand, so I've been to Laos before. I just have to go for visa reasons. Which is unfortunate. Okay, who's this? My alts can craft it. Let me know if you send an order. Obsidiani. Okay. Obsidiani. Okay. Dash Mediv. Great. They said they can craft this. 5 stars. 4 stars. 1,000. Good. Personal order. Sent. Okay, cool. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, sorry. I'm gonna get this stuff. Definitely wear the glaive. Are you on a tourist visa? No, I've lived here for over 7 years. I was on a marriage visa. I was married here in Thailand, right? I was married for 5 years. But then we got divorced. So I signed the divorce papers on Monday, and so it's gonna be like a whole thing. I have to change my whole visa, and I'm gonna get a 5-year visa instead. It is a whole thing. But my life is in Thailand. Thailand is my home. Thailand is the only place I've actually ever been to that feels like home, so I have to make it work. Like, I just have to do it. There's no alternative for me because it's so important, though. Am I get ready for chest day? What's up, Uliana? Come back. I'll never be able to be a Thai citizen. They've made it very, very difficult to do that. Basically, it is effectively impossible to become a Thai citizen. Yeah? It's very, very difficult because they kind of want you to pay for your visa. So the whole point of them doing this system is that I have to pay effectively to get this visa every time. It's a lot easier than it used to be. Actually, you have to pay. You used to have to pay a lot more. So it's nice that you don't have to do that as much anymore. My keystone is too high. My keystone is too high. Yeah, it's actually very nice that you don't have to. It used to be a lot more expensive. That was like the most expensive part of living in Thailand. When I go to Laos, I'll just be in Vientiane. I'll just be in the city. All the way down to a 10 better. Cool. Yeah, so I'll be in Vientiane. I've been there before. There's nothing I really want to do. I don't know if anybody has any recommendations. I'm just not a traveler. I'm a hardcore introvert. I don't want to go outside. I don't want to do any of that. I just want to stay inside all the time, man. I just want to make it all this. I just want to stay inside all the time. Like, all I want to do all the time is just stay indoors. So this whole idea of traveling where I have to get on a flight, go to a foreign country, deal with passport things, deal with this, deal with that, it really is not my jam. I wish I didn't have to do it. I would stay. I don't like traveling. Some people really like it. Some people, it says like, oh, I get so excited. It breathes fresh air into my life and I feel rejuvenated, etc., etc., etc. Not me, man. It's so draining to have to travel outside my home. My home is my favorite place. Yeah, exactly. COVID was my holiday. In many ways, I agree with that because my home is my setup. My home is amazing. Well, and everything. I need like a mini store, hospital, gym, you name it. That sounds amazing. And I have a VR, I have a home gym, I work as a trainer, so I have everything I need in my home. This is the most massive upgrade you've ever seen in your life. This is literally 100 item levels on a weapon. Big value. That's like huge value. Radiant power. Perfect, and we can buy a rank 3 weapon enchant for that. Huge. Excellent. So like I have VR, I have my computer, I have my TV, my anime, my everything. 1 second, I'm gonna go. sorry. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate it. I don't blame you. Pretty hot and humid during these months, isn't it? In it. In it. I tried to say that once, and it didn't work because I'm not actually British. Pull 10. Let's go. Sorry about that. I was in Laos 3 months ago. I didn't expect so many EV cars. They have way more than in Italy. Dude, Laos, so like, all okay. If you're from a foreign or like a Western country, may I tell you something? What's up, Brave? What's up, Brave? Dude, I'm playing. If you can't beat him, join him. Here, look at this. That chair slays. Thank you. You slay. Actually, you don't slay. You follow the law. You would never commit mass murder, so you don't slay, right? There are some people who slay, but not you, because you're a law-abiding citizen. Let's see if I want all the muscles or not. Probably. I think it'll be fine. Okay, so we get aggro like this, like this, like this. Demon Hunter already feels so tanky, and I'm actually 641. That weapon craft is kind of massive. That weapon craft is hilariously massive, actually. Thank you. Brave, I hope you've been doing well. I hope you are enjoying your life as a warrior. VDH cranks? Yeah. It kind of makes me sad that I wasn't actually playing it this season, though. Because it's not that hard to play. Like, it's definitely, like, I have to learn to get better at it. But it just feels very fluid, though. It feels very fluid. It feels very, like, wonderfully chill. I remember it being a lot more, but it just feels super good. I guess Eldrachi simplifies it a little bit. I need to get better at the finer points of it, for sure. But it just feels like being able to dart around like this feels awesome. There's so many things that just feel so good about it right now. Like that sigil right there for aggro, and then the Chaos Nova on top of it, because I can just control that. Like, that feels so good, man. I don't know. I definitely like... I like how it plays right now, which is unfortunate, because if it's really, really good next season, I'd consider it. Will you ever fodder reroll? Brave, now that you're kind of getting back into WoW and you're streaming all the time, would you ever fodder reroll? Is that something that you'd be interested in doing at this point? You have a VDH, but, like, would you actually play, like, main it for a season? You basically are a warrior main, yeah? So if you're a warrior main... I see. At least warrior... I still think that warrior's in a really good spot. I think that... I don't know if you played PTR at all. You don't play PTR, though, right? I think you're a warrior. That's fine, though, because actually the nerf to warrior is very, very decent. I actually think that if that's all that happens to warrior... then warrior's in a pretty good spot for the season. Like, I thought they would hit it a lot harder than that. And they actually didn't. Which I think is pretty cool. So I think that if that's the only thing that happens, though, right? I play Mountain Thane. You play Mountain Thane? Really? Wait, because would you play Colossus if it was meta? Or are you not only... Wait a second. Brave, are you... are you depressed? You're telling me it's currently meta. What? Wait. Are you saying that not only do you will definitely play warrior no matter what, but you will also play the only one hero talent of warrior, though? Really? But you wouldn't even consider playing the thing that isn't technically meta, quote unquote? Mountain Thane is quite good. I'm a believer in Mountain Thane. I like Mountain Thane. I have no problem with Mountain Thane. Yeah, I'm fine with Mountain Thane. Like, I have no issue with it. I actually think I was testing Mountain Thane on PTR. Somebody asked me if I would test it. There are 2 builds of Mountain Thane on PTR. I tested one of them. I didn't actually get to test the fun one. There's like an execute Mountain Thane build that was going around, and I wanted to test that. That seemed like really fun to me. Like, just like an actual... Because you know the rework that's coming, yeah? The execute Mountain Thane seems pretty fun. I don't know if it would work as well, but what's weird is that Mountain Thane seems squishier. Like, to me, Mountain Thane actually seems squishier. And that was really interesting to me. I think that you would notice it because spending all your rage on that, like, you just drop Ignore Pain and Shield too much. I could see that, though. It's squishier on PTR. It's not on live right now, but it's definitely squishier on PTR, though. What's up, Pookie Bear? Yo, somebody called me Pookie the other day, and I was like, you know what? This makes me feel all warm and cuddly inside. Please do this again. Yeah, I think Pookie is a good nickname. It's a little weird because it has the word poo in it, and some people are into that. I'm not, personally. No judgment. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Nicknames always get me, man. Nicknames always get me. People have the weirdest fucking nicknames. Some people are like, Let me just call you baby. It's like, you know, why would you call somebody baby? Like, babies, like, you're not supposed to be attracted to babies. Very specifically. Like, it's like there's like a few things that you're definitely not allowed to be attracted to, and babies are one of them. Like, that's very specific. Like, there's not a lot on that list, actually. Right? It's not a lot on that list. Came back to babies. I don't really know exactly how this happened either, to be honest. At one moment, I was here, and then the next moment, I was talking about how it's not actually good to appreciate babies like this. I can take this final sting. Easy. Hero, number 1 key depleter in the house. Number 1 key depleter. You should... Should I not invite you to my keys then? Pookie, I was talking about this. Because I read your name, and then the way that my brain works is I make associations with people's names. So I read your name, and then I was like, oh shit. You know what's weird? People call each other Pookie. And honestly, I like that nickname. I like that nickname. That nickname is solid. Because if somebody calls me Pookie, I'm going to be like, oh, thank you. Like, it's kind of cute. It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside if somebody called me Pookie Bear. That's a good one. I think that that's fine. It's just a little weird because it has the word poo in it. And in general, although there are some people who would not mind that, not a fan myself. There's no judgment, but, you know, not really my thing. There are some people who do enjoy, and that's fine, What I was saying was then I was realizing that there are other names, right? There are other names, and there are some people who just have very strange names. This is going to be tough for aggro. I should have thought about this. This might have been... I'm pulling very aggressively for somebody who is not geared whatsoever. Is that why you like it? I do like keys. Yeah, I do like keys. That's why I like Halo, too. Because I was like, damn, keys. And then the flood came, and I was like, damn. What if a baby called you Pookie? Well, one of the things I mentioned is that people... There's so many things wrong with our romance. I don't know how our brain got so messed up. But not only are we like, yo, baby... You're so attractive. It's like, that's weird. You're not supposed to like babies. It's like, that's like, you're definitely like super not okay. But the other thing that's not okay is you're not supposed to like your mom or your dad either. Like, that's so, you're into goth, but like the thing is, you're not necessarily supposed to do this either. You know what I mean? What's up, Spec? Spec, you know what I mean? You're not exactly supposed to like your dad. Like, I get that it happens, but that's like a trauma. Like, it's not exactly a good thing. Like, we shouldn't celebrate calling people daddy. You know what I mean? Like, I think in general, like, that should not be something that we openly celebrate. It should be something that's a little strange. But yet everybody's like, ay, papi, and it's like, that's weird. Okay? Like, that's not... Like, we just assume that that's so normal for people. I'm not kink shaming. I'm just noticing the fact that it's a little strange. That's not a kink. That's... It's not exactly a kink, I will say, all right? What did you say about furries earlier? Well, there's nothing wrong with furries. Fur is like the best texture known to mankind. That one makes sense. There's just some things that make sense. Like, that one just makes sense. There's nothing wrong with furries. Have you ever touched fur before? Why do you think you like dogs and cats? You think you like cats because of their personality? You like cats because they're soft and super fucking cute. And also, yeah, kind of their personality. But some cats you like with respect. Not for their personality. You like cats because they're just soft. Imagine cats, like Sphinx cats. Not everybody likes Sphinx cats. They don't have fur. Fur is kind of one of the prerequisites for human beings liking something. Yeah, and not everybody likes me, kitty. And not everybody likes me with respect. And that's fine. I got a unique vibe. And that's okay with me. Not everybody has to like me. I've heard people say the same thing about the dad. That's good. I'm glad I'm not alone in that, because I just think that's a pretty logical take. Like, I don't think that's that complicated. I think that if we're trying to make that, like, it shouldn't be that complicated to appreciate that, I think. Dude, these sigil things are so cool. Maybe some people don't like you because you're not enough furry. Ah. Would this help? Do you think more people will like me now? Bathazu? Like, does this help? Or was I just missing the ears this whole time? You are literally a cat? Yeah, well. Well, don't people call other people daddy because it's referred to as a dominant figure? That's okay. On one hand, I'm like, okay, fair enough. Like, you want somebody who's a little bit more of a leader, and it's a more of a personality type, and like that makes sense. You're not wrong about that, Ace. However, I don't think that's true. I genuinely think that people are like, because like, you know, but I will say it might be true because nobody's out here calling people father. Like I've never heard that before in my life. There's actually, well, that's not true. If there's depends on the context. Technically speaking, though, I've never heard anybody been like father. It's like, unless it's like, you know, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. That's a whole different category of thing we're talking about. But in general, it's like specifically, maybe you're right about this. Maybe it has less to do with the fact that the person is technically a father figure as much. Start saying king or something. King would be pretty cool. That makes sense. I don't think we're gonna do that skipping at 10, by the way. Religious theme, yeah, well, religious themes kind of make sense because things are all about trauma nowadays. And actually, if we openly talked about this more, I feel like the world would be a better place. Like, I think that we should totally just talk about it more. I know that skip was actually executed pretty perfectly, but at the same time, I feel like we just take it on this key level. Good luck. Sorry, I might have made a mistake. I pulled too fast. Those are going to go off in the back. I will live. My team may not. Oh, silent sigil. This sigil. Other sigil. Aggro. Aggro here. Perfect. Nice. Oof. Close. When they still talk proper, then they still say father and mother instead of mom and dad. But that's like to family. That's not like in a weird context. You know what I mean? I mean, Ami, that's a very specific knowledge. That's a very, very specific knowledge. How do you know that? Well, actually, don't answer that question. Never mind. Don't answer that question. This is a wild key. I'm starting to get overconfident because I have a healer who's really good right now, and they are saving my ass. I have a healer who's like helping me a ton, so I'm getting kind of carried here. Just don't behead me, please, King. Yeah, it depends. And the release is always fascinating. That's true. How are you feeling playing VDH? I'm not gonna lie. If I tell you really good, if I tell you actually that like I feel amazing playing VDH, how would you feel about this? Unfortunately, I feel pretty good about. I feel like really good about playing VDH though. To Google, of course, to Google, right? To Google. Yes, I also have a second monitor open to Google right now. Totally just Google. I do. Well, actually, it's technically open to YouTube and whatnot, though. Oh, speaking of YouTube, what's up, YouTube? What is this forbidden? Yeah, I'm on the forbidden class. That's true. Sorry, I missed the YouTube comments. I'm focusing a little bit because I actually don't really know how to play this that well. Silent sigil. What? I haven't proc cheat yet. Might proc it here. Wait, just Chaos Brain. Nice. Spawn boss, etc. Nice. It feels pretty good. I think it's just the sigils. It's the control for me. Like, the part that feels good about VDH is definitely just the sigils. Sigils feel amazing. First time trying VDH was a wipe on a pack of... Yo, what's up, Brit? I just think that VDH feels... Like, it feels like I have a lot of options and stuff like that, though. It does feel... And it's also very fast. It's, like, super fast. I kind of understand... Like, when I play VDH, I understand why I hate VDHs. Because if I'm playing VDH, though... Did you press Demon Spikes? Of course. I got, like, 100% up. You can actually have 100% uptime now on Spikes. Because... Yeah, like, the movement on it is so nice, but the problem is that's why VDHs and pugs just randomly goes, like, zip-zappity, zip-zap. And that's what I don't like about pugging with them. No Spirit Bomb feels not nice, though. I like specs that are straightforward. I'm kind of okay with specs that are straightforward, to be honest. I'm okay with that, though. I don't need a spec to be that complicated, though. On your buff tracker, I think Thrill of the Fight is right here, yeah? I think that's right there. I'm not sure. But, I mean, guys, you guys realize I've just started this character, yeah? He was 612 yesterday. Sorry, if you're watching me play VDH, you should know. He was literally 612 yesterday. So this is not a min-max thing at all. Like, just to clarify, yeah? This is the opposite of min-max. Oh, one actually did hit. Whoops. Yeah, basically, exactly. That's exactly what happens with VDH. That's my experience with them as well, by the way. Yeah. Basically, I don't think it's a very good pug spec because it's actually hard to play. And I think like when a warrior tank is meta, it's better. Or when a guardian druid is meta, pug keys are so much better because they're more straightforward to play and they're less likely to die. And I think that's so much better. That's the wrong one. There's another one. Okay. Misery this. I go around the corner for a second. There you go. Perfect. Fell dev. Easy. Either unkillable or it dies on the easiest pulls. Yeah, there's no in between. Basically, skill cap tanks, like, I'm actually worried if Brewmaster becomes meta, that could be a real problem, dude. Like, if Brewmaster is meta, that could be a real problem because Brewmaster is hard to play. Also, Uliana, to respond to your comment from earlier, you're supposed to love your baby, but not in that way. Love is like, there are many different types of love, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Oh, that's right. We actually went to the B boss first. Ooh, and Brent has a quest for me. Should I take it? Do. I feel like I'm starting to get this down a little bit more. The more I play it, the better I feel, though. So I stream on YouTube too, right? I dual stream to YouTube and Twitch. I've been making YouTube videos. Although, fun fact, my whole YouTube was demonetized recently, which was very sad because I live in Thailand. And like literally they were just like, "Oh, you live in Thailand." Like that's actually why I couldn't verify it. So, unfortunately, that sucked. So I respond to a YouTube comment, but my YouTube chat is to the right and this one is here. Yeah. Platonic love and romantical love. I also just think, what if we replace the word love with connection? I think that sometimes people, because you have to separate love into all these different nuances, and it's like, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, I'm playing the purple. I'm playing the purple spec. Look, watch it. Vengeful Retreat, Fellblade. Whee! It's such a fast-paced spec. I'll be like, whoa, and I'll be like, whoa, for no reason. No reason at all, except for the fact that I get bored. What if instead of love, we just called it connection? Yeah. Also, hey, with you guys, wait, Brave is from, aren't you from Texas? Aren't you from like a small town in Texas, Brave? I thought he was. Have you ever shot a gun before? You ever been like, pew pew? A Wukun. Close enough, yeah. Yeah, plenty. Dude, I went to a gun range today. It was awesome. It's not my first time ever shooting a gun, but I haven't done it in such a long time that it was like, whoa. Yeah, pew pew. How did it go? I mean, I missed the target and pretty much everything, but it's not about the accuracy. It's more about, did I get a good shoulder workout in? And the answer is yes. I got a fantastic shoulder workout in. Connection is like for friends. No, but I actually think that, so what if we viewed our friends as something like this, though? Did you impress? I won't say Awusan because I'm at least 15 years older than you. Age is just a number, dude. I think that I'm kind of an old soul. I've always gotten along with people who are much older than me. I specifically liked women who wore leopard prints because they made me feel more at home. I was like, rawr, cougars. Like, I was definitely a person. I've always dated up, actually. All my life, I was like, you got to be at least, actually, that's about right, Spec, to be honest. I know you're taken already, but I'm just like, yeah, exactly. When I was younger, I was like, you got to be at least 15 years older than me. Are you? Is it ever weird for you guys? It's never been weird for me. The only time it was weird is when I was 19 living in LA. I dated a girl for like 4 months, give or take. And she had 2 kids. She was 16 years. Nope. Yeah. She was 17 years older than me. And she had 2 children. But I'm an introvert and I didn't want to go out. So for Halloween one night, she was like an extrovert. She wanted to go party. And so she was like, hey, if I go out with my friends, can you watch the kids so I can save money on the babysitter? And I was like, yeah, of course. So basically for Halloween, she went out to a club and I just spent the Halloween with her kids and we watched the Minions. And it was like a win-win scenario. It was perfect. Keystone upgraded. +3. Nice. Ooh, okay. I got a Warbound. I don't need this, actually. And I got a ring. I don't think I need that ring. Unfortunate. I think that's actually still better than Cersei's. Like, funny enough, though. My age difference is that he can be my son or father. The idea makes me sick that I had that since I started liking guys. Fair enough, right? Do you want neck? Yes, please. Yes, please. I could use a neck. I could use a neck. That's a nice neck. Okay, I'll take that. Solid. I could use a neck. Do you guys want to do any more? I just think that I've always been relatively non-traditional, and I kind of don't. I like that I view things in my own way, and connection is just connection. You don't have to always quantify things in terms of love and stuff like that. Like, it's just connection. I always love some neck. Dude, can I tell you something? I realized this yesterday because I'm really into physical therapy and supporting my body, and I have a genetic condition that affects my joints. So I have to strengthen all of my stabilizing muscles like way more than before. Yeah. Yeah, I have EDS. Do you know what EDS is, Spooky Bears? Really? I'm surprised. You too? Wow, welcome to the EDS Club. How long did it take for you to get diagnosed? It took me about 15 years of health problems that go back forever. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, I know. It's so hard to get diagnosed with. I was diagnosed when I was 23 because my stomach shut down and I was in the hospital, and they were like, "What's wrong with this kid?" And I was like, "I don't know." And they were like, "Oh," they eventually figured it out. Yeah, EDS sucks. So I have EDS and POTS. I've learned to live with it, and obviously I figured out how to get strong, which is awesome, but it took me years. Right? It's all good because nowadays I'm on the other side of it. If you go through hard things, but you actually make it through the hard things, then you can have a perspective of like, I'm glad I went through that, right? But if you don't go through hard things and then you're in it and it's like really affecting you, then it's like, I'm sorry. It depends on where you are in that cycle. Life goes up and down and up and down. It doesn't coast like this. So I'm on this part of it where I'm like, hey, look, I'm able to be strong and weight lift, and I was able to shoot a shotgun today, and my shoulder didn't dislocate. Like, I'm all right now. But yeah, I go like boop. So all my joints are like boop boop boop. Yeah, you want to know, by the way, you have POTS and stuff like this. It was 23 years, damn. Yeah. When your health is in question, you learn to appreciate and value your time here. That's for sure. Look at this, Pookie Bears. On my desk, I have salt everywhere. Like, literally, I have 2 different salt pills, and every hour on the hour, I take salt. If you're ever in my stream again, you'll hear me say, time for salt. Yeah. So we have deep, dark electrolyte water here, and then we just have salt pills. Can I make a recommendation? This changed my life, because I used to drink salt water that was disgusting. You ever had uni before? Pookie Bear, you ever had uni before? Do you know what uni is? Hey, do you want to do any more, by the way? Sorry, I'm going to keep going. I do wonder where all the salt goes. It is, yeah, the salt be like this. Haven't heard of it. Uni is basically a really fancy sushi that some people like, but it basically tastes like the ocean floor, so I don't know why people like it. That's like, I used to drink salt water that tasted like that. But then eventually I just got salt pills. They're super cheap and they're so much easier, and I highly recommend. Like, I'm so upset that I didn't get it earlier. It actually is such a game changer when I realized you could just get salt pills. The rookery, all right? I'm getting a little bit more gear now. I feel we can go like 11 rookery. Look up sea urchin. Yep, uni is sea urchin. It tastes terrible. Do you want to do any more? I would love it. I like this healer. They're a good healer. If they don't mind. Are you good for more? Are you good for more? I'm just chilling, though. We're just farming out crests now and stuff like that. Lixer, is that you? Is that you, Lixer? Are you the healer in this? Enzorn. I think I could do 12 rookery. Should I start doing 12, or should I wait a little bit more item level? I could use, like, a little bit more. Wait, do I have enough to catalyze for 4 set? No, but I could catalyze for 2 set. Why don't I do that real quick? Wait, why don't I just go get my 2 set? I might as well. I'm going to have to do it eventually. Mo and these rigs are as a teenager, they never knew. Right. Yeah. So EDS, basically, almost all people who are diagnosed with EDS have to confront their doctor and be like, yo, I think I have EDS. And the doctor's like, what's that? Like, yeah, exactly. Well, honestly, Vigos, every doctor asks the same question. Most people are not given any training on it whatsoever. The Western system really fails people with something like EDS. EDS is called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It is a connective tissue disorder. It is genetic. It is not the end of the world. You can totally learn to live with it, but you have to understand that your body works a little differently than other people's bodies. It's so random. Like, some of the things are just super random symptoms of it. One of them is like, whenever I go to the dentist, I need 5 times the amounts of Novocaine. Like, my gums don't get numb, and they never believe me. They'll inject me, right? And then I go like, I can still feel everything. And they're like, no, you can't. And I was like, I can feel everything. And they're like, fine. So they inject me again, and I'm like, I can feel everything. You got to give me a triple dose. And they just don't believe me. That's like a super random thing with EDS. The other ones are like how my digestion is. I can't eat fiber. All right, bet. I can't eat fiber. So that sucks and stuff like that, though. What? Bro. Wait. This person just whispered me in the Dornagal, and he said, here, you drop something. I picked it up for you. And then handed me a loser ticket. Bro. Wait. Does he know me? Was that just a random coincidence? Bro, he just whispered me. He said, you dropped something. Here, I picked it up and then traded me a loser ticket. Bro, what is happening right now? Bro. Amazing. Let's see, roll one thing is up. Out of topic, what's up? Probably shouldn't you macro shield the righteous, some other abilities to spam? Honestly, if you need to, you could. Honestly, as prop pally, you could, but I wouldn't recommend it. There are sometimes a pump. Yeah, of course we can take this guy. That was awesome. All right. I hope you pull an audience. Your jumping is superb. That is amazing. Please, that was an amazing thing. I kind of want to do that to somebody now. I wake up early from surgeries and they never believe me, so I was wake up. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of stuff like that. Yeah. The EDS is so. At least you didn't get bleach. Wait, what? If Aces dies, he's got to give me 100k gold to death here. Wait a second. Hold up. All right, I can kill him. You want me to pull big enough that he dies and you get a bunch of gold? Should we play double havoc? I don't mind taking a bunch of leather people because leather is good for me. I think I get like a rogue here or something like this. That was awesome. I really want you drop something, pick it up. Bro, he just traded me a loser ticket. Unbelievable. Low-key selling. Is this even worth using at this point? Enjoy the ticket. Dude, what was that? That was the most random thing. Are you the person who traded me that ticket? And if so, what was possibly the motivation for that? That was an amazing thing that happened. It was you? Do you just actually have a bunch of these and you look at people in Dornagal and you just say, hey, you drop something and trade them loser tickets? Amazing. Absolutely wonderful. That was classic. I got to do that to somebody now. At some point, I'm going to have to pull that trick out. I'm going to save this. Wait, how do I get loser tickets anyways? A slot machine and it just gives you that? Amazing. I got to collect these and do that now. All right. What are we doing? I'm dropping the key, right? I'm dropping it to 11. You want to go 12? I'm pretty sure I can live. I think we have a pretty solid team here. Can we go 12? High key. Yeah, what's up? I should start saving those. I want it, though. You have a good stream? Okay. That was actually a pretty amazing thing, though. I don't care. Dude, I could live at 12. Should we just start getting it for my... I've healed the words. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I think we go 12, not 13. I think I could do 12. It's not Resil, so if we lose it, we lose it. I might die. I'm like 644 now, though. I'm a lot more geared, though. Yeah, I'm 644 now. I was like 612 yesterday. I'm gearing pretty fast. People are very nice, and they've been helping me. If you really want to macro Shield of the Righteous as a prop pally, you could. It would be suboptimal, but you totally could get away with it, honestly. I think I can do 12. I was doing 10s yesterday with a lot less item level, to be fair. Here, we'll drop it 1. We'll go 12. I was doing 10s with like 612. I played a Blood DK in a 10. I was 612. I did my VDH. I started at like 613 or something like that. I think we'll be all right. I got no... Oh, I should make my 2-set. Let me just make my 2-set super fast. Why not? Isn't 2-set still a nice buff? We convert the Mythic Helm because there's no way I don't convert the Mythic Helm. It'll be Mythic tier. Haste Mastery versus Crit Haste is kind of sad, but it doesn't matter. It's Mythic tier. So we convert this. We have 8 Catalyst charges. There's no need to not convert this, yeah? Actually, we could just do these two instead. I guess this is fine. This is Crit Mastery. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Just grab 2-piece. Crit Mastery versus Crit Haste. That's better. We'll grab 2-piece real fast, and then we'll go like this. Bam. Okay, I don't think this will be a problem. Nice. We got 2-set now. Beautiful. Okay. On the way. On the way. On the way. Demon Hunter is coming up in the world. We're going up. Up, 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 up. Bam. What were we talking about? Health conditions. Right. Health conditions. I still think... is Meld going to be... No. You won't need Meld anymore in any way, actually. Basically, Meld will no longer be required, which would be very nice for anybody like a Pally tank who does not have Meld. You will have the potion. If you ever need to use it once, you'll have the potion. So actually, you can play a different thing. Basically, every tank's going to want to be Dwarf. Right now, after PTR testing, every single tank's going to want to be Dwarf, by the way. Yeah, I also got through this whole season, by the way, without playing Night Elf. I'd also like to point out, I got through this entire season without playing Night Elf, and I'm very proud of myself for that. Like, I actually made it this entire season without playing Night Elf. I amazingly managed to do that. And then, of course, I also made it through this whole season without re-rolling, which is hilarious. I made it through... Wait, you already get 100k, Brave. Wait, didn't you just get 100k? This is amazing. How do I get into this business structure? This seems like a good business structure right now. How do I do that, though? Dark Iron Dwarf is also okay. No, Dark Iron Dwarf is also okay. But trust me, every tank is going to want to be Dwarf now. Like, Dwarf is going to be the biggest thing. Dude, he's just been running this whole time. I'm sorry. I'm going to have a little bit of a hard time with aggro. Just a little bit, though. Sorry about that. I did my best. You need to get a cut. Oh, actually, hey, what do you think about the... So I trimmed the beard a little bit today. I'm not sure how I feel about the beard exactly. Also, are you lupus-free now, Specky? Or was that a thing of the past that you mentioned? Because 23 years is a very long time. And I don't know... Can you even go... You can't. Like, 23 years is not remission territory. So it's something that you still live with? They with health problems. Is this going to pull that pack? Let's just fight this here, then. It's for life, and yes. I was told when I got EDS, you know, I don't know if you're still here, but when I got EDS, I was told that it's a degenerative condition. I was told very specifically. I was like, hey, you got to understand, this is a condition that's not going to be just, it's going to be with you for life, but you will never, like, you have to accept the fact, like, you got to stop weightlifting. You have to stop living. Like, you gotta change all these things. I'm so glad that I didn't actually take that to heart because they were wrong. So much of that advice was really shit advice. Actually, for EDS, you gotta keep weightlifting. In particular, you have to weightlift. Like, it's the most important thing is to have enough muscle, and that's how you prevent joint subluxations, as well as keep your brain updated. Because you need the proprioception. Like, basically, you ever seen a penguin at the zoo? Have you ever been to an aquarium or something and there's, like, penguins? Do you know how clumsy those things are? They fall all the time. Amazingly. I don't know how they've actually progressed in life thus far. Life in itself is also... you know what I mean? As I age, because joints naturally stiffen. And let me just... Dude, that's such a weird mentality. They told you that? Really? That's, like, very wrong, as you know. I see myself as a penguin. I see myself as a penguin too sometimes. That's why when I was younger, my mom would just eat all my food for me and then regurgitate it back into my mouth. It's kind of why I don't like soup. I'm sort of mentally scarred for soup because I grew up like a penguin grows up. And that's all that soup is. Soup is just your mom chewing your food for you and then throwing it up for you to eat. That's basically soup right there. And now I have 0 support. Yeah, dude. EDS. So, okay. I will tell you this. If you still struggle with anything with EDS, talk to me. Like, find me on Discord outside of stream, and I will teach you a few things. Because you don't have to have joint pain with EDS. You can actually solve all of it. Like, literally, and I mean that. You can solve all of it. I have 0 subluxations, and I effectively have 0 joint pain from EDS. My stomach is still a bit messed up, and that's, like, hard to do that, though. Hard to overcome the stomach stuff and some of the other things with EDS. But actually, dude, VDH feels great right now, by the way. I'm just casually tanking this 12, and I've got a bit more item level now, but still. If you're still like, yo, at my joints, I have any subluxation or anything, it's like, just contact me. When's that beef noodle soup? Grimlock, you said this before, and I still disagree with you. Hold on, wait. I was going to CC one and pull this into boss. Oh, they didn't know that. That's okay. We'll just fight this here, then. And you were hating on it? Wait, I was hating on it? What? I was hating on what? Time for more salt. 1 second. Un momento, por favor. Got a lot of subluxations. I gotta help you with that. Oh, wait, shit, I'm gonna die. I was drinking water, and I forgot I didn't hit any buttons. I'm sorry. I thank you for... I was drinking water. I was taking a salt. Is Demon Hunter easy to learn? Maybe not. I think that it's a nuanced tank. The main thing you gotta understand is I've played every tank before at different points. So it's not like I haven't played Demon Hunter before. I haven't played this version of Demon Hunter. So it's going to take me a second to get all the combos right with Eldrachi, right? I don't know how to do that. I don't hear you. You reroll to VDH? I'm not going to reroll to VDH. I'm just going to have all tanks ready for next season. I'm probably still playing Guardian. Knowing myself, I love my Guardian Druid, and I will probably just stay Guardian. But at the same time, I'm just really tired this season of not feeling like I'm playing the thing that I should be feeling. And then I was like, you know what? Why don't I just actually just play meta then? Like, why don't I just wait? And if it's like, it's Prot Warrior, great. I just play Prot Warrior. Or if it's VDH, why don't I just play VDH? Like, I can pick it up. Like, I might not be perfect at it, but I could totally do it. And then I was like, yeah, I don't know. I've been working hard. Basically, I had a friend right now. Yeah, well, I'm going to maintain all my tanks. Either way, I can tell you this. I am too ADHD to stay on one spec for the entire season. I have to have ults. It's my favorite thing about WoW is playing ults. So I'm just going to play ults then. Like, it's fine with me just to have ults that I play. So I'll play a bit of everything. I'll play Brewmaster. I'll play Blood DK. I'll play everything. I don't know what level I'll play everything to, but you know what I mean? Yeah, basically next season, I don't know how much time I'm really going to have, but I think, Sonny, I'm going to go for about... This is a take, okay, because I don't actually know if I'll be able to do this. But in general, I'm thinking that I kind of want to go for about 6 to 8 fully geared ults. At which key level did you start hitting a wall with Bear? Surviving on Bear, or just groups wanting to take me on Bear? Like getting invites quiver, or surviving? Out of curiosity. You mean surviving, yeah? Like, at what key level did I notice? Groups is like literally even at 15, 16. Groups happened around 15, 16 early on in the season. It happened very fast. Way lower than it should have been. Surviving, there is only a single... There are like 2 pulls in this entire season that I was like worried about living on Bear. One of them is a high key Rookery. Rookery has a few pulls which can kill Bear. Otherwise, I'm literally worried about almost nothing. A few pulls in Motherload were the other one, but otherwise Bear is immortal, and I basically will never die. Even at the key levels I've done. Maybe at 19 that changes a little bit. Bear has felt amazing to play this season. I went too close to the pack, I fell dev. I Sigil of Chains. I Sigil of Silence so that no overlap happens. Fucking VDH. I Sigil of Misery. I Sigil of Spite. I Chaos Nova. This is so good. It's what did I just do? I just literally stopped every single cast for the entire first overlap. Dude, the hell? I actually, like, not a single cast went off on that first overlap because I'm VDH. How was I not playing this before? I mean, I guess, I don't know if I'm going to really love it at, like, a hierarchy level and stuff like that, though. Fully geared and all times 15. Basically, though, yeah, the bear, if you're not playing meta, even if you're a tank, I think that is going to be an issue. That's why I wanted to make the tier list and stuff like this, though. Yes, I know, but you saw that, yeah? Like that, and I can do that almost every pull. And almost every pull I can do that. Like, it's pretty cool, man. Like, watch it. Let's see if I do this next double pull. Let me see. I'll have meta. I should have everything up for it, though. Yeah, I should have everything. Do. Is it 100k per death or per murder? Are we getting cuts of this 100k, by the way? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just feel like I can do so much here, though. Yes, it shouldn't happen. Like, basically, if you're asking me, all tanks can do everything, right? Join the Discord. Talk to me. Because there's something about EDS that people don't understand, which is that the thing that regulates your muscles and your joints is not your muscles and joints. It actually has nothing to do with that. The thing that regulates your body... Here, we won't pull that one. You just go here. Let's do it. Ready? Watch this. Sigil of Chains... Sigil of Silence. After Sigil of Silence, we Chaos Nova. Cool. Vengeful Retreat out. Sigil of Misery. The Hunts. And then I gotta go pack over here, because we need to be closer to these mobs. So you can just stop entire overlaps. That's kind of unfair. Compared to my Druid, who has in-cap and a Vortex and a Typhoon. Okay, good tier set proc, good tier set proc, nice. Boom, fell def. Also, I'm living, by the way. Also, I'm living. My healer is obviously very good and helping me a lot, but still. I'm also living at 644 item level with a 2-set. I have 2-set now, at least. But yeah, I'm very passionate. Like, sometimes it's complicated. Sometimes it's not always so easy to understand this. And it's occasionally something that you have to... How to say... It's occasionally something that there are some things you have to accept about your health. You can't fix everything, but I don't believe that life itself is degenerate. I've just seen too many things. I've been able to work with people now who have autoimmune conditions, and I've seen way too many people heal from things that should not be healable. And they're just like, all right, how'd you do it? That's interesting, though. What is the thing that regulates your brain? Your nervous system. Your nervous system regulates your muscles and your joints. This is also true for adaptation in the gym. Gym adaptation is not purely physical. In fact, most adaptation when you start working out is actually neurological, not physical in nature. Aces, wait a second. That's 2 deaths. 200k. 200k now. Oh, 300k. All right, hold up. 300k. Nice. Nice. How much gold do you have, Aces? How much gold exactly do you have, out of curiosity? Because we gotta find out now. The thing that regulates your body is your brain. And let me put it this way. There's a lot of people with specific food intolerances. Maybe maybe you've had it in your life. You're like, look, man, if I eat beans, oh, man, everybody's going to know. Or if I eat broccoli, man, I just have such bad digestion problems. Or if I eat nuts, I'm not quite allergic to them, but I just don't feel very good. Or let's say sugar or dairy or this or whatever. Let's say lactose intolerance. A really interesting example is that if you are just having an absolutely fantastic day, and I mean like just one of the best days of your life, okay? One of the best days of your life. And you go out to dinner and you're just like, it's a birthday party, you're having a great time, the chances of you having digestive distress is significantly less than if you're eating with your family and you're stressed and you don't want to be there and your mom is starting drama and your aunt is over there and there's a baby crying. How we digest food is actually heavily dependent on our environment. You might know this, you might not. But actually, there's a bunch of signals that happen between our stomach and our brain as we're eating about what digestive enzymes to produce. Digestive enzymes are produced through a signal communication. through here and here and here and here like this. If that signal gets disrupted, then occasionally we can have digestive problems. And if you've ever had to take digestive enzymes, very rarely is that a physical problem, like your body cannot produce it, but it's more of a signaling problem that your body isn't producing it, if that makes sense. If digestive enzymes help you, as a way of looking at it. But our, right? But basically, our joints and our muscles work the same way. We're just not taught to think like that, which is interesting. So we're not taught to think like that. We think that our joints are purely physical. If I move my finger, I use X muscle to do so. But actually, my brain is the thing that coordinates that signal. And if people have any sort of autoimmune or specifically connective tissue disorder, the signals get all messed up. And so when you say move your shoulder, they go, oh, eh. And it's like, wait a second, hold up. I didn't say whip it or nay-nay. That thing went out of style 10 years ago. Please, in fact, do not do that. But for some reason, they don't understand that. Their brain doesn't understand the not whipping it or the not nay-naying it. It's kind of stuck in some weird spiral from 10 years ago. So when you're working with somebody who has EDS, the thing you have to teach them, and the reason they're in so much pain is because they're specifically using the wrong parts of their body to move. Most people, when they stand up, it's pretty easy for them to stand up. But sometimes people with EDS, they're actually holding themselves up. And it's like, you're not supposed to hold yourself up. You're supposed to just stand up. Like, it's pretty simple to stand up. But actually, a lot of people are like, you have to, like, you're like really like this, like all day. And then you're like, man, I have a headache. It's like, no fucking duh, you have a headache. You've been holding yourself up like this all day. You're not supposed to do that. So modulation occurs in the brain, not in the muscle. It's not about having enough strength to flex your arm. It's about knowing how hard to flex your arm. So if I drink this water bottle, I just go like this, which is easy. But if I have EDS and I haven't trained myself, I might accidentally go like this. And I just like full strength hold this water bottle. I'm full flexing. Now, granted, I do that whenever somebody really cute is around. Like if I'm trying to impress somebody, I don't really mind. That's just the way I drink water, right? There's what's weird about it. Psh, you're weird about it. But yeah, basically like that's a thing with EDS. But when you work with somebody who has a condition like this or any sort of autoimmune thing going on, the thing to understand is that the signals are getting messed up. And it's a different way of training. But if you're not trained to think like that, then people will just say, hey, you need to strengthen your rotator cuff because that's going to stabilize your shoulder. It's like, no, it fucking won't. Actually, it will do zero. It will do jack shit for your shoulder to have a stronger rotator cuff. Like, it won't help. Or if your knee is out of place, they're like, well, I don't just strengthen your knee. It's like, incorrect. You don't have to strengthen the knee at all. Like, actually, what you need to do is you need to stop your knee from going into the wrong position. Does that make sense? I'm sorry for ranting about this, but it's something that I wish more people knew. People aren't classically trained to work with connective tissue disorders. They're very counter to the standard route of physio, which looks at the individual parts of the body and not how the brain regulates it. There are some physios who are trained for this, but a lot of people just clinically misunderstand. And so if you go to a doctor, which you will for EDS, they're going to be like, here's what you do. It's like, bad idea. And you can solve so much of it. You can solve so much of it if you understand this, because you just do the physical therapy, and then 3 months later, you're like, wow, I feel significantly better. Can I tell you this while I'm on this subject? Because you don't have to have EDS for this. If you have any sort of physical disability, disability is a tough one. There are some you just have to live with. They're like, you can't fix everything. But I swear, most things that are developed in life, if you find the thing that will help you feel better, guess what, by the way? If you find the thing that helps you feel better, it will help you feel better in a matter of months. If you're ever doing a treatment and it's lasting years, it's not the right treatment in general. Like if you're like, yeah, I had a shoulder problem, I'm just working on strengthening it, and you've been doing that for 6 months and your shoulder isn't better, it's the wrong treatment. Then you are literally doing the wrong thing, if that makes sense. Because it should happen. Like your body actually adapts pretty fast. So yeah, there's a lot of like, it's not even a secret. I wish this information was public. It's my job to know these things, and I like to help people with it. But I would give this information out for free. It should be widely available to people. The techniques to do this are actually pretty simple. They're just things you've never done before. Like, for example, if you're like, I don't. It's not like if you if you think, man, I have really bad knees, I gotta strengthen my knees. I actually don't care if you squat. Like yeah, squatting's great, but it's not about you squatting. It's actually about me teaching your brain where the hell your knee is. I'll show you an example of this later. Well, I might die. I might die. Ah. Wow. Dude, VDH feels great. I could use a lot more gear, but this tank feels kind of omega. Okay, so we're going to gather with Brand, probably. Safe gather, safe gather. And then we build the frailty, and then we go like this, and then bam. Yo, thank you, by the way. I don't know, sorry, I rant about this stuff a lot. I'm very passionate about it. I have 2 passions in my life. Well, I have 3, actually, if you count wolf girls. But if you don't count wolf girls, I have 2 main passions in my life. Number 1 is World of Warcraft, and number 2 is physiological concepts. I love figuring out why people are in pain, and then being able to do something about it. Like, it's like probably my favorite thing. Originally, when I became a trainer, I just got my CPT. Like, I became a certified personal trainer. Like 8-9 years ago or something. And that was cool, and I felt like it was, you know, I was doing fitness modeling, so I got to help people, like, get in shape and stuff like that. But actually, what really interested me was not just, like, getting people big muscles and stuff like this. Like, that was cool, but I wanted to understand why some people were sick, and why some people were in pain, like, really, like, in a lot of pain. And I wanted to understand that more. So eventually I figured it out. And I went to get my CES, which is still more of a normal certification. CES is not, it's like corrective exercise specialist. That was cool. I got to learn about joints, but it still didn't teach me. The contraindication was like, don't work with autoimmune conditions, or don't work with this. And it's like, you know, actually, there's still more to it than that. Health information deserves a thank you. Like I said, sorry for ranting, but I hope that people find this interesting, because it's not just about the things that I can work with. It's a lot of things in the human body follow logic. There is a logic, but you have to understand. If you can understand the origin of something, you can treat it. There are certain things that I can help after doing this for a long time, and there are certain things I can't. But either way, find the person who can help you. There is somebody who can help you. I at least like to believe that. 19. Invites were not an issue. After 18, it feels almost impossible. I think it also depends on OCE versus NA. Like, EU versus NA, because EU people are just better at keys. They just do more competitive keys and pugs. I think that the gap on NA right now is basically, it's impossible to do 20s by far. 20s are basically going to be, like, good luck. You won't be able to do 20s. You won't even find them. 19s are going to be maybe doable if you're playing like a meta spec. But I think that basically the gap between like 20s is not going to happen. I don't think you can pug a 20 right now. Maybe. But like, it's really tough to get invited. If you don't have any, I don't think you'll get invited. Especially if you're off meta. Meta. I despise another VDH meta. Usually Eastern approach meta help you anyways. So I was married to an Indian for a while. For like 5 years, yeah. And do you know Ayurveda? What's the best melee DPS in Season 3 after fixes? I still think that Havoc is really strong. I think that Havoc is actually going to be one of the most desired, interestingly enough, but Frosty K overall. If you're looking for the best melee, like Frosty K. I think that they're going to nerf it. I have a feeling that they're still going to look at Frosty K and decide to nerf that, because it's overperforming in Raid. They just buffed it. In the last round of fixes, they just buffed it. And so I have a feeling that they're going to nerf Frosty K sooner rather than later. Not 100% though. If they don't nerf it, Frosty K is the best DPS. I think best melee DPS. Has no group buff, but is DK. And just good. And just does very good damage. Easy 12. Nice. Very solid, very solid. Nice. Do we get our gold? You're welcome. I think that that's pretty solid. Ooh, legs. Nice. That is some nice. That's a 4 set right there. All right, we're gaming. Look at that. Huge value. Huge value here, because we got these. Oh, wait, no, that's a bind on equip item. Look at this. This is a good item here. Damn. This is 584 to 655. 2,000 agility. 20,000 stamina. My VDH is finally moving up in the world. Thank you. What this? 24 silver. What? Why? What this number? I still think Frosty K will be strong. I think so too. Yeah. Honestly, the Frosty K, and they've had patch notes every single time. That's awesome. All I have here. Come here. Thank you for coming to my key. I have to go for a bit. If you're done streaming by the time I'm back, thank you for the chats and info. Oh, you're welcome. Then come by anytime. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I got to go to Lao next week, so I won't be on a lot next week, but I'll be here. Here, if this makes you feel more comfortable as a gamer. I don't know, just take something. As long as you have some gold aces. Trade canceled, all right. I don't have a lot of gold to share, but I got something. Havoc loses out because of VDH. I think that Havoc has a lot of advantage because I'm not convinced you play VDH. I'm not convinced right now that VDH will be the best tank for every comp. I think that there's absolutely a comp with Prot Warrior, and Prot Warrior and Havoc kind of go together, especially if you play Mountain Thane. I think, like, basically I see a comp with Frosty K. Like, there's a thing in my Discord if you want, by the way. There's a thing in my Discord where you can post your meta prediction. I still think that the meta prediction, I think I'm fairly accurate with mine. I still think that I still think a comp with Prot Warrior, Frosty K, Havoc, plus one other, maybe like Enhancement Shaman or some Shaman with a Resto Druid. And / or you play something like a Boomy or a Feral Druid in that. I don't think those really work. I think Resto Druid is the answer and a Shaman DPS. But if you need something like a Disc Priest or a Resto Shaman, then you can fit another buff in there somewhere. Could be a Monk, could be, but I think like a Magic melee comp is actually going to look really good right now. I don't do the highest key. As long as the main comp is VDH, it will trickle down. That's the problem, Ami. You don't have to be doing the highest keys to get affected by meta. Unfortunately, it's not about, like, it should only matter at that point, you know? It should only matter. Name buffs are only going to be Prot Warrior, Havoc, DH, Frosty K. I don't know if Mountain Thane really sees a lot of play with the buff. It is actually squishier in big pulls. I'm not convinced that Mountain Thane for sure is still the play. I think that Colossus still has a lot of value. But I tested Mountain Thane in streets, and it was fine. It wasn't that bad. Create mastery. I guess my tier set has a lot of mastery, huh? When you gain luck of the draw. Oh, so you get more hunts than a 4 set. I see. Fueled by Vine, still insane. Yeah, I know. That 50% nerf to it was not enough. It was mostly overhealing anyways. Beautiful. Look at that 4 set now. Amazing. So I get gloves on the Demon Hunter. I feel a lot more geared. All right, I think I'm just going to keep going with Demon Hunter. I'm going to have, when I get this many more crests, I could either send this up or start crafting things that I don't already have. Pretty solid, pretty solid. With the Mountain Thane buff, it's, I don't know exactly what the meta is going to be, but it'll be interesting. At the very least right now, it feels like there are many potential metas, and I like that part of it. I like that. I think it's cool that there are so many options, and I hope that there's just more than one meta spec. Honestly, the thing I want is there to be more than one meta spec. I would be pretty happy with that. So if there was like Theater of Pain, all right? I'm going to do Theater of Pain 12. Would you guys like to stay for any reason? Top 3 tanks so far, VDH, Prot Warrior, Brew. Correct. They nuked Prot Pally. Prot Pally was actually up there. They buffed the 4-piece accidentally, I think. I don't think they realized they did that. So they buffed the 4-piece, but the problem with them buffing the 4-piece of Prot Pally is that it started overperforming, and then all of a sudden, boop, bye-bye. The last patch notes that just happened. They completely, it got nuked. Highly unfortunate, by the way. Prot Warrior loses out right now with all the tank effects on. So, okay, that's Yoda's take. Can I tell you something, though, Ami? I heard Yoda talk about this. I know he's the only one that's been talking about this, of how tanks that are bad at dealing with the debuffs on themselves. Right. Can I just tell you, though? You can just split the pull. Like, he's talking specifically about a pull in Dawnbreaker. I did that pull. I did it on 15. I did it on my bear. I died. I did it again, thinking, okay, this time I have a plan. Guess what? I died. And then I realized wow, the timer in this dungeon's really chill. There's actually a lot of trash I could pull. I could just split the pull. And then guess what happened? It was fine. So if there's one or two pulls, unless you're doing his level of keys where he's not satisfied unless he does the perfection strat because he's doing the highest level of keys. They're pushing world first. Makes sense. But like in like this whole range, even the bottom of title range, you could just split the pull. Like, yeah, are there a few bleeds? Yes. But you can just not pull it all together. Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't think I can show you MDT War Within Season 1. I can show you. It's Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker. He's talking specifically about this pull where on PTR people were doing crazy shit like this. And these guys apply a debuff. I was doing this pull. And then I realized, you know what I could do? Not do this pull. And I could split it. And then I was fine. Or I could do just these two. And split this with the mini-boss. And I was like, alright. But so, okay, guess what happens now? So they changed these mobs a bunch. Right now, this pull is a lot more doable because they changed the Manifested Shadows. They don't do an AoE, yeah? There's an Enrage still on the Tactician, but now what those guys do, Elixir, do you know what they changed? They made it worse, which is hilarious, by the way. It's actually funny to me that they somehow made it worse. I don't know how they managed to do this, but they made it worse instead of better. We could just take whoever. Doesn't matter. We could take this Hunter and this Priest. That priest looks like a really sus priest, though. Yeah, so they changed a lot, though. If you don't know what they changed, I want to make a video about exactly what they changed so that people understand it. Okay. So instead, they don't cast Umbral Rush anymore, which is what used to absolutely kill people. Do you know what the Umbral Rush? It was the thing they charged and did a burst of magic damage. They don't do that anymore. Lucky for us. They don't do that. Instead, they apply a stacking debuff to you. Right. Instead, they apply a stacking debuff to you that is necrotic. It reduces all healing taken. That debuff will get to 100 in about 20 seconds. It's necrotic. And for some reason this season, they've really decided that necrotic is the way because they also changed the mobs in Arakara. You remember Arakara, the end? Okay, fun fact. Arakara as well got way worse. Arakara got really buffed. You remember this pull here? These guys, the Grasping Slashes, they removed that ability. So they no longer do Grasping Slash. That's kind of cool, because then you don't get slowed, except for the fact that you do get slowed. Except now they give you a new debuff. You want to know how bad the new one is? It's pretty funny. You got to go to bed? Go to sleep? Only if he wants to stay, I'll keep him, but... So now what happens is, they give you a stacking debuff, which gives you a magic dot, a slow, and necrotic. And I'm just like, okay. So, Prop Pally's still pretty good at all of those pulls. And also, they changed a bunch of stuff so that tanking next season, I still think that dungeons are pretty chill, but goddamn, it's a little rough for sure. There are many changes next season which are questionable changes at best. At best, if not actually bad changes. I'll do another. Okay. I think that we'll start taking people. I don't know who we're looking for. If anybody wants to come. Kind of still want leather people. That guy is 3812. Sure. We'll just start taking people here. I just want the stop change gone, man. I think it's been the worst thing this expansion. A good take on me. I kind of agree. Also, Halls will absolutely wreck the fuck out of tanks. Halls is going to be impossible for most tanks to play. I think that dungeon is an abomination. I think that you will lose almost every single weekly key, though. Right? I think that Halls is going to absolutely kill every single... I think you're going to have like an 80% depletion on the Halls right now. I actually wouldn't be surprised if it was something like an 80% depletion rate. Like something crazy like that, though. It has Bis Trinkets for DKs, though. I mean, you're going to be able to complete it for your trinkets. I just meant that, like... Specky, you saw Sam tank it, yeah? And you saw me tank it. And I'm like, dude, we're not bad. Like, I'm not a bad tank. You know that Sam is a really good tank. Yeah? Like, we still died. And I'm like, dude, if we're dying and I can learn how to game it, but then I go in the second time and guess what? I still die. Like, it's just that hard. Like, I didn't just die once. I died twice. And then I was like, I died twice, and then I died 3 times. And I was just like, bro, what the hell? And then I had to really figure it out. Now, once I figured it out, I could do it. Imagine a guy in a random +10. How the hell is he supposed to do that? Random dude in a +10 is gonna walk in, and what is he supposed to do against that? Like, what's the plan here, man? Oh, this guy did fine. Why don't we just take him for this? Sure, why not? Like, how the hell is he supposed to manage that? I feel like it'll be impossible. So I'm not sure what the solution is. They gotta nerf Halls a little bit, because if we're dying, then he was able to call right. I figured it out eventually, and now I feel like confident tanking it. Like, I don't think I'd have that much of a problem with it, but it took me a while. So imagine somebody though who like doesn't know what they're doing, and they've never played PTR, and they walk into that dungeon and they think they can face tank it. Like, you're gone. Like, you're dead. You see, there can be a comp with very, very short cooldowns and more single target and smaller pulls. I think that basically the comp you're talking about is Brewmaster, a Fury Warrior, and a few other things. Basically, like Brewmaster, a Fury Warrior. You're talking about the physical comp, Beastmaster, Hunter, etc. That comp will be very good for sure. Got you. Got you. All right, this key is not Resil in case we fail it. A Crystalline Radiance, chest enchant we need to buy. My Demon Hunter is sitting pretty nice, though. I've geared him pretty fast. I'm very happy about that. And I greatly appreciate the help from people. Streaming. Okay. Bum bum ba do do do. Are you ready, kids? Aye aye, Captain. Okay, all right. Let's go. Theater of Pain. Theater of Pain. It'll be very interesting. I want to go to Theater of Pain first of all. Also, just so you know, tomorrow I'm around all day, yeah? Tomorrow I'm around all day. What's the good item level to get to? He's tanked that dungeon a million times, so he knows when to call things out. Pugs won't have that luxury. No, and they also won't understand when they're going to die. Yeah, it's going to be really hard. I always think about things from the pug perspective, where I realize I'm like, yo, bro, we're going to have a really hard time with this. Like, that's the thing that I think about from my perspective, is not how the high-end groups are going to manage things. It's not how Sam is going to manage things, Spec, because he'll find a way. And he also gets to play with players who he can either be in voice with you or whatever. Like, he's gonna be like gaming at that level where people are gonna help him. I'm not worried about Sam. I'm worried about the average pug. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm worried about just the random dude who walks into his first +10 expecting to get a vault on a no lever key, and they're gonna have 75 deaths by the first boss. That's what I'm worried about, and that will happen. You know? What's up, Havlim? Is it Dawnbreaker debuff a bleed? No, it is not a magic debuff or a bleed. It's not dwarfable. You can bubble it. You can parry it, which is the problem, Elixir, because parry tanks are back. You can bubble or parry. You can also spell ward. I tested on my prop Pally. Arakara, you can freedom as well. So welcome. You just play. Prop Pally actually is good though. Orion quit Shadow. Yeah, it's tough because you don't want tanks to die. Basically, though, you really don't want tanks to die. It's like the #1 thing you don't want in keys. Do you know what I mean? Like, you really, like, it's like the one thing. If tanks are dying, your DPS will get mad because they do less damage. And DPS don't like doing less damage, yeah? So if your tanks are dying, your DPS are in despair. Here's the problem. Your healer's also upset because they're stressing now. And then your tank is upset and they don't want to tank. And then you just have a worse game. Like, the one thing you cannot make too hard is tanking. You cannot make tanking too difficult. I think it's a really bad idea. The game is always worse when you make tanking harder. I don't think I'm quite geared enough to actually pull this into boss, so we are going to have to fight this here. If people run ahead like that. No, I can't go boss. I can't. I'm actually not geared enough. I think I'll die on this key level if I go boss right now. Not without a soothe and stuff too. I am low geared. We will have to fight this here. Unfortunate, but it'll be okay. Sometimes when this happens in a pug and you have obviously the route that you don't want this to happen, yeah? It does damage to me. It does damage to me, man. It doesn't do that. I proc my cheat. I would have died on boss, by the way. I'm still there. All good, all good, all good. I was about to say, it does damage to me. My friend was a really good prot warrior in BFA and quit Shadowlands. It's tough, especially off-meta tanking. Like, off-meta tanking, I don't think because of Halls. Yeah. Halls was bad back in the day, but at least, I don't know, it just feels different now. I remember that you still had to do this thing. You had to kite back in Shadowlands. Like, that still existed. Also, you know that Sam linked a video. I remember watching it, actually. I watched, like, half of it. Sam at one point had linked a video in Discord of his 25 Halls of Atonement on his Blood DK. He died twice. They still timed it, because back in the day, remember, there was no penalty for keys. You still, like, got to do it. There wasn't the 15-second death penalty. So his group would constantly have to kite. But it happened twice in that key. And it was just like, man, it was a terrible key back in the day. It wasn't, no, not terrible, though. It was actually a fun key and stuff, though. So, but I'll grab my top. No problem, Spec, of course. No, I never, dude, English is my first language, but sometimes I feel like it's my second language. No worries. That was a mistake. I met it now. I went too far with that Vengeful Retreat. Yeah, but we used to be more okay with kiting. It's just that we don't have to kite anymore. The biggest thing is we don't kite anymore, so it's a strange thing for us to have to kite. It actually used to be something that we did all the time, but we don't want to do that anymore. There you go. No 15-second beard real affixes. That's true. You did have real affixes. That's a good point. Yeah, the affixes were very real back in the day. Sanguine, Bolster, Necrotic. Oh, boy. Yeah, I remember Halls of Necrotic. Oh, man. Kiting feels bad. I don't know if it feels bad for everyone involved, actually. I think that kiting is kind of okay. Dude, the pet battle. The fucking pet battle. God damn it. This is tech. If you care enough. If you care enough to do this, you can do it. Whee! The tech here. Oh my, it triggered some weird thing where this happened. I'm going to make sure I don't die because I'm very undergeared. I need this RP to start. I used to tank and I was kiting a lot. I don't think that the kite meta how it used to be is bad. It depends. So kiting becomes a skill, though. The one thing I will say is that kiting, when you have to kite as a tank, you get these tanks that just kite wildly, and then the mobs get split. But you also get tanks that use kiting as a display of skill. If you can kite and keep things pixel stacked, there's actually a way to kite like that. And that becomes a skill expression. I don't really mind that one as much, to be honest. Yeah, I don't tend to mind that type of kiting because it actually becomes a skill expression. I like how mobile this tank feels. Playing VDH today has felt surprisingly smooth. I'm not gonna lie. This tank has actually felt pretty damn good, which is weird because I didn't think I would like this as much, but I kind of like it. So I wonder if I would actually play it if it was more geared. Obviously, though, I got a healer who's like kind of hard carrying me. The healer is quite good. So maybe I would feel like not as good without a good healer. Because I'm starting to get almost too chill. As hilarious as it sounds, I'm starting to get real chill with it. I'll have to look at some old recordings. I swear we weren't kiting as much in Season 3 hauls. You gotta look at the old recordings. I kind of didn't remember as much either, but I swear. I was playing Bear back then, and we were Venthyr Bear, and we could just thrash, and we got away with kind of just thrashing that dungeon with the Venthyr Bear setup. But I don't know. I do think we were kiting a lot back in the day. You used to walk in. This is how we started doing it on PTR when you figured it out. You used to either have a plan for bleeds, or you would just start running. Like, that is actually the right way to handle the dogs and Halls of Atonement, and you will need to do that in the actual season. You miss those days. Venthyr Bear. Yes, the Venthyr Bear was a fun time to play Bear. Although it was actually still not even that good. It was definitely a fun time to play Bear. So we glaive for aggro. Easy, easy. And then we go boom. And we chains them back together. Then we go boom. And here we go. What is your item level on VDH? Dude, I've gotten a lot of help on VDH, so I'm gearing him pretty fast. I crafted a weapon, which was like 100 item levels. I got traded these legs last dungeon, so I have 4 set now. And here we go. Taking back Shadowlands was different, much simpler. It was both simpler, but also it was just different. We used to kite a lot. The biggest thing is we used to kite a lot, and we were okay with kiting. There was a whole thing, and Plaguefall as well. I remember kiting a bunch of poles and stuff like that, though. Yeah, that's a kite, but I don't know if we did it on 28. It was certainly a different time. What? Bro, I didn't make it. I didn't make it. I didn't make it. I think you just pull it on this key level. Dive fast. Did my healer get here? I saw everybody walk too early. Is my healer in combat? Damn, my healer. Oh, the healer died too. Do we get to... He has Shroud. He has Shadow Meld. Just die real quick. If he dies and he Shadow Melds, he's fine. Okay, there you go. I can get through with a Shadow Meld. Probably. I think you can meld this. Yeah, easy. Did they release? Oh, no, no, no. Did you release? Uh-oh. I think we just pull it now, then. I'll just pull it. I'll just pull it. I'll just pull it. Pull. All good, all good, all good. Wait, no, no. Just pull it. Just pull it. Oh, he got through. He got through. He got through. Okay, okay. Whew. Hard, though. This isn't 212s. I'm 678, and I die on big pulls. Team diff. No, it's not just team diff. I think you got to remember that I've played every tank before, so it's not like the most... I can play what I'm playing right now, for example. I know how to play Demon Hunter. I just don't know how to play Eldrachi Demon Hunter. Who's this? Go, go, go. Nice. Okay, our team eventually figured that out, but once again, an example of why basically you should actually not try stuff like that in keys that are sometimes low. Just pull things. By the way, today, shorter stream. Today is a shorter stream for me because I was out. I was at a gun range today. It was super cool. Once again, here you go. Hold up. Let me make sure I get through this first zap thing. So I started late today. Ooh, I love the mobility of Demon Hunter. That part feels so good. I'm actually going to have a hard time going back, I swear. I'm going to have a hard time going back. There. If you want, for any reason, because I think it's awesome, I might die here. Because I was not prepped. I didn't have any frailty stacks on. I was linking something in chat. I can't share the photos here, but I could share them on Discord. It was pretty cool, man. I forgot how interesting it was to actually occasionally just go shoot guns. That was, like, super cool. My shoulder will be slightly bruised tomorrow, I'm sure. I wanted to be like John Wick, and I was like, I could just rapid fire a shotgun, and it turns out I could, but also ow. Easy money. Ooh. So yeah, today will be a short stream. Tomorrow I will be around for a long stream, and then remember, I don't have that many days before I actually have to go to Lao. I played Disc Priest. No, I didn't get to play Disc Priest today because PTR was actually down. Like, PTR wasn't updating his keys. I thought they were supposed to update right away, but I might just be wrong, and it might take a day or two for the new keys to be on PTR. So I have mostly been spending time on live, just kind of gearing a Demon Hunter to have him prep for next season. That's actually what I've been doing today. And like I said, I'm liking him a surprising amount. Oracle will be interesting. Oracle will be interesting because it'll be one of the only specs. I've never played it before. So when I play Oracle, I'm actually going to have to learn it. That'll be interesting because at least with Demon Hunter, I have some previous knowledge that I can connect with. I'll be like, oh, I know how to play Demon Hunter, right? But with Oracle, I swear, that's going to be a really hard thing for me to do. I literally don't know how to play Discipline Priest. Not just Oracle, I also don't know how to play Discipline Priest. So the problem is that I don't know what I'm doing. That'll be interesting for sure. I think it'll be interesting. Bats learn to make sense once it clicks in your head. So I'll get it, but it'll take me a second to get. Void Weaver, much more fun. I think, by the way, the idea that I could save people is something that I really don't like about the fact that I can't play other tanks or other healers right now. Oracle is so good. I have a hard time playing other healers. It feels bad when I know for a fact, right? I'm gonna actually don't do this. It's too far. The pat's too far. I'll just go like this here. I know for a fact that if I was playing Oracle, I can save that pull. But since I'm not playing Oracle, I can't save that pull. I don't like that feeling. That's a bad feeling. Like it's literally a bad feeling to have that happen. Ugh. Long day, man. What's up? Just kite him. Okay, so what you do is, depending on what tank are you playing, Sergeant Primetime? On what tank are you playing? Because that I can tell you exactly how to do that pull depending on what tank you're playing. You're playing Bear. Okay, so you walk in with Incarn, Lunar Beam, and Bark. You can tank him up to 10 bleed stacks. You can just tank the first few and just face tank him for a bit. What you do, if you want to reset and be smart about it, the second time he leaps out, he will leap to somebody and do the circle effect you have to dodge. When he leaps out, you run the other way. The first one's fine. The second time he does that, you just run the other direction. When you reset your bleed stacks, you can go back to him. And the only other thing I want to tell you about that will help you a ton, okay? The only other thing I want to do is make sure that you soothe him. You can use your soothe button, and he will attack you much slower. Because he'll just casually get like 200% attack speed, and then he'll apply the bleed much faster. Because the bleed that he does gets applied on his auto attacks. So you want to use your soothe on him as well. I feel like I had a long day today. I guess I did. Friday, I'm doing a photo shoot. You guys want to see what it is? He gave me inspiration. I can put it in the Discord thing, though. What's up? Prot Warriors. I mean, I like Prot Warrior because it's straightforward. I tend to like straightforward things, though, so maybe other people won't find it to be as fun, to be honest. Like, it's possible that other people don't find it to be as fun as I do. I could totally see that, for example. I like straightforward things. Like, I think Bear is fun, but a lot of people would not describe Bear as fun, if that makes sense. Didn't know that? Thank you. You're welcome. That is one reason that guy actually owns a lot of tanks, is they don't realize they can soothe him. It's actually a really giga play to have a soothe for that. You can also technically soothe the guys around him, but as a tank, I would just focus on living first. Boom, 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 boom. No photo shoot for? Ooh, it'll be a fun one. Body paint. Body paint shoot. Oh, I'm going to live this, right? I just Feldev. Cool. This one is going to be a body paint. So I was asked if I wanted to do this one like a few days ago. My problem is that I'm just going to be really stressed and busy. So I have like one free day before I have to go to Lao and do all the visa stuff and whatnot. That free day, I was going to just rest and stream. But I guess I really like the photo shoots. I never regret doing them. They're so cool. So I said yes. It'll be interesting. I did mention, though, I was like, hey, I have some facial hair now, and I kind of don't want to shave. You realize that that's a big issue, right, Spec? You can't paint a face that has facial hair on it. I'll show you the reference photo. It never really goes according to plan. He always sends me a reference photo, and then he'll just do his own thing, though. What's up, Laricardo? How's it going? How's it going? Ooh. You know what? I should have meta'd before that, which is great, because I got hit by that bleed after, so I need to meta now. I'm good. Sorry about that. I will show you after this. It's pretty cool. That stuff is always so cool to me, though. It's honestly, those body paint shoots that I do are some of the coolest stuff I've ever done. Oh, I lagged out. Dude, I actually like, oh, I'm a proc cheat. I'm a proc cheat. All right, I'm locking in. I'm getting too lazy. My healer is spoiling me. Hold up. Okay. Right here. Easy money. Okay. Whew. Whew. Laricardo, have you ever done body paint before? Have you ever gotten like your face painted? I'm assuming that most people in the chat. I would be shook if anybody was like, I need salt. I do need salt. I know. That's what I was just thinking. It always happens like that every single time. The one I just lagged out because I hit my chat, unfortunately. I'm running a mythic mud on your bear, so just wanted to know. Yeah, what's up? Oof. I don't have water in here, do I? I thought I ran out of water. That's why I wasn't taking more salt. Why are only 4.8% of players using it? The mud? I have some water here. Hold up. I'm going to put somebody on follow. Ah, damn it. We'll be fine. We'll still time the key. Ah. Oh, you mean Void Weaver? Void Weaver can actually struggle with HPS checks. A Void Weaver struggles. I find that like Void Weaver, of course it wins in damage, but you know the difference between 500k healer damage and your DPS not feeling afraid is not even comparable. DPS do so much more damage than a healer. Like DPS do unbelievably more damage. You really want to prioritize your DPS in like every single way possible. So Sigil of Chains, and then Silence, and then this Sigil, and then Hunts, Reaver's Glaive, AoE Stop 1, AoE Stop 2. Pfft. Demon Hunter is a kind of a joke, dude. Like, Demon Hunter's so good. It's packs like this that make me just feel so happy. Is that you can totally run mud. I don't run mud on any of my live keys. I don't need it. At no point do I ever feel like I'm like, oh man, I wish I had mythic. I wish I had a mud trinket. I don't play defensive on live servers. Exactly. So like if you can just make your DPS feel safe, and I don't like this by the way. In many ways, I kind of wish, for a lot of reasons, I kind of wish that I could just like greed my damage a lot. However, I don't do that. Like when I'm on Resto Druid, like you can ask Sam, I'm a bad Resto Druid because I greed my damage too much. I say, oh, this person should live. So I don't like that though. But yes, you should make your DPS feel safer. Oracle does that. It also still provides PI. So you're losing like 300, 400k healer DPS, but you're actually gaining damage by playing Oracle. Your Boomy doesn't have to bear form. That's 400k DPS, etc., etc., etc. You just chain all this all together. Boom. You don't let the volley go off, and you're fine. I'm going to kick this one then. And I'll just CC this right here. Boom. And I'll cage this one. And then I'll silence this. There are very few keys that healer damage actually matters. Pretty much. Healer damage and even tank damage, though. You can just play Oracle, though. What happens to your damage isn't serious, though? Oh, I know. It's more of a joke on my part. I know for a fact that I'm just a bad Resto Druid because I can't help myself. I just can't help myself. My problem is that I just cannot help myself. I always end up doing this thing where I'm like, but I want to min-max. I shouldn't do that, though. Mud is a great defensive trinket if you want one. If you want a defensive trinket, then yes, Mud is a very good one. Whether or not you need it is a good question, but honestly, even tank damage to that degree, like playing a trinket that will make you feel safer is still better than trying to min-max to the point where maybe you should still play it anyways. How do you gain rage quickly? Swipe doesn't give you any rage. One of the reasons you don't swipe is because it gives you no rage. So definitely don't swipe for rage gen. Mangle. Mangle when you walk into a pull. It's Thrash Prio, Mangle second. When you walk into a pull as a bear, I made a video about this, Sergeant Primetime. Have you seen it? It'll help you a lot. It'll help you so much. It'll help. I'll link it after. It'll help you tremendously, right? Yeah. I'll show you this video in a second. I made a guide basically on how to play Guardian Druid. I actually did make this guide, and it's a pretty good one. I did it live on stream, so it's not like a perfect guide that has absolutely everything you need to know, but it's pretty helpful. Mud carries your Prot Warrior. I think you have to have a reason for it. Prot Pally and Prot Warrior playing Mud. That would help, though. On, like, Priory, that makes sense. Yeah. I think I've played it on my Paladin before. And if I had VDH, I would consider playing it as well. Like, or if I Thrash or Mango Iron for 2 still learning, you could totally make that macro. That macro is fine. Here, sorry. Let me link something for you. This one. This is the Guardian Druid Guide. You can watch it. The first 60 seconds will help you a lot. You don't have to watch much more than that, though, to be honest. There. What are the odds that VDH is not meta again? Dude, right now, here's the problem, yeah? The problem is that it currently seems like it'll be meta, and they're not touching it. Like, that's kind of why I'm sitting here gearing it. Like, I'm sitting here gearing it because I wasn't going to play it thinking they definitely nerf it this time. But they haven't nerfed it this time. So what if it's actually not nerfed? I'll be like, oh, I kind of wish I could have it, though. The only, my hidden thing is there's only one way they don't nerf it. Yes, there will be at least one more tuning pass, but there might only be one more before the season goes live. And to be honest, I'm not a raiding. Yeah, I know they tune for raid. It's kind of annoying to me because I'm not a raider. I don't really like raiding. It's not my thing. Yet they obviously tune around raid. And it's a little bit like meh. But they totally do it. They totally do. They don't actually look at M+ at all sometimes when they tune stuff. They literally just look at the raid log. They look at Warcraft logs and they go, oh, okay. And that explains so many of the things. If you're ever wondering sometimes why, that explains so much of it. If you understand that they look at the raid logs for tuning, you're like, that's why they buffed Boomy last season, or whatever it is. Yeah, rest in peace, Fury Warrior Season 1. Exactly. I remember that. You remember when Fury Warrior was going to be good for, like, a week? They were going to be good, and they were like, oh, never mind. That's what worries me about S-Priest. Yeah, I think that S-Priest is going to have that issue. But it also, I mean, BM just paid for it as well. Like, if S-Priest is... I don't know about S-Priest and Keys right now. They stealth nerfed it from the first week when it was, like, S+ tier. I don't think it's actually... Because its utility for Keys is not that strong. Like, actually, S-Priest utility for Keys kind of sucks. You would rather have a different range than an S-Priest more often than not in Keys. So... The Fortitude buff is kind of nice sometimes, but it's not normally required. The way they do damage is super good through Psychic Link and whatnot. Yeah, like the Mass Dispel cooldown. That one was more of a key thing. I don't think they were using that too much in Raid. I guess they were on Tindril and stuff. There's a few things they have done that. I guess we might have to pull this guy. Just pull him real fast. Warrior brings Raid buff, so they always have a place in Raid. Blizzard is totally okay with nerfing them. They also tend to do alright in Raid. They also tend to do okay in Raid. So they can all take this, right? I can just Shadow Meld it and go up, I'm pretty sure. Nice. He might even snap. I might have forgotten to snap. I think Monk is coming back. In Keys, well, Brewmaster and Mistweaver seem fine. Windwalker's in a tough place for Keys. God, Blood Beast nerfed him for Mythic Plus. That's true. Occasionally. Okay, right after this, I'll show you the design. I'll show you what the body paint shoots look like. So basically, what happens is I get sent a design, and I get asked if I want to do the shoot. First of all, I oftentimes say no because it's a whole day at a studio, and I don't oftentimes super feel like spending an entire day at a studio. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But it depends. A lot of times I'm just like, because it's very draining. It's actually quite draining. Like, the body paint shoots, they take a long time. And I have to sit kind of still. And in general, I'm just kind of like in a studio of people and whatnot. I'll just meta this. Watch this. Sigil of Chains, Sigil of Silence. Psh, it's a joke. I would paint you. They're pretty cool. I mean, the thing is, I never regret doing them, even though they are tiring. I'll never regret it just because they're like the coolest things I've ever done. Maybe not ever done, but like they're really, really fascinatingly cool. That was close. I was wondering if I would die there. Monks deserve to be meta. Honestly, Licardo, I kind of agree. I think that if there was one spec that kind of deserves spotlight at M+ right now, it wouldn't necessarily be Warrior. Warrior is a close second. I think that Monks kind of deserve it. I kind of agree with you, by the way. I think that monks could honestly use a season where one of their specs at least is desired. It's been a long time since you really wanted a monk in your key. So I think that actually, I think you're kind of right. This one's here. Where if they're meta, not a lot of people play them. They're very low representation, even though all 3 monk specs are actually giga fun to play. I think Mistweaver had its time a little bit at the Dragonflight Season 3, but it was still not considered meta. It was just good. It wasn't even considered meta at that point, though. It was literally just good. So Reaver's Glaive here. We go 1, 2, Feldev, and then Sigil of Chains. And then Misery. And then Spite. And then a CC if I need it. Nice, easy. And I still have Cheat Death. I gotta make sure I don't proc it early, though. Because this next one would be just Frailty stacks, I guess. So I dump the Soul Cleaves in. Like right now. That was kind of close, actually. I guess, how would you rotate? You gotta have a rotation for this boss, probably. Maybe a defensive trinket or something. Alright, let me tell you about the body paint shoots, and then... Whoa, that's gonna be a cheat death. Oh, we killed it. Just in time. Nice. Okay, my Demon Hunter is just casually getting some 12s done. Nice, GG's. Obviously, I'm getting pretty helped here, though. I got Deathwalker's Promise. Wait, what is this? Is that a weapon? Isn't that an offhand? Oh, it's like this said, though. The highest keys are too strong in raid. That's true. But I still think that Brewmaster might be able to survive the highest keys. They're clearly favoring Brewmaster. I at least look at patterns for stuff like that, though. I look at patterns. I look at, like, what the patterns are. All right, Flex Redeem, first of all. Nice. I should totally work out more. I'm not right now, but I totally should. Okay, let me show you the concept. So I get sent a photo. Thank you for the item level trinket. I get sent a photo, and then I get asked if I want to do the thing. This was the reference photo that I got. You want to see it? So this is the reference photo. It never quite works exactly like this. I'm going to put it in Discord. Can I put it in Discord as an example? I think it'll be easier. Here, watch this. Boom. Like this. I'll put it in body paint cosplay stuff. Okay, here you go. So I'll show you here. Doing more. Okay, watch this, watch this. End of stream story time. You ready? End of stream story time. Body paint cosplay stuff. Look at this. So, here's what happens. Nice. Where's the bear? The bear will come. Don't worry. I'm not like taking the bear though. You can use both Sigil Flames in a row. I just gotta practice. It's okay. I'm like super chill on the Demon Hunter as long as I live right now. Great. Here we go. So, what happens is that I get sent a reference photo like this. This is the reference for tomorrow. I don't know if this is exactly what we're going to do because he always takes creative. Like once I actually get there on the day, he's like, let's do this or let's do that or whatever. Yeah. So this is what he does. But he sends me this photo and he says, do you want to do this? I said, sure. Right. So yeah, that's what I do. Thank you very much for helping. Greatly appreciate it. I really appreciate that help. That's going to turn out so cool. I think it'll be pretty cool, man. It'll be pretty sweet. So this one is the idea. But then, like, I was sent a statue look for this, right? Like, this was the last photo shoot that we did, was a statue look. But he didn't give me any, he just told me he wanted to make me a statue. So I showed up, and this is what he came up with. This one, I was sent a reference photo for this, and it was give or take the same. It was just a blue demon look. Like, this one, like, was way back in the day. This one was, like, way back in the day. It was one of the first ones ever. This one, this is like unedited, completely unedited and stuff like this though. But this stuff is always so cool. It's just very tiring because it takes forever. It takes forever because this is not Photoshop. The thing you got to understand is none of this is Photoshop. Like he actually paints every one of these details. Like all of this, each highlight around the eye, each highlight around everything. This one, obviously the body, it like took forever to do. So some of them are chill, some of them are not. But yeah. Like some of them are just upper body, some of them are whole body, and I don't like to shave my legs or anything like that. So okay, it's very hard to paint over hair. And I'm not going to shave my legs or my arms for this photo shoot, but it's cool. They're not like, they don't pay enough for that. They're not that type of thing. So this will be the next one. I have no idea what it will actually be like. He tends to like demonic horn stuff. This is his vibe. This is his vibe here. So I don't know exactly what we're going to do, but this is Friday. So I'll be on tomorrow, and then Friday I'm going to go do this. Should be cool. Pretty cool. I don't know if it's just going to be upper body then, or if it's going to be whole body. Sometimes it's like from my big toe to my big ear. You ever cut water? No, Liana, because this type of thing, when I used to get paid to photo shoot, yes. Like way back in the day, yes. Yeah? Way back in the day, correct. Like when I was actually paid to do fitness work and I had to actually be in like this shape for events, then this is when I used to actually do the stuff. When I used to do the cosplay work and I had to be in... Yeah, I know. See, he shared. When I had to be in this leanness all the time, this is when I would do things like cut water or dehydrate myself or stop eating. Like, this was back in the day. But nowadays, I don't need these abs anymore, so I can just kind of chill. If you have to prep for something like this, then yes. Like, back in the day where I would get, like, this cut for a photo shoot, like, that would happen. But you can actually see how skinny I am, right? Like, this is so unhealthy. It's unbelievably unhealthy. I cannot express to you how unhealthy this is. This is so unhealthy. You can see my fucking, like, everything. I was very, very skinny back then, and this is unhealthy. You should not do this. Like, this is not good. Don't be like this. You feel miserable. You can't even enjoy it, because nothing works when this happens. It's not good. But anyways, yeah, I used to try to get this lean before, like, major photo shoots or something like that. I don't really do that anymore, though. My weight is significantly higher, and I'm significantly stronger than I used to be. Okay, pretty good progress on my Demon Hunter today. I don't really mind. That was actually solid progress. Yeah, that was really good. Let's see who's on. Lizzie's on. This is a short stream today because I was busy at the gun range, among other things, this morning. Okay. GG, good sir. Nice tanking. Oh, thank you for coming. I'm glad we got you that 12. You were good, Dev. You were good, Dev. I'm surprised you didn't have more. Say nothing works. You mean that also doesn't work at full capacity? I'm specifically referring to that, Quiver. When your body fat and body weight is that low, you have a hard time completing any amounts of horizontal marathoning. You literally do not have the capacity to horizontally marathon or to vertically marathon. Both of those things you cannot do. And it doesn't even matter. It's not about having the right friend. It's literally just like you can't do it even if you have the right friend. You can't even do it alone. It's like a lot of things stop working properly. So I would be concerned, to say the least. El concerno. It's not, you feel terrible. Like, people think that having abs will make them happy, but trust me, you'll feel better when you have, like 2 or 4 is fine, but if you try to get the 6 and you try to get that lean, you will feel significantly bleh. You will feel not good. Not good, indeed. Okay. I see Lizzie on. We raided her the other day. She's awesome. Who else is on right now? Nice job on the VDH. I support your gearing it. Ah. What's up, Rez? How's it going? Yeah. I started a Demon Hunter. He's kind of actually getting sort of geared now. I need to buy leg enchant and stuff, but he has 4 set. He's actually doing not that bad at the moment, which is interesting. Like, he's kind of getting up there. I have enough to craft another thing soon as well. I can craft bracers next. He's actually kind of coming up in the world now. Yeah, he's slowly but surely coming up in the world. It is interesting. Yo, if here. Let me go respond to that YouTube video. I'll post that one today, and then I gotta fix my YouTube later. I'll remind myself later. You could buy with dinars after you get all tools. Correct. I'm gonna buy trinkets. I need both trinkets. Both these trinkets are terrible. I'll buy pacemaker and something. Once I get all 12s, I'm kind of on the way because I at least did 2 12s today, right? I did 2 12s, and then I just need to fill out the rest of these keys. And then I'll be able to actually be like geared, and at least I'll have the dinars, and then I'll be set for next season. I don't need to be that geared because we have a whole week of M0. Remember, there's M0 week before the season goes live, and that will be a good time for stuff like that. Yeah? You'll have the whole week, and you get 681 from M0. You will get 681. And so if you can get friends, you got to have friends for this. Is the only unfortunate thing here is that this strategy I'm about to tell you, you need friends. Yeah? This is the main issue. Is friends are required, but technically if you have friends who will class stack with you, then you can help each other gear alts. M0 week is a good time to have friends. Because I can be like, yo, look, I'll help you with my main, and I'll funnel you gear if you come help me. And then vice versa. So if I'm on my squishy DK, but you have a DK, your DK is fully geared, you don't need any gear. If you come do M0s with me and funnel me some gear, then I will help you with a character. This is a good time to have friends right now. It is a good time to have friends. Ultimately, WoW is indeed a social game. Specky, are you going to take work off? Are you going to play hard? Who this? She seems nice. Okay, I know who this is, but apparently she's a mobster. She takes jokes literally. Great. Wait, dogs are great. All right, fantastic. I want to ask her what dog she has. All right, we're going to make a new friend right now. Who's her name? Cave Mobster? I don't know who this is, but I just found them. They're on, sometimes I just watch recommended channels, and I just go, and I just say hi. All right, Cave Mobster. If I go say hi to her, will she respond? Let me see. Hello. Hello. Let's see. If she says hi to me, I'm rating her. Do you think Frost Mage will be okay? It'll be okay, Haika, but honestly, Mage has this problem where there are 3 specs of Mage. It's a pure DPS spec. You know what I mean? So if there are 3 Mage specs, the problem is this. You're going to want to play the one that does the most damage. Does that make sense? And if Frost is the lowest of the 3, people will expect you to play Arcane or Fire. And right now, Frost is the lowest of the 3. But there are some niche uses for it, like Halls of Atonement. I would want a Frost Mage. All right, hold up. Go say hi. She seems nice. I don't know. Go say hi. Ask her what dog she has. I want to know what dog she has. All right. See you tomorrow. Bye. How it be? What you up to? Also, do you have dogs? Does she have dogs? I want to know. Okay. Good night, guys. Good night, YouTube. I'll be back tomorrow. Blake, oh, that's a good reference. RWBY reference. I see that.